Good morning, everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today, the committee will continue its examination of the supplementary budget estimates for 2021-2022. The committee will hear from the Department and agencies of the finance portfolio as listed on today's program. The committee has also scheduled a further hearing on Friday the 29th of October for the cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the supplementary budget estimates 2021-2022 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 12th of November 2021, however reminds all senators as well as departments and agencies that written questions on notice can be provided at any time. The committee has fixed Friday the 10th of December 2021 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senators also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent. I also remind those senators and witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute your microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time. The committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. It being after 9 o'clock, I welcome the Minister for Finance, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, Ms Rosemary Huxtable, Secretary of the Department of Finance, and via video conference, Mr Stuart Wylie, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of ASC Proprietary Limited, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity, but no opening statement from me, no winks, no nods. Let's get into it, but Mr Wylie may have some words to say.
Thank you. Minister. Ms Huxtable, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr Wylie, do you wish to make an opening statement? Mr Wylie, I think you might have been on mute, but I gather that you said...
He usually doesn't.
That you weren't... Yes, lip reading, I think he said he didn't want to make an opening statement, but I might give him that opportunity to say so into a unmuted microphone.
No, still not working.
We still cannot hear you, Mr Wylie.
Why no winks today, Minister? There were some yesterday. You never know, you're like in a big city, Rex.
None from me, Senator Patrick. And none that were actually directed to me either.
Mr Wiley, could you try speaking again and we'll see if we can get any audio?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Yay,
can.
hooray.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. The answer is no, thank you, Chair.
Very good. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you. Mr Wiley, in the last estimates you gave me an answer where you talked about material certification dates. You said Collins had a life of effectively 3 10-year periods. That comes to an end effectively in 2026. Farncombe is the first boat in the life cycle end date and the LOTE kicks in there. So that's to revalidate and certify the platform to give it another 10-year cycle. So can I just make sure I understand it clearly? You have 10 years, you then have an FCD, you have another 10 years, you then have a LOTE, which gives you a certification for a further decade. Is that correct?
So Farncombe, its next FCD will be its low FCD, and then it will go into service for another 10 years.
Yes, but I'm asking about the architecture that I just... Can you just confirm the architecture is as I just outlined? Do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, I think there are a number of full cycle dockings, more than one full cycle docking before you get to the end of its period. You only mentioned one.
Oh, okay.
So,
but essentially,
so-
the first 2 lots of 10 years, that
Yeah.
extension is associated with FCD.
Yes, that's
And
right.
there may be, 2 FCDs in that period?
Yeah, probably 2 FCDs in that period. Yeah.
Okay, and then to get from 20 to 30, one requires a LOTE, life of type extension, to get the certification for the subsequent 20 to 30 years, correct?
Effectively, yes, for the next 10-year cycle, yes.
Yes, the next 10-year cycle on the 20, so 20 to 30 years, correct?
Yeah. Well, it's not 20 years because I think the overarching life of the Collins class is more than 20 years. If you look at when he actually first came into service, the actual, what you call the usage upkeep cycle, which determines its maintenance cycle, has actually changed and evolved during its been in service. So the current cycle of maintenance is a 10-year operational period with a 2-year full cycle docking.
2-year
So-
first full, okay. So you
so
got to add
so-
the FCD pause, as it were, in the period, so it goes for longer than the 20.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think my proposition ultimately, my proposition is 10 years FCD, 10 years, and then anything beyond that has to be certified by, is only certified post a LOTE, life type extension.
So its certification period beyond its planned withdrawal life.
Yes.
Its original planned withdrawal life was at the end of this operating period for Farncombe. So we have a certification extension docking, which is termed a LOTE and FCD docking.
Okay,
And then
yes.
that will allow it to operate for another 10 years.
Yeah, but basically it's the life of type extension which gives you the additional 10 years, correct?
Exactly.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's correct.
Right. Now, can you just quickly, I don't know that I've asked you this before, but why Farncombe was second in class? Why is that the first LOTE, not Collins?
What happened is in the early days of build, there were some issues relating to quality issues relating to Collins when she came out, and actually Farncombe was the first boat that was in service for ahead of Collins, and therefore she's the
Okay.
first boat that went into full cycle docking.
Is Collins itself, the first of class, still capable of a life of type extension, or do you have concerns about that?
No, I have no concerns.
Okay. That's right. Now, have you ever turned your mind to or had discussions about a second life of type extension?
We've done no formal work regarding the second life type extension.
No formal work. Has anyone raised with you the need for a second life of type extension?
No.
So no one from Defence or government have said to you there needs to be a second life of type extension?
No.
And would there be, I assume, as good as the engineers are and the workers are there, that there are some things which are not assured or not remedied, or risks which cannot be sufficiently mitigated by life of type extension? For example, hull fatigue or other limitations on the life of the vessel.
You're talking about a second one. Is that you're talking about a second life type extension?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Yes.
So at the moment, we've not done any analysis on that,
Right.
so it's not really appropriate for me to really make
Fair
comments.
enough, okay. So the proposition is that there may be risks or issues associated with a second life of type extension, but you've not done any analysis to determine those as yet because you've not been asked to, is that right?
That's correct.
Can I just ask so I understand, for example, hull fatigue has been discussed. I assume that is difficult to remedy or mitigate by life of type extension. That there must be some limit on how long you can continue to operate a submarine for.
Yeah, there are limits on how long you can operate a submarine. Depends on its operational characteristics, though. So again, it's really for me to make any claim. You have to do the analysis against his operational profile.
Admiral Noonan gave evidence before a Senate committee on the 15th of October where he conceded the possibility that we would have the Collins class in the water until 2040 to 2050.
So I think certainly Collins will be in the water as an operational and from its a single FCD life type extension into the 2040s, late 2040s anyway.
So which, sorry, could you say?
So if you think about, Farncombe is 6 boats, and so the last full cycle docking, low full cycle docking will get around the mid-2030s, late 2030s, so you've got another 10 years. So Rankin is the last platform in the slow FCD. That will operate into the 2040s, late 2040s anyway.
Okay, so you think he was talking about Rankin?
I'm not sure what Admiral was talking about. I'm saying that we're expecting Collins under the current plan to be operating into the 2040s. There will be Collins platforms under this cycle of full cycle docking, loaded full cycle dockings.
Well, let's just go through this then. And I don't know if you've provided this on notice. So Farncombe has finishes at 2026 absent a full cycle docking, is that right? Sorry,
So
absent a load.
So her original planned withdrawal date was in 2026, yes.
And then what's the next one with the planned withdrawal date?
So it'd be approximately 2 years after that.
What's the next in class?
So that would be Collins. That would be Collins.
Collins, so 28. Go on.
Yeah. Waller, 30.
Waller, 30.
DeShano, 32.
Deschanel, 32.
Sheehan, 34.
34.
And Rankin, 36.
Right. So the only way, if you say life of type extension adds 10 years, to get to 20...
So you have 2 years for the actual...
I understood that. Yeah. Okay. So you've got...
So you need to have a 12-year period on those dates.
Okay. So Rankin gets to nearly 2050 because you've got 2 years of LOT where it's out of service.
Yeah.
And then you get another 10 years, which gets you to 2048.
That's correct.
Right. Wow. When was Rankin built? When did the Collins class start? 87 was the decision. 90. When was the first commencement of construction? 91.
So construction started in late 80s, 89, especially.
89.
Yeah.
I was one of the first sailors posted to HMAS Collins in 1994.
1989. And 2048, we're going to have the same boats operating.
But they're not essentially the same platforms. They have been continually upgraded during that period of time.
But at that point, so if we're taking 20, let's say for 2048, Rankin is actually the, which of them can still be operating?
That will be, under the current regime, that will be the last boat in service.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. So Collins, even with 12, gets to you to 20, 40, 42, 44, 46. So we progressively go from, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 over the 2040 to 2050 period.
That's correct.
So, So when do we go down? So we therefore, so Farncombe gets to 2038, correct?
Yeah.
So basically for the 2040s, we start with 5 subs. This is absent anything arriving, and at this stage, that looks unlikely before 2040, from what the government's saying. We have 5 subs operating in 2040, 4 as at 2042, 3 as at 2044, 2 as at 2046, and 1 as at 2048.
That's correct.
Not exactly a large capability, is it?
I think that's asking Mr Wiley for a comment, Senator Wong, and obviously those retirement dates are subject to any future decisions and analysis that would be undertaken.
Well, you haven't even asked him to do a subsequent load. And even on your own timetable for the submarine capability, the earliest we'd get any version of the Virginia or the Astute class is the early 2040s. And that's ambitious.
So, Senator Wong, we've made the decision in relation to this load only relatively recently. It's a significant piece of work. It's a relatively significant piece of work. ASC has been doing a lot of preparatory work for it, and is well placed to deliver it. I'm confident, but we'll get this project underway, as the many other decisions that have recently been announced. If there are decisions that need to be made around future opportunities for the Collins class, well, they'll be made in due course along the way.
You're going to delay it the way you delayed the LOTE and the FCT decisions for years? It's extraordinary.
No,
Mr.
Senator Wong, LOTE's going to be delivered as and when it's needed.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
And that's starting from 2026. Well, no, it is right, Senator Wong.
No, you delayed because you were trying to string along the Western Australians for an election. That's what happened. Let's be really clear. There was no capability issues associated with those decisions. You delayed because you tried to string along the Western Australians, and then you had to make a decision. Meanwhile, estimates after estimates, and year after year, he comes in here and he hasn't had a decision yet. It's ridiculous.
And Senator
Again,
Wong,
politics over outcome, politics over good policy, politics over defence capability.
Senator Wong, I'm just making the point. LOTE is going to be
So
delivered
I'm just making the
on
point.
time by ASC.
I just can't. I mean, we're in the position where we have this diminishing submarine fleet. You've junked. You're onto your third submarine plan, having just junked the biggest procurement in Australia's history, and you sit here saying it's all fine as he gives evidence about the capability diminishing over that decade. Mr. Wiley, your evidence is that nobody in government has asked you to even start considering a second load, correct?
We've not been asked to look at a second load at this point in time.
Right. So, when Admiral Noonan says, I don't write off the opportunity for us to further upgrade these submarines beyond that period of load, can you explain what you think that means? What you understood that to mean?
No, I think that's a question for Admiral Noonan.
No, I understood. I wasn't actually trying to trick you there. I'm trying to understand whether, for you, what you think he's referencing, for example, is another FCD which gets you a few more years post the first load.
When I heard that, I wasn't clear what he was saying, to be honest.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear about our submarine capability. I'm not having a go at you. I don't know why they keep you in the dark.
Senator Wong,
You do.
Senator
Over and over again.
Senator Wong, you've put a singular comment there to Mr Wiley. It's, as always, for the individual who's made such a comment to explain, and will understand the context of it better than Mr Wiley. If you want to ask Mr Wiley to elaborate on what the potential may be.
Chair, I've moved on. He's arguing about a question I'm no longer asking. If you want to ask him about
what the potential beyond this LOTE may be, I'm sure he could give you a view in relation to that, as indeed he has touched on that at previous estimates.
Yeah, well, you know what? You haven't asked him.
The
government hasn't asked him to give any assessment of a second load. So if you want to do that, you go right ahead. You're the shareholder minister. You get that. You get that assessment in order to make sure that the country has some submarine capability. But at this stage, all you've got is a diminishing, ageing submarine fleet for the period 2040 to 2050.
Senator Wong, we have the most
anyway,
substantial
can I go back to question? Point of order. Can I go back to asking him a question, please? I'm about to move.
Point of order, The Minister was trying to respond to a statement
just-
that Senator Wong
he's just
made
defensive
and
'cause he knows they've
denied an
stuffed it up.
opportunity, as Senator Wong is now trying to deny me during this point of order, speaking over other witnesses, ministers, senators. It's not a very
He's
orderly
telling
way
me how to answer.
conduct
He's telling me which question. Point of order. He's telling me which question to ask. That's not his job.
I didn't
I'm
hear that. I
moving
heard
on.
him trying to answer your question.
No, not Mr. Wiley. I'm no longer asking him a question. The minister's telling me which question
Order.
to ask. Can I just ask a question,
Senator
please?
Wong,
Thank
yes,
you.
you have the call. Thank you.
Right. So you didn't understand what Mr. Noonan, Admiral Noonan Vice Admiral Noonan was referring to at that time. Have you sought any advice or any indication from Defence as to what that meant?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Is there anywhere in the world where you have, is there experience in the industry, submarine industry, of more than one life of type extension for a class?
Look, I would have to take that question on. I know there are life of type extension is a fairly common activity that's done to submarine fleets. Whether there's been submarine fleets that had more than one, I'm not sure. I probably could put that question on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Thank you. Can I take you now to question on notice 4147? You might want to... I'll just give you a minute to get that, Mr. Wiley. Rex, I assume you...
Yeah.
Proud tradition.
Wait a minute. I don't have the question on notice in my pack, I'm afraid, Senator.
Sorry?
Unfortunately, I don't have that question on notice in my pack, unfortunately.
Okay, sorry, it is the Defence portfolio, but it relates to you. It's the Osborne shipyard numbers. Do you want me to photograph it and text it to you? Look, can you just, I promise not to lie. It is a historical data as to the estimated number of industry workers employed at the Osborne Naval Shipyard. Do you want... Sorry, I've only got one copy. It's Defence portfolio for 147. I need it for the questions. You can get it online, Mr. Wiley, but let me just read you. So it goes to the AWDs, the OPVs, the frigates, Collins class attack, and has financial year numbers for staff at Osborne in each of those years. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So on attack class, the numbers that were provided as at the 14th of September 2021 were for financial year 1920, 322. And then for financial year 2021, 546. Okay?
Yeah.
So 322, 1920, 546, 2021. Now, I've seen some of the media drops from the government about job offers. Can you tell me, have all 546 workers identified in that answer as working on the attack class been offered a job?
I don't recognise the 546 number. It's not consistent with the numbers we've been provided by Naval Group Australia about their employees in Australia. It's a much smaller number than that.
What was the numbers from Naval Group?
It's in the order of 300 and total, I'd say circa 350 total today, and that includes executives, and there's some others in France. But,
Yeah, well, that is confusing because this is a Minister for Defence Industry answer from less than a month ago, or about a month ago, which has 546 for the current financial year.
I can't comment on where the numbers come from. They've not come from us.
Well, it actually
And,
relates to the job offer, because the guarantee that you described, I think at the last estimates, I'm trying to understand is if everybody who is included in the attack class employees in this answer to the Parliament from the Minister for Defence Industries is being offered a job.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused on the numbers. So if you're saying this is the total numbers...
Well, the government's saying, it's not Mr Wiley, the government's saying, not me. 322 for financial year 1920, 546...
all LMA and...
54...
Sorry, it's combined number of LMA and Naval Group personnel.
LMA.
Lockheed Martin, Australia.
Right, so the Lockheed Martin... Sorry.
So I'm now getting to grips with what the numbers mean. Yeah, so I'm assuming that's combined Naval Group Australia, Lockheed Martin Australia, and maybe others who are affected on working on the attack program. So that's a total in-country number for the attack. I'm assuming that's
okay. So are you to who do the job? So we've got Naval Group, LMA, Lockheed Martin Australia, plus what I'll call sundry. Okay. So other people so this might be subcontractors or contractors who have people working in the shipyard. I want to clarify the parameters of the jobs guarantee that's been described. To whom does it apply? Does it apply only to Naval? Does it apply to Naval and Lockheed Martin? And does it apply to everybody, the 546 employees who are identified as working on the attack class at Osborne?
So it's who's eligible for I think you're asking.
Sorry, can we turn him up? Sorry, Mr. Wiley. Can we turn him up? I'm having trouble hearing him, and he speaks quite fast. So, sorry, Mr. Wiley, you go ahead.
I think you're asking me who's eligible for access to the SSTP program, and it's basically all shipbuilder workers deemed affected by government will be offered a new role in the SSTP. The definition of an affected worker is a Naval Group Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia workers who are not executives, who had held contracts on the 16th of September, plus any other shipbuilder worker who's deemed affected by the Department of Defence.
Deemed affected, so they have to apply through Defence, is that how it works?
Well, they're applying through the ASC portal, and we will then provide those to Defence to make a judgment on.
So why the discrepancy between the numbers which have been given to the media and the numbers that have been given to the Parliament?
So to date, what we've had in terms of the media response, so the media figures are actually people who actually applied to the ASC, through the ASC portal to be considered as affected workers, and that's the total to date.
The total to date affected workers eligible. Sorry, what does the program what does SSEP stand for?
SST, so Sovereign Shipbuilding Talent Pool.
Sovereign Shipbuilding
Talent Pool.
Talent Pool.
Yeah.
Okay, so this gives you. I'm doing parameters, and I'm just going to be clear. I want to be clear about what the detail of the guarantee is. They apply through the ASC.
So we've set up an ASC portal where they can register their consideration, the one to be considered for this opportunity, and so we've had a number of apply there. I can see what we've had from the NGA and LMA workers. We've had 286 actually apply from those organisations.
Okay, but not so that is LMA and Naval.
Yeah.
Okay. And just in terms of eligibility, what about those who work for companies, so contractors or subcontractors, I'm not sure the terminology you use, who had been gearing up for the attack class project and whose contracts have been terminated as a consequence of the decision? So, for example, termination notices were sent out from Lockheed Martin, was that 3 weeks ago, a month ago? I can't remember, sorry. So if you work for a defence, an SME or a defence contractor whose contract has been affected by the decision, are you eligible to apply for this assistance?
I think you could apply. The eligibility will be judged by Defence.
But does it extend to contractors?
Depending on the contract, in the individual contractor.
So, yeah, that's the... Mr Wiley went through before Senator Wong, Naval Group, LMA, and then the other category of workers affected, but obviously that's a matter that will be assessed on a case-by-case for that third cohort.
The Australian Industry Defence Network has stated, and obviously they're worried about putting their names out because of either political or commercial, consequences. But they have said that 600 companies have obviously been affected by the decision. 120 million has been lost by these companies. I think the network is smaller businesses from memory. Would workers in those companies be eligible to apply? Or is there an exclusion for... would workers in those companies be eligible to apply? That was a question to you, Mr Wiley.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought you were talking to the Minister. Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
He doesn't tell me very much. Would workers... So I've just given you some public figures. Australian Industry Defence Network, 600 companies, $120 million lost by them as a consequence of the decision on the attack class. Would workers affected in those companies, some of which are SMEs, be eligible to apply for this assistance?
I think it'd be, as I said, it'd be on a case-by-case basis on the individuals inside those companies.
Okay, so who should I ask about this, Mr Wiley? Is it Defence is deciding this?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll ask them tomorrow.
Defence of the arbiter.
And Senator Wong, sorry, you just said I don't tell you very much, trying to add to an answer, and you shake your head in despair. I was just going to point out, Senator Wong, you may also like to ask Defence about the SME Industry Support Cell, which they are standing up to work with those SMEs who may be impacted. There's the question you're asking, Mr Wiley, of the individual workers and their eligibility. And as we've said, there is an opportunity for them to apply, and that will be assessed on a case-by-case, depending on the legitimacy of the degree of impact. And then there is the SME Support Cell that the Defence is operating.
Senator Wong, you've been on for about half an hour.
Yeah, I'm just trying to finish this off, and I will. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Wiley. Who is eligible to apply through the portal then? Only workers who are actually associated with ASC?
I think anybody can apply. We've had all sorts of people apply for the portal. There's no restrictions on applying.
Okay. But you don't have a role in terms of determining that just who has eligibility?
We have a role in those parameters that are defined. The other, if you like, the other category, that's a matter for Defence to actually arbitrate on terms of who they consider are affected workers under that other.
And what do you offer them? What do they get from you?
What do they get from ASC? Well, they get basically, if they get deemed eligible for a role in the SSDP, they get a guaranteed offer of employment at ASC, and when they're effectively no worse off than their current employment.
Okay. First, when does it kick in? Like, do they get work as soon as they lose their job?
Yeah, it's basically, I mean, in terms of, if it's easy to probably talk around the NGA activity, because that's the one that's probably most structured. Obviously, we're working with Naval Group Australia to match their roll-off of employees associated with their demobilisation plan. And obviously, we need to plan to bring those employees on, or the ones that want to join ASC, in a phase that manages both sets of needs.
Yeah. So what work is on offer?
We've got, under the SSTP model, there are 5 streams of work. We have the core Collins class sustainment work, which includes the new LOAT program. We're also working with other HR heads of the department in other primes to actually look at maybe seconding some of these persons into other shipbuilding programs or other defence programs. We're going to work to place some of the displaced people, or some of the ASC people, into overseas secondments with the nuclear industries and universities overseas. ASC will be establishing a learning and development program to build a future-focused shipbuilding and learning and development program. And we're also providing people into the Nuclear Power Task Force.
The Nuclear
Powered Task Force.
Is there a guarantee of meaningful work?
Yeah, certainly from the amount of work we believe we've got inside ASC today, we believe there's definitely meaningful work for all those that want to come across. We're not going to just expect everyone to start on day one and have meaningful work. There will be a transition phase approach where workers will come on in a coordinated manner, and we believe there's certainly enough work in our remit with these 5 pools to be able to give them meaningful work.
Okay, final couple of questions. How many are working in the nuclear propulsion, nuclear group, whatever you called it? I'm sorry, I missed the title.
Nuclear Power Task Force, is that the one you referred to?
That task force. How many places in that?
That's a question for Defence.
Well, no, you just told me people were getting placed there from ASC.
Right.
What do you understand? Well, who does the placement, you or Defence?
Well, Defence will do the placement. They will come and ask for tasking, and have we got a certain skill, we'll look to offer those skills and then they'll place it.
I'm pretty sure Admiral Mead said that would be 120 people in that task force eventually. So it's not many.
So are you involved in the task force at all? ASC?
We have our role as the partners of the government on the SSTP is an element of that task force.
Are you confident that ASC can have a role in the announced nuclear submarine program?
I believe ASC certainly has all the core attributes to be a future builder of a nuclear platform into the future. Certainly, we have the shipbuilding skills that we can grow a future workforce for, yes.
Has anyone from government suggested to you could be involved in the nuclear submarine program?
Not directly, no, but I mean, there's been comments made in the press about potential roles, but it's for us. I mean, I think those decisions have to be made by the task force, but certainly ASC would want to position itself for a key role in that future.
But no one from government has indicated to you that is the government's preference or government's approach at this stage?
No, not at this stage, no.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Patrick.
Yeah, just following on from that, you're a GBE required to make a profit, so how is the government compensating or funding this activity?
It's a good question.
So we've entered into a commercial arrangement with government. Obviously, the numbers we're talking about are yet undefined, but many of the tasks I've referred to actually are tasks that are already funded and we will get a commercial return from anyway.
Okay, so when you say government, is this a defence contract that's been issued to you?
Yes, that's correct.
If such, is it cost plus?
It has at the moment. We're in probably the early stages of a sort of mobilisation phase where we're obviously looking to define what the total scope of that contract will be. So we have a not to exceed budget at this point in time.
And what's the not to exceed budget?
Circa 30 million.
So I understand it, Senator Patrick, there are 2 stages. There's an initial, I'm not sure whether it's MOU is quite the right phrase, Mr. Wiley, but you'll correct me if it's different, that's been entered into to deal with the short-term arrangements to ensure that that ASC is funded to take on the workforce. And then obviously as the scale and ongoing nature of that commitment is settled, there will be a subsequent arrangement settled between ASC and Defence.
Thank you, Minister. Just in relation to that, I mean, we're talking potentially 500 people that automatically fulfil the requirement in your for entry into your SSTP. You have a current workforce of around about 700 tradespeople working on Collins FCDs, and in Adelaide, is my understanding, it's around about that number. This is quite a significant upgrade in the number of staff that you have. Is it really the case that you think you can absorb these people into your current workload?
I don't think it's going to be in the order of 500. I think it's going to be a much smaller number than that. As I indicated, to date we've got about 286 from LMA and Naval Group, and this portal is going to be open until sort of later into December. But I think the number is going to be much smaller. Many people may choose to do other things, may go off and do other work. We're starting to see that with some of those personnel. Many of the other primes are looking to take some of these personnel on. They've got key and core skills that are very desirable at this point in time with the sort of the amount of work that's currently going on in shipbuilding. So I think the number is going to be smaller now. I don't want to speculate what that number is, but I do think it's going to be considerably smaller than that.
But again, you had work planned in a particular order book. Even 300, that's 30% of your sort of blue collar workforce. That's an additional 30%. So what you're indicating is you think they'll end up weaning off into other projects outside of your normal scope of activity. Yeah. So these personnel we're primarily talking about are white collar resources. We had on ASC's, future, based on our current work scope without any of the SSTB, we had approximately 100 vacancies on our books at the moment based on our demand and what have you. So there's 100 immediately we can take up there. We've looked at other scopes of work. There's potentially scopes of work we can bring forward in, say, Collins, that can help in that, and we don't believe there's an issue. And then when you add in the other 4 streams of work, which is offering some of these people to other primes via a secondment process, setting up overseas placements, offering people into the task force, and setting up a training and development program to grow the indigenous shipbuilding skills we'll need for a nuclear build program. I think there's plenty of work there to actually grow those people affected by this program.
Senator Patrick, for example, some of the hands-on shipbuilding workforce at present that Naval Group have, for example, apprentices that they have employed were actually already working with ASC as Naval Group Australia employed apprentices. So they will be fairly direct and simple transition points for those individuals where their apprenticeship is being guaranteed and the work they're doing right now and prior to the announcement was already with ASC just through a Naval Group agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Wiley, just in terms of future work, if I were to look at operations in the UK, looking at what happens in the US in terms of nuclear builds and our own experience with Collins, I would think that the building of a future submarine in Adelaide, a nuclear-powered submarine in Adelaide, would not commence before 2035. Would that be a reasonable assessment?
Sorry, Sanj, you're breaking up at this end. I think you asked me when. We've got a bit of feedback. When the likely build of a nuclear program is that the question?
That's the question, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry.
Look, I think that that's the job for the task force to make comment on. It's not appropriate that I make comment on that.
I don't think anyone in the task force actually built a submarine. You have, Mr. Wiley, so you are the expert in the Commonwealth domain. What's a reasonable time frame for a build of a submarine? I mean, you know what happens with the Astutes.
And Senator Patrick, Mr. Wiley has indicated ASC does have a role in the task force and will be providing advice and information in terms of their expertise and knowledge. But that's the whole point of the process
that doesn't fetter his ability to provide
the
advice
best and
to the
most
Senate.
efficient way.
There's nothing that fetters him providing that advice that the Commonwealth has paid for over many years of his service to this committee.
I know Mr. Wiley will answer the question to the best of his abilities, as he always does, Senator Patrick.
Yeah. What's a reasonable time frame? Give a band.
So, Senator, if I reflect on Collins, I'm sorry, we've got bad feedback at this end. Collins was started in the late 80s from a brownfield site, and we delivered the 6 submarines in 16 years. There was a unique design, the biggest conventional submarines at the time, So we started as a nation without any capability. We built the trades and the engineers to do that and the facilities to do that and delivered that effect in 16, 17 years. So, I mean, that's my experience of the submarine build environment.
So I think it was 6 years from a greenfield site to the first Collins being delivered. So, that again looks at construction work starting maybe 2034 or something like that.
I think, as Mr. Wiley was indicating, Senator Patrick, we start now in a different position in terms of the infrastructure, the skills, and obviously the partnering opportunities we're seeking to leverage.
I'm just trying to establish when a construction workforce would actually be engaged in construction.
I understand, Senator Patrick, and that is what the point of the process and the task force work is to determine when that.
It might refine it, but it's clear it's well into the 30s. So, Mr. Wiley, congratulations in relation to the retention of the full cycle docking work in Adelaide. That's well done in relation to that, and well done to the workforce. It's their performance over the last 5 or 6 years that really has embedded that role into Adelaide. I might say that ASC is likely a little bit tired, ASC North, in terms of its infrastructure and its capabilities. There had been mention of upgrading shipyards. Now that there is certainty about the way forward, are you looking at upgrades to your facility to improve productivity?
We have commenced discussions with ANI about potential upgrades to the facility, yes.
And what sort of magnitude of those upgrades? What sort of things are you looking at?
So there's a range of issues, potentials we're looking at. New office, refurbishing new office, new roofs for the outfitting hall, potential training schools, a number of different options to be considered at this point in time.
Okay, and that would have commenced as a result of the 16 September decision?
Those discussions were prior to that decision.
Okay. In terms of LOTE, does the decision that's been made on the 16th of September affect anything in respect of LOTE? And I say that noting that there was some commonality in the solutions for LOTE that with the attack class submarine.
There are a number of issues or developments being undertaken by attack which we were relying on in terms of the LOTE implementation. Defence are looking at those and how they can be dealt with and actually potentially mitigated for LOTE at this point in time.
Okay, so for example, the motor for Collins LOTE is a Gemont motor, a French motor. There's no plans to change or depart from the course that you're currently on?
Not at this stage. We're still looking at the same. We haven't changed any of the technology as a result of the decision at this point in time. Okay.
The diesels that you've got, the MTU 4000 series diesels, out of curiosity, you've got 3 header mortars at the moment. Are you going for 3 4000 series, or are you going to go for 4? Do you fit 4?
No, 3.
3, okay. Now, just in terms of, and this goes to some of Senator Wong's questions about, these boats, in fact, will be quite aged in the late 2030s. The current plan on record would have us retire Farncombe in 2038, unless there was an extension of some sort. The reality is the LOTE upgrades are exactly that. They're life of type extensions. They're not capability upgrades per se. You sort of indicated that the boats would get an upgrade. They would be upgraded over time. Can you tell us what the basis of that statement was? Have you been talking to Defence about how we not just life extend, but actually upgrade the capability on Collins?
Obviously, I don't want to talk about any sensitive issues or technology, but the Collins is going through a rolling wave of upgrades and capability enhancements. Every time we now do a major docking, we have a provision to implement new capability or deal with obsolescence capability issues inside the platform, and much of the the submarine's capability is being refreshed and upgraded through those processes.
So what I'm concerned about is an aged submarine in terms of capability. So for example, and I know you understand this, Mr. Wiley, snorkelling or snorting is the Achilles heel of a conventional boat. Most other submarines are moving towards air-independent propulsion. I don't think there'll be any submarines in our region with credible navies that are not air-independent propulsion based submarines. You'll be well aware that Collins was supposed to, at its sort of mid-life, have a Stirling engine put into it. Is there any discussion about, now that we are solely reliant on these Collins-class submarines to 2040 in an environment that Frances Adamson, Her Excellency now, but formerly the Secretary of DFAT, has indicated is one of the most worrying times in terms of things like the China-Taiwan conflict. Surely there would be now consideration to looking at how we make sure those boats are not, we don't put our sailors into danger if they had to go into combat on a Collins-class submarine in 2040.
You're talking about warfighting capability. I mean, those really questions should need to be directed to defence. They're the ones that are analysing the operational envelope of the platform.
Right,
they're considering what capability.
But AIP is a simple one. It's a capability that's on, as I said, almost all new submarines have AIP. We don't. And we know that Collins was designed to have a Stirling engine plug inserted. Is there any talk about that from Defence with ASC?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay, thank you. In terms of LOTE, have you engaged Saab Kockums, as in the Swedish entity, rather as opposed to Saab Australia, to assist with LOTE?
We're currently in negotiations or discussions with Saab Kockums.
Okay, and what are the nature of the sort of those discussions in terms of what it is that you would see them assisting you with LOTE?
Looking at maybe some technical or support to the ongoing LOTE design activity.
Just in relation to the size of your workforce to conclude LOTE or to execute LOTE, have you come up with any numbers yet, noting that we're now moving into a stage where there's a pretty good understanding as to what's involved in LOTE?
We have some preliminary numbers for the initial design phase in terms of what we think we're going to sort of peak at, but again, that may be dependent on other issues, but we're looking at around about 130 peaking at this point in time based on current understanding.
Okay, and in terms of risk associated, or not so much risk, but contingency associated with the LOTE, it's a pretty ambitious task to take on a full cycle docking and a fairly significant change out of equipment in the 2-year full cycle docking period. Is everyone feeling really confident about that 2-year cycle? I mean, it just seems a little bit ambitious to me.
The two scopes of work are going to be very different. If you consider what we do today, it's actually they're very, very different. As I said, what we do today, we take out the Hedemora diesels, we completely re-strip them, rebuild them, retest them, undertake their set to works alongside, and then we install them. We do the same for the main motor. Actually, we've got a purpose-built facility where we actually completely strip down the main motor, refurbish it, do all the work that needs to be done to it, and then we install that. What's going to happen for a loaded boat is we're going to have, so we won't have that element of refurbishment to do, which is a major driver of the critical path. So what we will be doing is having on the ground ready to go is new equipment. So once the old one comes out, new equipment will go in and be inserted. But obviously, the scope of work will be slightly different. It will be the development and implementation of the supporting systems and the integration of that, which will be the different scope of work for us going forward.
All right, so let me work backwards. Let's say you're on your third LOTE. I would argue that might be true, but on your first LOTE, you're likely to come across problems that you haven't foreseen. Again, your target might be 2 years for a load for the third and fourth boat. Do you realistically think it'll be the same for the first boat?
I mean, spending a lot of time thinking about this and planning this and how we can mitigate those risks. You're quite right. First of class always, you do get issues on first of class, but we're trying to think about that. We're trying to plan for it. Again, if I reflect back on what we did for the 2-year full cycle docking, we struggled for a number of years to think of how we get 3.5 years of work into a 2-year work envelope for a normal FCD. That's what it was taking us, and we came up with a proposal and a plan that actually delivered that quite comfortably inside that 2-year period. We could have done it a little bit quicker had we needed to be. So, and we did that on the first time. So I think with the right planning, the right mitigation strategy in place of those first of class issues, getting people like Saab Kockums on board who've done this thing before. We're also going to try and get other expertise around the world who've been in this space to try and think about some of the lessons learned that they've learned so we can pre-learn them before we go into activity. We're thinking about this. We said we've got 5 years before we actually have to cut the first arc on the boat. So we've got time and we're planning already.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of last questions. Has BAE Systems, the shipbuilding side of the affair, so I'm talking about the future frigates, ever approached ASC in regards to your onshore supply chain?
I'm not sure the question. Can you maybe rephrase the question?
Okay. So we've got a future frigate program running with BAE, and we're trying to increase or at least maximise the amount of sort of local content. An obvious place to go to find people with naval experience would be to ASC and talk to you about your supply chain. My question is, has BAE approached ASC seeking information about your supply chain and how that might be appropriate for their program?
I believe not, but just as a abundance of caution, I'll take that question on notice if you like and just check that it hasn't occurred at a lower level inside the organisation.
Well, I would have thought that they wouldn't be allowed to occur without someone like your approval. So, well, but I accept you want to take it on notice.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it. Yeah.
And just relating to some of the questions that Senator Wong asked, have you been approached by Defence in relation to? Actually, I'll just go back. When were you advised of the submarine decision, the AUKUS submarine decision?
In September, prior to the announcement.
Yep. So when in September? Was it on the day before?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Have you been approached in relation to engaging in that program? Clearly, there's talk about your involvement in the task force. Is that the extent of the call for involvement at this point in time?
That's it. And those other work streams are relevant to that scope of work.
Do you think your organisation would be capable of being the shipyard responsible for building a future nuclear-powered submarine? Notwithstanding you don't have the experience or the requisite knowledge now, but in terms of the ability to grow and execute a nuclear build program?
But from my understanding, of what occurs maybe in the UK is the model I probably take reference to. ASC certainly has the skills or the core capabilities on which it can grow to deliver a shipbuilding entity similar to what occurs inside the UK in terms of the shipbuilder.
Okay.
Or submarine builder. My
final question just relates to perhaps as a GBE with responsibilities to seek extra work, and I know you do that. Is it your intention to compete for this work if the government were to allow a competition for you to be the builder of the future submarines?
Certainly, we would strive to have every opportunity to be somebody involved inside that future endeavour. Yes.
I want you to take charge of it. You're clearly the only serious candidate in my view. But there you go.
Yes, Senator Wong.
Mr Wiley, Senator Patrick asked you about your funding for the SSTP, and you said you had a budget provision up to $30 million, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Can you tell me what that is for? What do you pay?
Sorry, what do we pay?
Yeah, so what does the 30 million give you?
It gives us a coverage to start the development of the framework and model to look to bring some of these personnel into ASC, to start some of the development of the scopes of work associated with the SSTP, and start endeavouring to reallocate and relocate some workers inside the business.
What does it assume in terms of how long you pay people? Does it include a provision for salaries?
Yeah, there's a provision in there for salaries.
Right.
I mean, obviously, the number is a budget number. We don't know today how many people are
I
going to take the
understand,
offer
but
up.
I'm asking what how long, because you would have had to do this in order to seek the budget provision. How many employees for how long is assumed in that figure?
I'm just looking to my CFO. We consider we've taken up 300 and how long? We're assuming this for a 3-month period.
300 workers for 3 months.
As a planning assumption.
That's what so the $30 million, the what you've actually been funded for the guarantee is 300 workers for 3 months' work.
That's what I've just been told.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, because I did indicate in response to Senator Patrick before, that's an initial agreement that Defence has struck with ASC at this point of uncertainty in terms of how many workers will transition. I would not want that to create uncertainty in the minds of Naval Group, LMA or other employees, that there were only 3-month jobs on offer.
But that's all you funded.
That is certainly
That's
not...
all you funded.
No, Senator Wong,
Let's
because
be
I
clear.
knew you would want to run with the scare
You've
campaign,
only
because that would be true to
funded
form
that,
for
Senator
you.
Birmingham. So,
So-
despite the spin, that's all you funded, 3 months' work.
Senator Wong, as I had already told the Estimates Committee before you went down the scare campaign path, this is an
truth.
initial agreement.
Isn't it dreadful that
Initial
the spin
agreement-
is being
Senator
An
funded?
initial
Wong,
agreement
Senator
You call
Wong,
it a scare
between
campaign.
Senator
Defence
Wong,
and
the
ASC.
Minister is trying to respond to your
ASC
question.
ASC and Defence will be negotiating an ongoing agreement beyond that that will provide the funds to ASC to support the ongoing employment of those individuals.
But there's nothing in the budget for that, is there? And it's uncertain at this
These,
point.
these matters are being financed by Defence out of their existing budget allocations as they reallocate given the decisions that have been
Yeah,
made
because
by
they got so
government.
much money because you cancelled the other contract, so we're now spending it on this. Is that what you're saying? So taking
Well,
it from
we are.
capability to salary.
We're supporting the workforce
Oh, well, yeah.
who will be
I'm just-
deployed in terms of capability, capability on the Collins class and Lote, capability on other shipbuilding programs, capability on contribution to the task force for the nuclear powered submarines, plenty of capability that we're investing in, and we see these individuals as highly valued and important to all of those different capability streams, and that is why we have provided the jobs guarantee to them. It's why this agreement is in place with ASC and why there will be a subsequent agreement that is ongoing to
Yeah,
provide
but when you
guarantee
dropped it
to those
okay,
individuals.
when you dropped it to the media, you didn't mention that the only thing you've actually funded is 3 months for 300 people, did you?
Senator Wong, that is not true.
No, well, I mean,
the jobs
you
are
have a go.
funded.
You just
Order.
you have a go saying
The-
this is people are running campaigns against you. But when you drop it to the media to get a jobs guarantee story up, you don't mention the detail. Actually, we're only funding 3 months.
Now, Senator Wong, I did mention the detail before, which was to be very clear. There's an initial arrangement in place that provides ASC with an envelope. While it is unknown how many individuals will choose to take the offer and transition across, then there will be an ongoing funding stream provided that gives that guarantee. That is
Funny that wasn't
is,
part of the spin.
no, well, Senator Wong, you can call
Funny,
it what you
isn't it?
will. The
Amazing
jobs
who's
guarantee is real. The jobs will be real.
3
and
months,
you are
jobs
once
guarantee.
again simply just trying to run a scare campaign.
It's because we all know what this government is like. You are all spin.
Well,
Is there-
all
Is that a question, Senator Wong?
As you're, this morning on net zero emissions, all spin. Doesn't matter, what the target is, matters how you get there. And you've got a Deputy Prime Minister who doesn't even believe it. All spin.
Well,
Okay.
Senator Wong, you're all
Nothing
politics, and
sincere,
that's what we're
nothing
seeing.
credible.
I don't think that was a question, Senator
No, it
Wong.
wasn't. I was just responding to him.
Okay.
Well, in fairness, he
Order.
did give one to me, so I
Order.
gave him one back. Yeah?
Do any other senators have questions for ASC? No? In that case, we'll send you off with our thanks, and the committee might
Thanks,
just
Mr. Wiley.
briefly suspend before
Thank
we
you
go
both.
to the next
Why?
witness.
A&I's waiting, aren't they?
Oh, if they're on the line?
Oh, we
See
trying to
Andrew's
connect them.
name there, so
We had
Yeah,
his name
just
there.
to sort
Oh,
the
so,
tech out.
whatever, as you wish, as you wish.
And I welcome via teleconference Mr Andrew Seaton, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of ANI Proprietary Limited. Mr Seaton, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I will.
Very good.
Since the last hearing, ANI has continued to focus on its primary objective as the developer, operator and maintainer of infrastructure at Osborne. At Osborne South, construction works to repurpose an existing fabrication hall as a pipework completed, and we're in the process of completing this facility, BAE, for the Hunter class frigate program. At Osborne North, the combat system physical integration facility is well advanced, with practical completion expected before the end of this year. Site-wide utilities, including a new electrical substation and firewater system, have been completed and commissioned. All other works on Osborne North have been suspended as a result of the government's announcement on the 16th of September that it will no longer be proceeding with the attack class submarine program. We're in the process of ensuring that the site is left in a safe condition and progressively demobilising from the project. We expect that this demobilisation process will be completed during December 2021. Looking forward, ANI remains the government's partner in the construction and management of infrastructure for our future nuclear-powered submarines. Over the next 18 months, ANI will work with the Commonwealth Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force to understand the suite of requirements that underpin nuclear stewardship, including the infrastructure. This will include an assessment of what parts of the already completed works at Osborne can be repurposed for a nuclear-powered submarine build and what additional facilities are required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Seaton. Very quick. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr Seaton, forgive me, but you broke up through some parts of that there, so I apologise if I ask questions you've answered. Yesterday, Minister Price released a media release referring to the $5.1 billion worth of upgrades at the Osborne Naval Shipyard in South Australia, and I believe that was referenced in the 16 September announcement as well. Can you clarify, is that figure all related to the Hobart class destroyers?
Sorry, Smith, what was that number?
$5.1 billion for upgrades at the Osborne Naval Shipyard in South Australia.
I'm not familiar with that announcement or that number.
So that was in a media release from Melissa Price yesterday, and it was also in the media release from the Prime Minister, the Minister for Defence and the Minister for Finance on the 16th of September.
As I said, Senator, I'm not familiar with a $5.1 billion number.
So we're talking billion with a B or
Senator
million with an M?
Sorry, Senator Patrick, particularly given that we have a senator participating remotely with the call, if we could refrain from interrupting.
Billion, it says.
Billion. Okay, so I was just, because I couldn't hear, I was just asking the question, was it million or billion?
Okay. Senator Smith, please continue.
Yep, so this is $5 billion worth of funding relating directly to your work, and you're not aware of it at all?
No, Senator, that is it's a very large number that I'm not familiar with where that number's come from.
Okay, Minister, perhaps you can shed some light. Is that figure all related to the Hobart class destroyers?
thanks, Senator. I'm just trying to bring up Minister Price's press release so that I can look at the context of it, which does speak overall to the investment in the shipyard and specifically, I believe, to the Hobart class upgrades required at Osborne from 2024. I'm just...
Minister, perhaps if I could help, perhaps that number relates to the AWB Phase 6 program. So that's the number that will be spent infrastructure. I think that is the Phase 6 upgrade of the air warfare destroyers. combat system, which was announced by the Prime Minister on the 16th of September.
So yes, the quote is the Morrison government will invest up to $5.1 billion for the upgrades, which is talking about the upgrades of the Hobart class, which are occurring at the Osborne Naval Shipyard in South Australia.
Okay, so that doesn't capture any funding necessary for infrastructure required for the AUKUS subs?
So that is purely work on the Hobart class, on the 3 air warfare destroyers, to upgrade those 3 air warfare destroyers progressively to infrastructure.
Okay.
The work will be undertaken at Osborne, though.
Okay. Is it possible to get a breakdown of how that money will be spent over the forward estimates and over the next 10 years?
That would really be a question for Defence, Senator Smith, because this is the $5.1 billion, as we've said, is for the upgrade of the AWDs of the Hobart class, and so Defence will be able to best provide profiling and otherwise in relation to that.
Okay, no worries, we'll take it on there. If we can move to the AUKUS decision, when did ANI become aware of that decision?
I was briefed on the 3rd of September.
Sorry, was that was the 3rd, did you say? 03?
That's right.
Thank you.
0.
Okay, so that was 13 days before the announcement. And did you provide advice on the negotiations?
Not on the negotiations. We provided some advice to the government on the implications for the construction of the shipyard that we were undertaking.
And what was that advice?
The advice was that we would continue to build the combat systems facility, because that facility is within months of being completed and will likely have a reuse in any future submarine program, but that we would suspend works on all other aspects of the shipyard construction.
Right. So, Minister, why was ANI briefed before ASC? I think ASC said that they were briefed on the 15th of September, the day before the announcement, and ANI was briefed on the 3rd of September. Why?
Thanks, Senator Smith. As you've just heard from Mr Seaton, ANI advice in relation to how we might make decisions about the infrastructure build that was underway at the shipyard was an important point of government consideration and understanding the implications there. ASC did not have such a substantial role in relation to the attack class program, so whilst it was important to advise them, particularly given what we would ask of them subsequent to the announcement in relation to the talent pool, but for ANI was a different nature of and scale of involvement they had in the attack classes as the preparers of the shipyard.
Right, be interested to know what they think of that. Mr Seaton, what impact does the government's decision to cancel the Naval contract have on you and your work?
As I said, we will complete the combat systems facility, which was part of the phase 1 of our infrastructure development, and we will place all of the other construction works on hold. But we will then participate in the Nuclear Submarine Task Force to determine the future requirements for the shipyard. And as part of that determination, we'll investigate what of the existing facilities that we've built can be reused and what will need to be reconstructed.
All right, in terms of construction being ceased, I know you said the wharf would continue, but other aspects would cease. So can you just provide a bit more detail on that?
Sorry, Senator, I said that the combat systems physical integration...
No, it's an earlier question, actually. You indicated the wharf would continue, but other aspects of infrastructure would not. We'd like to understand what is not continuing. Senator Smith is referring to your earliest answer.
Yes.
I haven't mentioned a wharf, Senator,
Sorry,
with
I thought
respect...
you said wharf.
No, combat systems facility, the wharf works are many years away. So
Can we go back then? Can Hansa tell me what his second answer was? He said the construction will cease on other aspects. Sorry, you go on, Marielle. I'll just find out what the answer was.
The Osborne North Development Project, which was underway, how many people are employed on this project?
All up, there was between 550 and 600 people working on the project prior to the announcement.
And how many businesses are contracted on the project?
Approximately 50 had been contracted, with approximately 35 working on the project at the time of the announcement.
Okay. And how many of these businesses are local in terms of either South Australian businesses or Australian businesses?
The vast majority of them.
Oh, which? South Australian or Australian?
The vast majority were South Australian businesses. I'd need to look at the exact breakdown.
Can you provide that to the committee, please?
Sure.
So, how many of the businesses are South Australian and how many were Australian, please?
Yes.
What is the total value of the project?
I thought he said more.
The project was being developed in several phases, and so the phase one project was valued at approximately $265 million. Phase two was with the suburbs package. The rest of the project was still in the design phase.
Sorry, Mr. Seaton, I missed that. Can you repeat that about phase two?
The phase two was still in the design phase. We had started some initial stuff, but we didn't have a final design and cost estimate for the total yard.
Okay,
So
and will
the works that we had funded were for phase one and for site works on phase two and the design of phase two. The total funding provided was $550 million.
and will it proceed to completion?
The combat systems facility and some utilities works, so high voltage substation, fire water system will proceed to completion. The rest of the works will be suspended.
So, Mr. Seaton, it's correct over 500 jobs have been placed in uncertainty as a result of this decision as it relates to your work. That's correct?
That's correct.
We lost Mr. Seaton.
No, sorry, Senator, so that's correct.
I noticed it warfare destroyer and I just missed that.
Will the previously proposed development be appropriate for nuclear submarines?
That's something we'll work with the task force on over the next 18 months, but it's likely that the yard will require substantial modification. It's likely that the nuclear submarines will be longer, they'll be larger diameter, and they will be a heavier displacement. We will have to engineer nuclear safety and nuclear security requirements. So I think the yard will look quite different.
Okay. And how much did ANI spend on the planning for the development of Osborne North for future submarines?
To date, on planning and construction works, we have spent $370 million.
370 million for the
370.
for the attack class.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to refer to question on notice 128 from the last additional estimates. Have you got a copy of that?
I don't. Sorry, Senator, I don't have 128 in my folder.
Okay, well, look, I'll reference it to you and we'll see how I go. In that response, ANI advised that it still considered the target of completing construction of the combat system physical integration facility in Q3 of 2021 was achievable, but that this was subject to any supply chain impacts arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. Is this facility still fit for purpose, Mr. Seddon?
The facility is going to be completed by the end of this year, Senator, and it is a combat systems facility which was built to a specification prepared by Lockheed Martin. My early expectation is that it will still be fit for purpose for future nuclear submarines, but that will need to be tested over the next 18 months.
Okay, so it's not yet clear if it is going to be fit for purpose.
That's correct.
At the Senate Economics Reference Committee inquiry hearing in August 2020 on Australia's sovereign naval shipbuilding capability, Mr Cornish noted that site works for the land-based test facilities commenced in late 2019 and are currently progressing with a target completion date of Q3 2021. You still remain on track to meet this deadline?
Q3 2021 has now passed, Senator. I'm now saying Q4 for that combat systems facility.
And the cause of those delays?
A combination of COVID-related supply chain delays, some inclement weather in Adelaide over the last 12 months, and some loss of momentum since the Commonwealth announcement on the 16th of September.
Okay. And in terms of the further facilities you're building at Osborne North, any subsequent extensions to these completion dates beyond what was originally planned?
Senator, all the other facilities are on hold.
On hold.
It's into a safe state, almost a care and maintenance, and we are demobilising from the site.
All right, in response to additional estimates question on notice 131, ANI advised the next phases of infrastructure work at Osborne North encompasses work elements on the western side of Mersey Road to house key production and support facilities for the new submarine yard. Is that still the case?
That's the facilities that we've been talking about, Senator.
Yeah. Okay, and in response to question on notice 132 from the March 2020 additional estimates, ANI noted that a schedule for project delivery of the Osborne North project, that is construction, would be developed once the design achieved the 90% design stage. Is that correct?
It was correct at the time, Senator.
It was correct at the time. And the current status of the design there?
Is on hold.
On hold as well. And did that plan and design incorporate provisions for FCD maintenance to occur at Osborne after completion of the works?
Yes, that design was agnostic as to whether FCDs remained in Adelaide or moved to Western Australia.
So it did incorporate that into the designs? When you say agnostic, was an allowance made for it? Was it part of the design?
The design was for new build elements and did not consider modifying the Collins Yard in any way, where the FCDs would be undertaken.
Okay. Can I just take you back to some of the answers you provided relating to the jobs impacted as a result of the as a result of the AUKUS announcement? What happens to those jobs, those 550 to 600 jobs? Has the government provided money for assistance?
Senator, those numbers include ANI's workforce, our managing contractor, Lang O'Rourke, and then a large number of subcontractors working with Lang O'Rourke. ANI's workforce, we're committed to redeploying our direct staff onto other projects around the precinct. We have, though, given notice to some contractors that were working for us on the project. Lang O'Rourke are in the process of redeploying their staff to other projects around the country. So a core Lang O'Rourke team will be required to complete the combat systems facility and to effectively demobilise from the project. And so they are on a ramp down, I guess, of their resources.
Senator
The
Smith. Oh, sorry, Mr. Seaton. We are due for our morning tea break now, so I will let you finish your response to Senator Smith's question and then the committee will suspend.
Yeah, we'll have some further questions of ANI.
I thought you would.
Yeah, thank you.
The various subcontractors then working under Lang O'Rourke are progressively demobilising from the project.
Thank
And
you.
that's where the
Thank you, Mr. Seaton. The committee will now suspend for morning tea and will reconvene at 10:45. Continue with our examination of ANI, and I'll give the call to Senator Patrick.
Thank you. Mr. Seaton, you mentioned that you had a budget of $265 million. What's the actual spend to date?
Senator, I said I had a budget of $265 million for the Phase 1 works.
That's right.
The spend to date on those works is $153 million.
Okay. Just go to evidence provided by Mr. Samet at the Economics Inquiry. He said that the total spend to date on the submarine project had been $2.3 billion. He went on to say, we have spent $16.8 million in infrastructure under the funding arrangements for infrastructure where ANI builds the infrastructure and we pay for its use. So there's a difference between what Defence has paid and what you've spent. Where's that other money coming from?
So my understanding is that Mr. Samet was referring to the Defence Attack Program budget, and the $16 million number related to his team costs and his internal defence costs. The spend to date that I'm referring to, which in aggregate is $371 million, is funding that is provided to ANI in equity funding to progress the infrastructure. ANI would then earn a return on our investment by charging Defence licence fees over the life of the program.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to patch together where these numbers are coming from. You said 371, but you mentioned spend to date of 153. Sorry, can you just elaborate on that difference?
Sorry, Senator, I mentioned the 371 earlier. So our total spend to date on the attack class program is $371 million.
Mm-hmm.
Of that spend, Phase 1 is $153 million.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just go to the Minister here. Mr. Samet said his costs were 2.3. You said, and I accept these are rough numbers, $2.4 billion was the cost to date, but it looks like it's actually more around 2.6 if I add together Mr. Samet's number and Mr. Seaton's number. Is that?
Sorry, Senator,
I'm just trying to be fair.
Wrong with your audio. I didn't mention a $2.4 billion number at all.
No, Mr. Samet did.
Okay.
So Mr. Samet said 2.3. I'm pretty sure you're on the record, Minister, as saying 2.4. I'm just trying to establish what the total spend for the entire project is.
Sure, Senator Patrick. So, I mean, 2.4 was the broad estimate made. That broad estimate, I can't speak for the precise context of what Mr. Samet was saying there in terms of whether he was in any way being inclusive of any ANI costs or not. Mr Seaton's just explained at least how ANI's cost arrangements work.
He talked about $16.8 million in infrastructure. So Mr Samet did mention ANI costs, and that may well have been some payment, as he said, internally in his team, or perhaps by way of payment recovery. I'm just going for the numbers that have been provided. I'm just actually trying to get to what is the real cost of the submarine project to date. And I don't know whether you could perhaps take that on notice, noting it's coming across multiple portfolios. I don't want to have to guess how these things are tangled together.
I understand that Senator Patrick, so I'm very happy for us to take on notice, specifically from an ANI perspective in relation to their costs, as Mr Seaton's been fairly transparent there, and he's also been clear that there are some parts that he expects to be able to repurpose or use in the future, but there are decisions that will have to be made around that. But it's not all a sunk cost, if you like, in that regard.
No, I'm just trying to get to a total number, that's all.
And also happy from a finance portfolio perspective, so far as we can to try to provide an update on that addresses the issue you're trying to avoid.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful,
and dicing across agency. Ms Huxtable may have anything further to add, or maybe best to assess that.
So I think it would be, if we take it on notice, so I think the confusion here is that the figure that's in the budget papers and that Mr Zammit would have been referring to would have been the underlying cash balance figure. Now, the monies that Mr Seaton's referring to relate to equity that is provided to ANI, but within the underlying cash balance will be some of the lease payments that underpin that equity. So it will be quite confusing to unpick that, but we can certainly look to do that.
Yeah, thank you. That would be appreciated. So you said there were 50 contracts. You said 35 of them were working. What does that mean for the other 15? Are they not commenced or completed?
Completed.
Okay. So 15 contractors have walked away having completed their work, fully paid. For the remaining 35, how do you break those contracts? They're obviously with one of those contracts is Laing O'Rourke, clearly, and I presume they subcontracting everything else. Is that correct? They've got 34
That's correct.
Subcontracts. What are the expectations of the Commonwealth in relation to Laing O'Rourke in terms of terminating that work, or alternatively modifying the scope, and being fair about cost recovery?
So the Laing O'Rourke contract will not be terminated. It will remain on foot because they are tasked with completing the combat systems facility and some of the utilities works around the site, and they will then have a defects liability period for 12 months. So we need that contract to remain on foot. What we've done is we've de-scoped that contract to take out the work on the platform land-based test facility and to take out the work on the Phase 2 early works.
Okay, where I'm trying to get to is I think Laing O'Rourke's big and ugly enough to look after itself. My worry is, and I've talked to some of these SMEs, how the termination is handled from a subcontractor to Laing O'Rourke's perspective. And I know you might take a legal position that that's a matter for Laing O'Rourke, but actually this is a government decision, and ultimately it's a government decision affecting SMEs. So I want to know what the expectations are for these SMEs in terms of being able to walk away from this without bearing, what is a consequence of a government decision.
Yeah. Senator, by no means does ANI walk away from this. We're working very closely with Laing O'Rourke. They are our managing contractor, but ultimately we make all the decisions. Okay. So we've instructed Laing O'Rourke to deal with the subcontractors fairly and with respect and in accordance with the terms of the contract. So generally the contracts are quite clear that we will pay. We will pay for all costs incurred to date. Plus the reasonable costs of demobilisation and costs that they've incurred in acquiring materials or supplies and so forth to date.
Okay,
so we're working through that process with Laing O'Rourke now.
What about the circumstance? I won't name the company. One of the companies I talked to effectively had 2 years' work, so they didn't seek other opportunities. Now they have a massive hole. Is there any efforts by either ANI or the Commonwealth to make sure that these companies might be favoured in respect of other contracts, or how they deal with the forward order book that just disappeared?
Senator Patrick, we're, as I said, trying to deal fairly with all of the contractors. Our intention is to accelerate some other precinct works where we can. So works that were already included in our corporate plan, but in several years' time, we're trying to bring that work forward so that we can create more opportunities. And as we do, we'll go to the market with those opportunities.
Okay, but more broadly, Minister, is there anything being looked at in relation to the opportunity or forward order book problem created by the cancellation?
So, Senator Patrick, I did reference before in response to Senator Wong the SME industry support cell that Defence has established. That's intended to provide a vehicle for which entities can provide details on how they have been impacted, how their business could pivot to potentially support other areas of defence capability, and certainly Defence is leading that and will operate and engage with SMEs on a case-by-case basis, unique to their individual circumstances in terms of where there may be opportunities within their pipeline. Certainly, I've had discussions with the South Australian Government about other contracting opportunities that may exist and within their infrastructure pipeline, and we'll make sure that where SMEs engage in the processes and identify those outcomes, that we do what we can to try to assist them towards other project opportunities that may exist.
So it's not necessarily that they go to the defence organisation that you've set up, looking after SMEs. The South Australian Government might be another place. Is there a portal for them to go to talk to the South Australian Government?
I think the South Australian Government has put in place some arrangements there, but I wouldn't want to try to speak for them or get or describe that without the details. Defence has the support cell in place, but as I've indicated, the lines of communication, at least, are there, are open to try to make sure that where a company has a particular issue, noting what Mr Seaton said in terms of the way in which contracts will be demobilised and closed out, seeks to provide as many avenues and opportunities as possible. The construction sector on the whole is enjoying a very strong demand across the country right now. So, as you've indicated, many will be able, and particularly many of the large ones. We're talking about tradies, aren't we? We're mostly talking about tradies, electricians, building and construction workers, not necessarily people that are, excuse me, specifically defence specialists. In this case, that's right. We are talking about those who are working on the infrastructure at the shipyard. The support cell Defence has stood up, which I referenced before in relation to questions about Naval and Lockheed and their suppliers. So Defence will more likely be able to identify opportunities perhaps for those more defence specialised SMEs to be able to step into other projects that the Commonwealth is pursuing. But certainly we're aware of the impact on those construction industry SMEs, and although there's a more vibrant economy for construction industry outside of Commonwealth defence procurement, much more vibrant in that sense. We want to make sure that at least we have awareness, and if there is or are projects we can help encourage them towards, that we do so.
Okay, thank you. Mr Seaton, in terms of equipment being furnished by Naval Group, is that equipment that went to the Defence, or did that go to ANI, or has it not arrived?
It's not arrived, and Defence are still determining how they will deal with that equipment, whether it's novated to ANI or novated to the Commonwealth, or whether the orders are terminated.
Okay, and if there's equipment that can be reused, you'll be giving contractors the opportunity to sell it back or to use it in other projects, or alternatively you'll buy it yourself. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so we've procured quite a lot of materials and equipment. So, we have 4,000 tonnes of steel, which is being delivered to site now. Now we'll need to make a decision whether we sell that into the trade or whether we retain that for the future construction of the yard. We have overhead cranes, which have been fabricated and delivered. We have lifts, so switchboards. We have equipment that's being delivered. We're having that delivered to site. We'll store that equipment, and then we'll determine whether we keep it or sell it.
Realistically, a new construction yard is a decade away. This equipment's going to sit there. It's going to lose its warranty. You're not really going to retain it, are you, for the next shipyard?
Senator, we'll look at each item of equipment. We'll look at the best value, whether we can reuse it elsewhere in the yard, or whether we can sell it into the trade. But we'll look to optimise our position and the use of taxpayer money.
And Senator, I don't accept the decade away assertion, particularly in terms of works that may be necessary there. As Mr Seaton said, ANI are a part of the task force as well. We have had discussions about the importance of ensuring that shipyard consideration is an early and significant factor of decision making. We don't want a situation where delay on construction is because we are awaiting finalisation of the shipyard.
Yeah, but the future submarine now will be commence construction in 2035.
Well, that's your assertion, Senator Patrick.
Well,
that's
not
the timeline.
I might be a couple of years out. I'll give you that.
That's not the timeline the government's working towards.
Well, 2040 is the first submarine.
And Senator, the first construction of the attack class was some time away. The important thing is that the work in relation to what the shipyard needs will be running on a track in parallel with the rest of the consideration of the future nuclear-powered submarine program, and then decisions will be able to be made about how quickly we can stand up that work and make sure that it is actually underway. And obviously ANI will be making assessments as part of that task force in terms of the types of materials you were talking about before and how they're actually either stored for reuse or sold back into the market or other options as discussed.
Thank you. That in effect finishes my question, but I have to go back to some questions on notice that haven't been answered, and it really frustrates me. And Mr Seaton, you're going to consume time for the committee simply because you failed to properly answer questions. I go to I ask you for a schedule of all future work showing the dates.
We just ask him why he hasn't complied, but not go through all of the questions.
Well,
it's
actually only one question I'm interested in, and that is, I asked you for a schedule. I asked you to provide the committee with a schedule. You didn't answer the question in time. Now you've effectively come back and said, well, it's no use to the committee because the program has changed. I actually want a copy of the schedule, and I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to do, and you've just blown away the answer. I'm just trying to understand why you did not provide the schedule that you committed to at the last estimates.
Senator, I provided that schedule as part of the response, but it's evident that that schedule was not provided to the committee.
So, Minister, why are you sitting on it? If he's given it to you as the shareholder minister, why are you sitting on it?
Well, Senator Wong, Senator Patrick, I'll happily look into that question that you raised, Senator Patrick.
Let's have it
obviously,
today.
at the time the question was answered, circumstances have changed in terms of the schedule is no longer the schedule that ANI is pursuing. But if you're still after that old schedule, then we can look into it.
So you can't find out? He sat on it because he knew things were changing. That's what's happened.
Yeah.
You think you should make him give it to you?
Yeah. Well, if you could, it's clearly in the possession of the minister. Obviously, your office has decided not to give it to the committee. Can you try and get that to the committee today?
I'll take a look at what was provided.
And then I'll put another question on notice then, please, Mr Seaton. I'd like to understand for each of the buildings that at ASC North, what's the status of each and every building in respect to construction? Just so we have a baseline in where to work from. And any long lead items, can you provide a list of all the long lead items that have been procured by ANI in respect of this program? And I apologise for being a little bit obtuse. I didn't realise that the minister was censoring you, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator Wong?
Yes, so Mr Seaton, I'm going to just follow up a few things if I may. So if we can try and keep the answers brief and to the point, we'd appreciate it. I want to confirm that the number of employees affected, either of ANI or of ANI contractors and subcontractors as a consequence of the class of the decision, did you say was 550 to 600?
That's correct.
So 550 to 600 jobs in South Australia potentially affected at ANI as a consequence of the cancellation of the attack class.
550 to 600 affected, not at ANI, Senator, but through the contractor and the subcontractor workforce.
Yeah, okay. ANI and contractors. Let's just, so we don't keep going back to that, I accept that. Not all of them are direct employees. Secondly, the number of contracts, I think you said is 35?
That's correct.
Okay, so 35 contracts comprising the 550 to 600 workers affected by the cancellation of the attack class, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me, are you able to give us any sense of the value of those contracts, like the outstanding value?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
We have spent $371 million.
No, I'm actually asking how much the value of the contracts which were remaining that have had to be terminated.
Yes, so the total commitments that ANI had made were $526 million.
Right.
Of that, $371 million has been spent to date. So there was $150 million committed. Now, some of that work will be completed. As I said, the combat systems facility is still ongoing, and we have various make good demobilisation costs, equipment that's going to be delivered to site that we've yet to pay for, so on and so forth. Yeah.
So what proportion of the 150 million is the combat systems? The remainder of the
combat system, I'd need to take that one on notice.
Well, I'm actually you're saying 150 million, which is the value of the contracts now terminated, but you're saying to me, no, Senator, it's not the value of all the contracts terminated because there'll be a bit more paid for combat systems and make good. I'm trying to actually get a sense of how much money has been lost, i.e. how much money contracted, which will not be for work that will not be done, therefore will not be paid for. Of the 150, what are you saying it should be discounted by?
Senator, I'm happy to take that question on that.
Okay, so up to 150. Up to 150. Okay. And the contracts that were terminated, can you give me some sense of the time frame of those contracts? Did they have 6 months to run, a year to run, 2 years to run?
All of the above, Senator.
What's the longest?
So, some of the contracts were specific to, deep pit construction. Perhaps they had 6 months to run. Some of the steel contracts probably had 18 months to run. There's a whole range.
Okay, so up to 2 years? Anything up to 2 years to run? Would that be right, or up to 18 months? I'm just trying to get a sense of...
I'd say up to 18 months.
Okay, perhaps on
Senator.
notice you could give us a list of the contracts, the value, the amount actually paid, the amount committed, and how long was left to run at the date of termination, and the number of employees associated with each contract. Could you do that, please?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Can I go back to, you said in answer to an earlier question, I apologise, I thought you said wharf, you didn't, you said, combat phase 1 facilities completed, but all other work is being ceased. What project work is being ceased? Did you already get that list, Rex? I don't think...
I've asked for notice what the status of all the other buildings are, which may reveal that.
Is that a long list, Mr Seaton?
It's not a long list at all,
Okay,
Senator.
you go.
It is the platform land-based test facility. Works have been suspended.
Yep.
And buildings 2, 3 and 4, where we were working on the foundations, that work has been suspended. And the rest of the design work for the remainder of the buildings has been suspended.
Is that all associated with attack class?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned steel contracts. Is it Samaras who's a contractor with ANI?
Yes.
What were they contracted to do?
They were working on the steel fabrication and erection for the platform land-based test facility and for buildings 2 and 3.
Okay, so they're large structural steel contractors.
Yes.
Yep. And so there's, how many employees does Samaras have?
Samaras had of the order of 50 working on the project on site.
Right. And just to confirm the support available to these workers and contractors, I think you said that you pay all costs to date and demobilisation. There is no ongoing employment guarantee for this cohort of workers of the sort that there is for of the ilk that there is for submariners or submarine construction workers that ASC discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Yep. And there's no government program other than for these workers other than this. There's a small business program which we will find out about, but there's no program, for example, for the workers on Samaras.
That's my understanding.
Sorry?
That is my understanding,
Okay.
Senator.
I think that's everything I needed to do, Chair. I'll just make sure that nobody's yelling at me to ask any more questions.
Were there any other questions that were censored by the department just in the last round? Take this on notice. How many questions on notice were modified by the Department of Finance prior to providing them to the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Seaton, for coming along today. That concludes our examination of ANI, and we will now move on to the Department of Finance and our examination of outcomes 1 and 2.
Thanks, Andrew.
Welcome to the other officials who have just come into the room. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement at
No,
this
thanks,
point?
Chair.
Ms Huxtable, do you wish to make an opening
No,
statement?
thanks, Chair. No, thank you.
Very good. Senator Gallagher.
Senator Birmingham, can I take you to the deal that the government has with the government, the deal that you've reached with the National Party, your coalition partner on net zero. So has the government agreed to a net zero by 2050 target? Is that the sort of headline of the deal?
The government will make a commitment, an updated commitments, when the Prime Minister travels to Glasgow, that include a commitment to net zero by 2050. But I understand the Prime Minister will announce and release some of those details in the next little while.
So agreement to reach net zero by 2050 as a target. Is that right?
That's my understanding, Senator, but
Okay.
as I said, that's
All right.
that's something the Prime Minister
You were in the room
will
when it happened?
announce
Yeah.
in the next little while.
Okay, so can we go through some of the components of the deal? Is there going to be legislation to exclude agriculture from the safeguards mechanism in the emissions reduction fund? Is that part of the agreement?
Senator, we're at the Finance Department estimates. I'm not going to start rolling through what the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor are about to announce shortly.
So you can't confirm that, or you won't confirm it?
I'd
I would presume
refer-
the Finance Department has been involved in costing the elements of the deal that's been reached, so that's why it's relevant for this committee. So you're not going to confirm that there is any legislation to exclude agriculture from the safeguards mechanism in the emissions reduction fund? Is that a no comment at this point?
So, Senator, I'm not going to go through the different aspects of policy announcements that are not policy announcements of this portfolio prior to them being made. If there are budget implications in relation to those policy announcements, they will be appropriately reflected in the next budget update, which is my EFO.
What about a regional future fund? Presumably that's got a fiscal impact, so finance would be involved in that. Is there going to be a regional future fund as part of the deal?
Senator, again, I'll refer you to the answer I just gave.
This is finance estimates. Has finance costed a regional future fund? Has it been involved in doing any costings on that fund? That's reported in the papers.
Senator, Finance costs many proposals and policy options.
I'm not asking about many, I'm asking about the
consideration
regional.
of Cabinet. It's not the practice to go through and detail every potential policy or option that Finance has costed for the potential consideration of Cabinet, because they have been for the consideration of Cabinet. But
Again, I'm not asking about everything. I'm asking about the regional future fund.
When policies are determined and announced and there are budget impacts, they are then reflected in the next available budget update, which will be my EFO.
Providing future payments and other incentives for not clearing land and protecting species. Is that part of the deal?
Again, Senator, I'll refer you to my previous answer.
That's not a reasonable basis, Chair, to refuse to answer a question. There has been a Cabinet decision. All the Minister is trying to avoid is stealing Mr Morrison's thunder when he makes an announcement shortly. That's not a viable basis upon which to not provide an answer. It's a very specific question, the last question, very specific question. Has Finance been asked to cost a regional futures fund? Now, there is no basis upon which the Minister can refuse to answer that question. I understand it's not politically convenient, but it's estimates, it's finance estimates. You're the Finance Minister. There is no basis upon which you can refuse to answer that question.
I'm sorry to break your heart there, Senator Ayres, but the reality is that Finance costs many policy proposals
Yes, and you've been
which
asked
are
one
costed
specific-
Senator
for
Ayres,
the
the Minister's
purposes of
answering your
cabinet
question.
consideration. They go through the proper cabinet processes. It's certainly not the convention that finance sits at the table and reveals every item that might have been considered by cabinet and costed by finance for the consideration of cabinet. That's the proper workings of cabinet government and finance being able to provide free and frank advice to government in relation to policy proposals and costing them and providing that analysis. What we do address routinely are announced policies and then any relevant implications in terms of finance's engagement of those announced policies that come out. And if there are budgetary implications from what's announced today or any other day for that matter, then they'll be updated in my EFO and you can ask questions
Are there
about them.
budgetary implications for what will be announced today? When you know, you're in the room.
So, Senator, achieving net zero doesn't come without budgetary implications. That's quite true, and there are already many billions of dollars of program spending committed towards
So it's
that
no
objective.
additional expenditure then, as a price for the deal. Is that what you're saying?
Senator, there indeed to work all the way through to 2050 will be additional costs to achieve net zero.
Over the next 29 years. Is that
That's-
where we're at?
Well, that is what a 2050 target entails, Senator Gallagher.
Yes, but you're trying to push out being accountable now by 29 years. What are the costs now? What are the fiscal impacts of the deal that's been reached by the Cabinet to have a net zero by 2050 target? I'm sure there's some in the forward estimates period.
If you're wanting to know what the costs of achieving net zero are, I'm happy for us to take it on notice and do the same sort of work we just indicated for Senator Patrick around the closure of the attack class program. That in the end, some of the costs in achieving net zero will be costs with direct impact on the underlying cash balance in terms of program support. Others are equity investments, for example, that we're making in Snowy 2.0 or into the future, potentially in the Battery of the Nation project. So there's a range of different costs that government has in pursuit of lower emissions pathways, and we can seek to try to aggregate some of those up. I suspect that in terms of the updates to the technology investment roadmap that the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor will announce as part of that net zero commitment, that some of them will also be spelt out in that, which you'll get to see in the not too distant future.
So there's some reports the Prime Minister's up at 11:45, so it's 20 minutes away. Are you going to be able to answer more questions in 20 minutes once you've released some of those documents? Are you going to be in a position to answer questions about the fiscal impact and what finance has been doing to inform the government on the costs of the deal?
Well, when those documents are released, if you have questions about those documents which are relevant to finance, we'll do our best.
I'm sure I will. But I'm not asking... The questions I've asked now around finance's involvement. Have finance been involved in costing the different elements of the deal you have reached with the National Party? Separate to your technology roadmap and things, although I'm sure there's crossover, the cost of the deal with the Nats. Was finance involved in costing any elements of that? You don't have to go to specifics. I'm not asking what the costs are or the elements of the deal, but was finance involved?
Certainly any spending commitments that the government has made have gone through the proper processes of Cabinet, and any future ones will go through the proper processes of Cabinet, and those processes include opportunity for finance to comment.
So where are we at? Where are we? Are these, is the national deal, you say, gone to Cabinet, so presumably finance have briefed you on that before it goes to Cabinet?
Well, I'm talking specific in relation to spending proposals, because that's obviously where finance in particular has a role in terms of costing and providing analysis, and they have done that as part of all policy proposals before the government.
I'm not asking about that though. I'm asking about the national deal.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that, Senator, but I'm not going to get into where you're going to try to draw me of what about this thing, what about that thing, what about the other thing.
I'd just like an assurance at this point that finance has been involved in costing elements, the various elements of the national deal.
Yep.
I think Australian taxpayers deserve that reassurance that it's not just a group of blokes in the back room on an envelope stitching up a deal. That is a simple question.
Senator Gallagher, Senator O'Sullivan's calling point of order.
Senator Gallagher has asked this question. She's had a response already. It is tedious repetition.
It is not.
And taking up the time of the committee.
It is absolutely not tedious repetition.
Chair, that is not a serious point of order. The question is very straightforward. Has finance been engaged to cost elements of this deal, or has it been worked out on the back of an envelope between the political players? It's a very simple proposition. The minister can answer it without, transgressing the rules that he made up for himself earlier on this morning.
Senator Ayres.
It's a very straightforward question. He should answer it.
Okay.
And I have answered it, Senator Ayres, as I said before to Senator Gallagher.
Has finance been engaged?
As I said before to Senator Gallagher, any spending proposals that have been considered by the government have been informed by the proper cabinet processes that include finance's role in those processes, just as any future spending proposals will be.
So finance has costed the national deal.
So any spending proposals, Senator Gallagher,
why can't you answer yes to that?
You're
the question.
Because you're phrasing it in ways that may go to policy issues beyond those that might be spending proposals. So I'm just making sure I'm clear there.
Okay, so let's be clear. So in the national deal where there are spending proposals, finance have been involved. You can confirm that.
Any decisions that the government's taken in relation to spending proposals have gone through the normal processes, which include the opportunities for finance in those processes.
Okay. Right, I think I understand that. So, Ms Huxtable, when was finance first involved in costing the national deal? I'm not asking about elements of it or the various proposals, but when did finance become involved?
I don't know that finance would see it in the words you've spoken of there, Senator. So, as I think I explained yesterday at one point, this has been in terms of the plans around net zero, the support for communities, all of the different aspects that need to be considered. And this has been quite an iterative process that goes back not just days or weeks, but years in terms of the different policy proposals that have come forward, and of those, the ones that have been adopted.
Okay, so let me try and be more specific then. The National Party gave a list of demands to the Prime Minister, as I understand it, on Friday afternoon, or it might have been Thursday afternoon last week. The Prime Minister then asked for some days, I think over the weekend, to consider the proposal before going back. So I'm specifically asking, when did finance get bought in to providing advice on that, which is the terms of the deal? I'm not talking about the last 8 years, I'm talking about last week.
Well, Senator, you're seeking to narrow points of discussion that the government's had that even in those points may relate to issues, well and truly relate to issues that overlap over preceding points of consideration, prior consideration. It's not quite as binary as you're trying to paint it.
Well, seriously, I mean, so all of the stuff that was written about the Nats providing the government with a list of demands, you're saying that it didn't happen that way?
No, the government engaged with our National Party colleagues, our Liberal Party colleagues, and sought to understand the concerns and suggestions for mitigations and other factors that could help the final framing of the net zero commitment and the roadmap and support measures to get us there.
Well, we'll come back to all of that once the Prime Minister has released or stood up at 11:45 if we're not going to get anywhere there. When you, in your interview this morning, you said you quoted a figure of $80 billion between now and 2030 of combined public and private sector investment necessary across Australia. What's the public component of that $80 billion figure?
So I think the projections on that are around 20 from memory, Senator Gallagher.
So 20 billion
without the plan in front of me right now.
Okay, 20 billion in terms of public investment and over what time period is that? It ends in 2030, but when do you start counting that 20 billion?
In terms of the precise sequencing or profiling, I have to take that on notice, Senator.
Ms Huxtable, do you have that? It's a figure that the senior government ministers use, so presumably it's been briefed from somewhere.
I don't have that framed in that way, so I might have to take that on notice and just.
So who would have given the $20 billion figure? Because I noticed it's in media releases and all the rest of it by the government.
That would have been the industry department.
Sorry?
I expect it's the industry department, but to be honest, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not sure, but we can take on notice and provide the detail.
So, of that $20 billion figure that's used, you're not sure when that starts from, but it goes to 2030. Is that right? You take on notice when that figure and the profile of that figure, and also, I mean, isn't this finance's job to know that, to profile the cash flows of various programs? And
it is, Senator, but as I indicated before, I mean, some parts of our investment in terms of net zero are programs with a direct impact on UCB. Other parts are equity investments that we're making in particular projects. So there are
so that $20 billion
different components.
Would include both of those. It would include the equity investments and the direct sort of cash flow from the budget.
It would include some, Senator, but as I said, let me just double check in terms of the precise timing of those figures and the nature.
Is there some way of getting that information reasonably quickly? It's just I know every time something goes on notice, it takes a month or more to get any answer back from the department. I mean, it's pretty critical. You're out in the media quoting that figure, saying this is, to sort of back up your credentials on this net zero by 2050, but we don't know how long that spending is over. And my next question is, how is it broken down?
We'll see what we can get from.
Do you have a breakdown of the $20 billion?
I think that's what we took on notice.
Well, I wanted the time.
The time and
the
elements?
And the elements of it.
Take it on notice.
So when you do a media interview like that and you've got a figure of 80 billion, you don't necessarily have the detail that underpins that, or?
It depends, Senator. So obviously there are a number of different programs. The $1.2 billion hydrogen strategy, for example, is part of that.
Yeah, that must have been in your talking points, but because you used that in all your interviews this morning. So you've got $1.2 billion.
Pleased you're tuning in so carefully.
I do. I listen.
Attentively.
It pays off to listen to what the Finance Minister is saying. But so the 1.2 billion is, if you deduct that from the 20 billion, then you've got 18.8 billion left. So you don't necessarily get a breakdown of that in your media sort of points.
Senator, as said, happy to come back and provide you with the aggregate. Some of that you'll find is in the updates around the technology investment roadmap being released shortly.
Okay, well, we will come back to that. You also made a comment where you said, when you were pressed on how much it would cost, you said, well, this is about continued investment, really, in rural and regional Australia and in the infrastructure needs of rural and regional Australia. So, am I to take from that there's no new additional fiscal impacts if it is continued investment?
Senator, again, I'll refer you in the main to my previous answers that the actual budget implications will all be updated in my EFO as is normal. In terms of the point I think I was making there is really highlighting the fact that we're hardly coming from a standing start when it comes to investment in rural and regional infrastructure. There's a significant amount already underway, some very significant projects, and we would continue to pursue that. Obviously, there's issues around ensuring appropriate focus where possible for projects in communities that may feel a greater impact of the globe's move towards net zero, and that's what we'll be quite cognizant of over that long period of time.
Okay, well, we might have to come back to that too. So when you cited Inland Rail and the Sydney Airport as examples of big infrastructure projects, you're separating that out from the infrastructure that might be, or that infrastructure that contributes to a net zero by 2050. We're talking different things here. So we've got the net zero by 2050, and then we've got infrastructure.
That was in response to questions around infrastructure and investment, and was highlighting the scale of some of the major infrastructure projects our government's delivering, both in regional Australia in terms of the Inland Rail and metropolitan Australia in terms of the Western Sydney Airport, and both of them being projects that have been talked about and mooted for decades, and that our government has made the investment decisions to deliver upon, and that they're now actively under construction.
Okay. Is there a way we could get that $20 billion, Ms Huxtable, broken down while we're in this committee?
I'm just getting someone to check that now.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. And would Kurri Kurri gas plant be part of the 20 billion? It's a 600 million, I think, commitment.
Look, I wouldn't have expected, Senator. Kurri Kurri will play a significant role in terms of providing more firming capacity in the energy market, and in doing so, that helps to support continued growth in the renewable energy sector. And so it does have a complementary role in that regard, but I think it would be seen in that complementary rather than direct space.
Okay. That's why it would be useful to have that figure, because I am trying to understand what the total fiscal impact that the government has committed to as part of this, the net zero by 2050 target. Is that the 20 billion, or are there other additional costs on top of that?
Sorry, Senator, I just missed.
I'm just trying to understand the total fiscal impact of the net zero by 2050. I mean, if the 20 billion has equity and things like that as part of it.
I think I offered at least to try to piece together in terms of the current projection something for you earlier, which I'm happy to do. I mean, the $20 billion investment stream is something that has been identified and used in some of the budget decisions this year. So, what we are doing in terms of policy commitments towards net zero today is baked into the current budget. As I said, there will be decisions that governments will have to continue to make for years to come in terms of achieving net zero. There's not a singular thing that somebody can do today that gets Australia there. Our government's made it clear the policy parameters around which we'll track to net zero, and particularly our focus on technological transformation rather than taxes or regulatory restrictions to reduce emissions. As for what other future governments might do were they to seize office, well, that's for you to explain.
So, okay, I mean, it's a bit difficult if you can't explain where the fiscal impact of the government's, commitment or the government's announcement that, and this is pre whatever happens at 11:45, invest $20 billion in new energy technologies by 2030, it's a bit hard to pursue this if I can't be told what the fiscal impact of that announcement is.
No, as I said, Senator, I'll try to get some info for you around the components of it, but also, as far as we can, how they break up between direct fiscal impact versus equity or other financing vehicles.
So regardless of the, the fiscal or the equity financing, that is either, financed by the budget itself or by debt on behalf of taxpayers, isn't it? So it's sort of, someone pays for it eventually.
It's all government expenditure in a sense, although equity is by default a government expenditure or investment into an asset.
Yeah.
And in the case of Snowy 2.0, for example, an asset projected to generate rates of return to taxpayers in the future.
Mm. But the programs, so if we put equity aside, the programs where it's directly funded by the budget, that's direct funding by taxpayers, isn't it?
So in other cases, yes, the emissions reduction fund, for example, works as a reverse auction type market mechanism in terms of acquiring carbon abatement through a reverse auction process of seeking that abatement at the lowest possible price. Other programs such as the hydrogen hubs one that we referenced before will operate more as a grants type program. I expect. In terms of the individual programs, they're best pursued with the relevant portfolio departments.
Yeah, sure. But I guess at a general level, in order to fund budget expenditure from the Commonwealth, it doesn't come out of nowhere, does it? You have to raise taxes to pay for it.
Senator...
you raise revenue, don't you?
Senator, all governments raise revenue.
Mm-hmm.
That is, it's the nature of it. Our government has sought wherever possible to reduce taxes, and that's on show in terms of not just the income tax cuts that we have delivered and continue to deliver, but also reduced company tax for small and medium businesses. The economic recovery plan at present that Australian businesses are taking advantage of in terms of the full expensing measures, reforms announced in this year's budget for the patent box in the biomedicine sector, or, for example, the tax concessions for small craft breweries and distilleries. They're all low taxing measures that our government pursues.
But the technology not taxes line that your government uses, it's not accurate, is it? Because your technology investments or your investments you're making in technology are made from taxes collected by the government. So it's technology and taxes, isn't it? The slogan.
Well, Senator, I think if you look at the roadmap and the figures we were talking about before, there are strong economic dividends and benefits that public sector investment can leverage and generate in terms of other economic activity, which has positive impacts on the revenue side coming back into government. So that $20 billion of public investment that is projected to leverage some $60 billion of private investment does provide then that uplift in economic activity that is ultimately beneficial. We saw that earlier this year when we highlighted the impact of I think it was having around 200,000 more Australians in work, that was delivering a $3 billion reduction in social safety net payments, but a $2 billion increase on revenue, and a $5 billion net turnaround and improvement to the budget.
Yeah, the point I'm making though is it's not you reaching into your pocket or the Prime Minister reaching into his, is it? The $20 billion investment is funded by people's taxes.
And funded as far as we possibly can in ways that leverage private investment to provide further activity across the economy and jobs growth, and from that economic growth and ultimately the revenue growth, as I was just explaining.
But the $20 billion, I'm not talking about the additionality that may come from it. The $20 billion investment is paid for by the public, isn't it?
But as always, Senator, it's how you invest, what you invest in.
But that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking where the money comes from. Where the money comes from for your $20 billion investment, because your government likes to pretend it comes from nowhere. No, it's like a magic pudding.
No, well, Senator, and I already addressed before, in terms of course, all governments need to raise revenue. How you raise the revenue matters, and for us, it's about trying to pursue the lowest tax environment possible. Where you go and spend matters, in terms of whether it's investment that further grows the size of the economy, and further growing the size of the economy increases then the potential revenue base for government in the future. And that's certainly where the focus of our economic recovery plans lies, and where we seek, in terms of our investments in net zero, to try to also channel those so far as possible into areas that will create new streams of economic activity in the future that can support jobs in communities, the viability of communities, but also support revenue streams to government too.
But the technology investments are paid for by taxpayers.
Well, I think I've just addressed.
You're trying to
Senator.
avoid it. I mean,
no, I'm not saying that. As I
you
said,
are.
All governments.
You like to try and pull the wool over the public's eyes and pretend that you don't have to pay for anything.
Well, I think the point our government has highlighted is that investment we are making on behalf of taxpayers in technology is about seeking to proactively encourage the development of low emissions pathways and new industries. It's not a tax-based solution to emissions that seeks to basically say we are going to tax certain industries or activity out of existence and hope that there is a replacement that comes along. We're instead in favour of investing in targeted solutions towards the replacement and making sure we get that viable and stood up and growing in support of Australians, not simply putting it all on taxing out of existence certain areas of economic activity.
But the public pays. The $20 billion investment is paid for by taxes, paid for by the public. So the technology not taxes slogan is not true.
Well, no, Senator. It is certainly true.
It's paid for by taxes.
It is certainly true, because when it comes to the means by which, as a government, we seek to achieve emissions reductions, it is through that technology-driven agenda, not through imposing taxes or charges on other economic activities that, for example, previous carbon tax measures have sought to ultimately tax in a manner to drive them out of existence.
Has Finance done any work costing a government-run $250 billion lending facility for the country's coal industry?
Senator, I think once again you're going to...
Surely you want to rule that out.
Well, you'll see soon enough what the Prime Minister announces. I get the enthusiasm for getting me to rule some things out, which then invites the, well, why won't you rule other things out or rule certain things in?
Well, we know there's secret provisions of the deal.
Pardon, Senator Ayres?
We know there's secret provisions of the deal.
So, Senator, as I've said before, any spending proposals that the government has committed to have gone through all the normal cabinet processes, including the opportunity for finance involvement.
Yeah.
We've got a lot more on net zero, but in the absence of a finance minister who's willing or being given permission to speak on it, we'll have to come back to it at another point. I'm happy if you have other people on the call list, but I've got further questions.
Certainly. Senator O'Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to ask some questions about the response to the COVID pandemic in relation to support that's been provided to Australians?
Sure, we'll just get the officers to the table, Senator. Martin?
Kath Patterson, Deputy Secretary, Budget and Financial Reporting. Sorry, Senator, I only heard a little bit of the...
And sorry, Senator, just before you do, I should welcome Ms Patterson to the department and also thank Mr Yiannopoulos for his work prior to Ms Patterson in that role.
Thank you, Minister.
I was only giving the introduction to the topic. I want to ask about COVID response and the support that's been provided to Australians. So thank you very much for appearing today. Can we just get a bit of an overview, please, of the economic and health support that the government has provided to the global COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you, Senator. I'll start by just going into sort of major areas of spending from the point of view of both the economic and response and as well as the health response. So key economic supports have been provided through JobKeeper payment, boosting cash flow for employers, coronavirus supplement, the bring forward of stage 2 of the government's personal income tax plan and a number of business investment incentives. Key areas of spending for the health response have included the supply and production agreements for access to vaccines, funding for the vaccine rollout, support for hospitals, including through the National Partnership Agreement on COVID-19 response, COVID-19 specific support for the aged care sector, the purchase of personal and medical protective equipment and investment in mental health support. So that's a broad areas of support.
And have you got a quantum figure there?
Yes, so since the beginning of the pandemic, so from March 22 through to the 2021-22 budget, the investment has been $311 billion for those direct economic and health support measures as set out in the final budget outcome document. Obviously, since then, there have been some additional investments in relation, since the budget, in response to the ongoing pandemic.
And have you got state-by-state jurisdiction breakdowns? I'd be interested in getting an update with regard to the support that's gone into my home state of Western Australia. I'm happy to put them on notice if that would be more helpful to you.
Yes, I think, and we'd be able to do that by state, and obviously you're looking for both economic support and health supports, as best we can break some of those down by state and territory.
Okay. Terrific. All right, well, I'll go on. What principles have underpinned and continue to underpin the government's response to the COVID pandemic?
Look, as the government has indicated on many occasions, it's about obviously protecting the health of Australians first and foremost, but also supporting as many businesses and individuals as possible to either stay in their businesses or for people to be able to keep their job or find a new job during the recovery. In particular, those principles have been around ensuring that, particularly for economic support measures, that their measures have been temporary, targeted, proportionate and have a clear exit strategy.
And what's been the major area of support and funding, spending from the point of view of the economic response as well as the health response? What are the big ticket items?
Senator, as indicated previously, obviously big ones have been things like JobKeeper payment, which has obviously been very significant support, the boosting cash flow for employers, the coronavirus supplement, and a range of business investment sort of incentives as well.
In terms of the percentage of that $311 billion, JobKeeper makes up a large portion of that. Also, the vaccinations and other health response. Can you sort of break it down a little bit for me?
I don't have those figures, but my colleague may.
There's a very large number of measures in this regard. So while we have sort of line-by-line information around these measures, I think to aggregate them in a way that we could, provide in a timely fashion might...
Sure.
We might need to take it on notice so we can aggregate it into the, categories that Ms Patterson referenced.
Okay, well, maybe I'll be specific and you can come back to me later if that helps, is just understanding the difference between measures that have gone to support, the economic measures, gone to support Australians, versus the health, particular health responses. Happy to come back to that later if you haven't got that.
Yep, okay.
Yep. So how successful then have we been here in Australia in dealing with the economic response, in stabilising confidence through lockdowns and allowing a strong recovery to occur on the other side of lockdowns in terms of job creation, business profitability and investment? It's quite something to tell Australians, Australian businesses and individuals to stay at home and to be locked away from their livelihoods and their work. Been able to provide that support for Australians, including businesses, has, it seems to have been quite important for that. But can you quantify that at all?
Look, obviously, the original impact of the pandemic, particularly in the early stage of March 2020, was obviously quite significant in terms of things like consumer sentiment, business confidence. But what the data shows is that that did pick up very strongly after the easing of those restrictions in mid-May 2020, and as a result of the government's sort of economic response. So by April of this year, so sort of before we went into the next round of lockdowns, particularly in New South Wales, Victoria, ACT, consumer sentiment was at its highest point since 2010. And monthly business confidence was also at a record high level. Even in spite of kind of the events of the last few months, there certainly seems to be still some resilience in the system. So some of the recent sort of sentiment reporting that's come out, the Westpac Melbourne Institute Consumer Sentiment Index, while it declined by 1.5% in October, following a small rise in September, it actually remains 3.2 points above its long-term average. So that was a survey done in October. Similarly, business confidence increased by 19 points to 13 index points in September to be well above its long-run average, and that's from an NAB monthly business survey for September 2021. So I think certainly the sentiment indicates, at particularly sort of September, October, as people can see a roadmap out, that certainly are looking more positive. The data we have on business confidence being underpinned by a strong improvement in labour market conditions from May 2020. So employment expanded by 1 million persons from May 2020 to July 2021, so a bit over a year. The unemployment rate fell from 7.4% in June 2020 to 4.6% in July 2021. And the participation rate recovered from 62.6% in May 2020 to 66% in July 2021.
Chair, this kind of economic analysis is very interesting, and traditionally in finance estimates, when we've asked for this kind of detail, we've been told really that's a matter for the Economics Committee and Treasury. Does this signal a different approach a more expansive approach to the kind of answers that we're going to get to questions in the future about the economic impact of finance decision. It's not a point of order, it's a question
I was
for,
about to say, I'm not sure it was a
for the
point of
Secretary
order.
or the Minister. It's a very welcome
order.
development.
I'm not
Point of
sure
order.
I'm not sure it was a point of order,
It was a question.
Senator Ayres. It was a question, but you didn't have the call. So perhaps we could allow Senator O'Sullivan to continue asking his questions, and you can prosecute that issue when I give you the call next.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to the response that the Australian government has gone to in dealing with the pandemic, and there are measures that have been in place of spending that have assisted Australians, and I'm interested to understand whether or not that significant amount of spending, $311 billion, has resulted in some positive outcomes for Australians. The final budget outcome for 2021 was released last month. What did key budget and economic outcomes for last financial year reveal about the size and the speed of the recovery from 2020 nationwide and extended Victorian lockdowns?
Thank you, Senator. So obviously the key figures from the FBO, underlying cash balance at 134.2 billion negative, improved 79.5 billion over the estimate at the 2020-21 budget. This improvement was primarily due to the stronger than expected economic recovery from the early effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, reflected in higher total receipts and lower total payments. In terms of GDP, so real GDP growth was 1.4%, stronger than the 1.5% fall in GDP forecast at the 2021 budget. This growth was largely driven by an increase in household activity and public consumption. Unemployment rate was 5.2%, an improvement on the 7.25% estimated at the time of the 2021 budget. And tax receipts were 49.2 billion higher than the estimate at the 2020-21 budget.
So how important has the improvements in labour market conditions been to the improved budget position now?
I gave Senator O'Sullivan sort of the example of how the improved labour market outcomes impacted the reduced payments side as well as the increased revenue side of the budget, but in terms of the economic analysis that underpins that's reasonable for Treasury. I mean, we could probably go, particularly the payment side at least, of that ledger if need be, in terms of the reduction in outlays that the Commonwealth has had as a result of fewer individuals being on New Start and other payments than anticipated.
And Senator, just in terms of the question that you asked earlier about the breakdown, so in the final budget outcome there is a breakdown of the key economic and health support payment measures focused on the 2021 financial... In the 2021 final budget outcome on page 2, there is a breakdown which summarises the key economic and health support payment measures, the outcome in terms of the spending outcome for 2021. So while that is a subset of the $311 billion that Ms Patterson referred to, it does go to the issue you were raising around the breakdown between... it actually goes further because it goes into some of the economic support measures, for example, JobKeeper payment, which was $68.2 billion in 2021, boosting cash flow for employers, $20.9 billion, and there's a range there, and the health measures of $10.6 billion. But that will be a subset of the information that I think you were seeking, but it's a starting point.
Terrific. Look, and I appreciate that there is a bit of... Some of my questions do go to the Treasury portfolio. Really what I'm seeking here is we're emerging out of lockdowns. here on the East Coast. In my home state, it's quite the opposite. We've had a very different experience, thankfully, there, and I know Senator Birmingham's own state, very little disruption in that regard as well in South Australia. What confidence can we have, given the experiences emerging out of lockdowns in the past, with regards to the the enormous amount of support that we've provided to businesses to keep them connected with their workplaces and the opportunities? That's been a direct spending measure that has gone to support that. What confidence can we have now going forward into this next quarter off the back of that? Is there some experiences that we can look at there? Is that instructive to what we can expect going forward?
I'll make a comment, Senator, and then officials can add if they wish. In terms of the scale of government support through COVID-19, it has been very significant, and in relation to the recent Delta outbreaks and the lockdowns across New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT, that's projected to come in somewhere around the $20 billion plus mark of totality of support through direct income support payments, as well as partnership agreements with states and territories for business assistance. And overwhelmingly, the support that we've provided throughout the pandemic has unsurprisingly been disproportionately weighted to those states that have had longer lockdowns and greater restrictions in place than your state or my state, for example, although there have been some nationwide programs that have been very important to those states, and some direct ones in response to some of the shorter lockdowns or other restrictions in place. The lived experience from coming out of the various lockdowns of last year was certainly that the Australian economy, the jobs market, came back very strongly, and that was then reflected, as you've heard, in terms of the improved final budget outcome, as to the extent to which that very strong recovery aided the budget results. I think Australian businesses and families should be confident, based on the economic analysis, which indeed you can pursue Treasury about, but ratings agencies such as the decision Fitch made the other week to maintain Australia's AAA credit rating, but to take us off the negative watch list, were underpinned by their analysis that they expected a very strong recovery in the Australian jobs market, and that the fundamentals of our economy were quite strong. So at an aggregate level for the economy, that should give people confidence coming out of these lockdowns of the strength going forward, as should the very high levels of vaccine protection Australia has now and is continuing to build upon in terms of that confidence moving forward. In terms of the budget implications, they'll be updated at MyEFO. There's no doubt that the Delta outbreaks, the lockdowns, and the support that's been necessary have had negative budgetary implications for this financial year, and we continue to work through the responses to that. But as I said, it comes off the back of certainly far better than expected budget outcomes for the financial year that closed not that long ago.
Okay, thanks. It's not government estimates. Chair, we need the call. We're breaking at 12:30.
It's called Senate estimates. It's for all senators.
Just for one
Well,
senator.
I think there is an acceptance that it's not here for government members to chew up time.
Order. Senator Gallagher, you did cede the call earlier.
Yeah, but
and
not
I know
forever.
That no, I recognise not forever, but the coalition has had no time thus far today. Senator O'Sullivan,
you can make an appointment and go and have a chat to your mate.
Order.
Out of here.
Order. Senator Gallagher. Senator O'Sullivan, have you almost finished? Because you've been going for about 20 minutes now.
I'll just put my question to you, that either today or a response soon would be great. Just in relation to particular measures that have gone into Western Australia, JobKeeper, the Job Seeker stimulus payments as well, or the supplement payments, cash flow boost for businesses, programs such as the Home Builder and Job Trainer program. So any of those sort of breakdowns you can give us by jurisdiction would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Gallagher, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, what are you and the department doing in light of the damming audit into the Urban Congestion Fund's community car park projects?
Thanks, Senator. I know the government is acting on the recommendations of that ANAO report. I'll let officials speak to any of the details as they relate to grant or other guidelines at an aggregate level. I know that that infrastructure has been dealing with the specifics in that.
Ms Huxtable, has Finance done anything? Ms Patterson?
Thanks, Senator. Just in terms of the Urban Congestion Fund, and I'll go to one of my other colleagues to talk about the grant guideline piece, but just to clarify, with this particular fund, the Department of Finance was not involved in providing any advice on project selection. And also,
I'd be running a mile away from it too.
We're not involved in approving a risk assessment for grant guidelines because these payments are not actually defined as a grants program, so they didn't come through the grants program process. So
any holes identified there, like that you need to cover off, considering that it didn't go through those processes?
My understanding is that the project funding is actually administered directly with each state and territory via a schedule as part of a national partnership agreement on land transport infrastructure, so that those payments are actually made through that form rather
without
than through
consulting
normal.
with them. Yeah, I've read the audit, but I'm wondering, it was a damming audit. This is a finance department. It's a fund that has grown to $4 billion. The audit said it was not effective, not appropriate, not open or transparent, and the distribution of projects when were provided in a geographical and political way. Like, as the Department of Finance, what are you doing about it? It's $4 billion, 83% of which went to coalition or target seats since it's been started. Like, surely the Finance Department, under your outcome, ensure public expenditure programs are effective, sustainable and deliver best value to the Australian community, would have a view on this.
And Senator, as I said, I know that the relevant government agencies are working on the recommendations of that audit report, and the government's accepting those and responding to them.
So there was a range of recommendations for the infrastructure department, but I'm asking I don't think there was any recommendations in that audit for the finance department. I'm asking a different question, which is, with the gaps identified, how these funds can be rorted, are you, as the finance minister, doing anything to tighten them up so that this kind of, political pork barrelling can't continue?
Senator, ensuring government does act on those audit reports is an important function in that regard, and that's precisely what's happening by the relevant agencies in that regard. This department has a role in relation to grants programs more broadly, and as Ms Patterson defined the difference there in terms of how programs like that one are delivered through partnership agreements with the states and territories, and certainly we work quite collaboratively with the ANAO in relation to those grants programs, the broader cohort of them, and ensuring that we continue to have the grants policies and guidelines in place that enable their effective operation and respond to the ANO when they have suggestions for improvements.
Okay, but if I pick up your annual report, the number one priority for the department is advising on expenditure, and as part of that, ensuring public expenditure programs are effective, sustainable and deliver the best value to the Australian community. Do you believe that the commuter car park project meets that objective, the way it's been administered and with the report that the ANAO has tabled?
Senator, it certainly will provide benefits for many parts of the Australian community in terms of the infrastructure
You're
that
the
is
finance
delivered.
Minister. Come on. You know, the Treasurer gave himself 4 car parks in his electorate. Do you think that's appropriate?
And Senator, I'm not sure whether you joined your former leader or the others who were equally busily announcing car parks around the country prior to the last election as well.
but we hadn't in government established a fund on budget night. I've heard you guys using that as an excuse. The Treasurer went into the Parliament on budget night, set up a fund, made it sound like it was available to everyone, and then what happened was the Minister went around and only spoke to coalition members about what they would like. So don't sit here and say that it's the same thing. You were in government, you appropriated money through the budget, and then you politically went around and gave it to seats you either had political trouble in or wanted to keep. No, I am responding to Senator Birmingham's point that we're all in this together. We are not all in this together.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator. I assume as you politically went around the nation identifying where you were promising to build car parks, that you were also, if you'd won the election, intending to appropriate the funds.
You'd
and
already
deliver on those
appropriated
promises.
it. You'd already done it. That's my point. You had appropriated money, told the Australian people it was there for everyone, and then you went around and only offered it to government members. It didn't open up to car parks wherever.
So, Senator, as
That
I
is
said,
what happened.
Unless you're telling me that you weren't intending to deliver on the promises you were making if you were elected, I assume you were going to appropriate funds and spend them on the car parks that Mr
and
Shorten,
which we had been
Mr.
open and
Albanese,
transparent
Mr. Chalmers
about.
and others announced.
You started a fund where you put money, public money in, and you let it be known that it was for everybody. I've gone back and had a look at the Treasurer's speech, because then what he didn't say is, oh, by the way, Australian people, we're only going to give it to government members or marginal seats where we want to win, and I'm going to give 4 to myself. He didn't say that in the chamber.
Senator, you seem to be asking about decisions and announcements that were made just like yours prior to an election.
They were made on the eve of the election. We know that. They were
Senator
signed
Gallagher,
off on the eve of the election.
responding to your question.
As were a number
Months
of...
after the fund had been announced. It's a very different proposition. I understand that political parties make commitments in election campaigns and then deliver on them. What you did with this fund was you established it in government months before an election, and then on the eve of the election, you gave all of that money to seats you wanted to win. That's what happened.
You seem
And
very
we know that
defensive
from the
about what the
inquiry,
Labor
and it
Party
is
did,
very
Senator.
different. It is a very different situation.
I can understand why you're defensive, because you're trying to
No, I'm not.
to
I'm telling the
defend
truth.
the
You're having
hypocrisy
to
within the
defend the
Labor Party.
indefensible. You're having to do that. So we've got the Urban Congestion Fund, 4 billion, 83% went to coalition or seats you were targeting. Community Car Park Fund, 85% of that 548 million went to coalition or target seats. Building Better Regions Fund, 90%, over $1 billion of funding has gone to coalition or target seats. Community Development Grants, 70%, 770 million to coalition seats. Safer Communities Fund, 91% or 27 million to coalition or target seats. $6.9 billion across those 5 funds, of which $5.7 billion went to coalition or target seats, 82%. Is that the best value for the Australian community, or is it the best value for the Liberal Party?
Well, Senator, I don't accept all of the analysis that underpins that, and particularly not once you start talking about funds that have a particular purpose in relation to regional Australia, for example, where the coalition also happens to hold the vast majority of electorates.
We've got a third of the seats, and you don't get anywhere near that. So if you're going to use that line, you're going to have to improve it, or improve the balance that goes to Labor seats. Like, I just can't believe that as Finance Minister, we've got $1 trillion in debt, deficits for as far as the eye can see, that Ms Patterson has just told us about, and spending billions of dollars this way is effective, sustainable, or delivers the best value for the Australian community. I mean, isn't that your job?
Senator, the different programs are designed to deliver value for the Australian community and deliver important infrastructure programs or other supports, depending on the different programs you're talking about. And so, just as I assume, and I haven't gone and tried to tally up Labor's promises and how much they aligned with Labor seats or what you are describing as target seats.
You're the government. This has been 9 years of this stuff.
No.
I know you're trying to besmirch all of us, but this is what you do in government when you are meant to govern for the whole of the country.
And as I said, Senator, I assume that you were going to deliver on your promises. If you're telling us otherwise, then that would be something the Australian people should
Senator
consider at the time of the next
Gallagher,
election.
listen to the minister's response.
Well, he's trying to make it about the Labor Party when my question's about what the government is doing with these funds and whether you are comfortable with them. Are you comfortable with the way that these funds are being administered?
I think where there are issues identified by the Audit Office, the government should respond to them, and that's precisely what we're doing.
Okay, so outside of the Audit Office recommendations, you're completely comfortable with the way that these funds are being used and skewed towards your political advantage?
No, I think we should always operate within grant guidelines and, as I say, respond to those Audit Office responses. Across government, there are always competing pressures and priorities in terms of delivery, particular of infrastructure projects, and ultimately they've got to be guided by assessments of the national interest and local community interests and pressures that exist at any point in time.
So your comments on insiders, when you went, you said, I think, we went to the election, therefore all of this is fine, when it was put to you about, I think it was on the community car park funds, and you said, I think, went to the election and we got voted in. Is that still your view, that you can use money that's appropriated when you're in government?
No, I think...
don't tell anyone about it, restrict it, and then use it as an election bag of money?
I think all I was indicating was that it's our intention to deliver upon the promises we make in an election, and that's certainly our approach to governing, that it's a very important thing post an election to make sure that you deliver upon the promises you've made prior to it.
So you think it's appropriate that you would announce a fund of $660 million in May, sit on it, don't allocate it, and then the night before caretaker, allocate it as part of election commitments? Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, Senator, we made a number of commitments across the country in relation to community infrastructure, including car parks, to help facilitate increased utilisation of public transport. So did your party. In the end, we were elected, and consistent with that, we seek to deliver upon those commitments that we made.
So you do think it's appropriate to establish funds in government, not allocate them, and then use them purely for election campaigning purposes?
Well, as I said, I think when parties make commitments to the public in an election context, or any other time for that matter, they ought to honour and deliver on those commitments. That's the approach we take. If the Labor Party is suggesting there was a greater conditionality on the commitments that they made, then that's something Australian voters should consider in the future.
So do you think it would have been, considering how this program's been used, it would have been more truthful on budget night for the Treasurer to say, we are establishing a commuter car park fund, but we are only going to allow coalition members or candidates to apply for the fund, and we will be making our funding announcements as part of the election campaign? Do you think that would have been more upfront and truthful about what this fund was going to be used for?
I think that sounds like you trying to make political points, Senator.
Well, I went back and had a look at what he said, and because I was interested, because he awarded himself for car parks in his electorate out of this, and he didn't say any of those things. He said, we are establishing a commuter car park fund to deal with congestion across major cities in Australia. Like, it was a very general statement. But we know that wasn't actually what it was for, was it? It was only for congestion in seats you wanted to win.
Well, Senator, it's providing infrastructure that will help people in different parts of Australia to be able to access facilities that enable them to more easily access public transport.
So you're completely comfortable with the way it was administered?
As I said, Senator, I think it's important that we respond and act on Audit Office recommendations in relation to all manner of programs and activities.
In RAT committee, I think it was, the officials tabled the infrastructure packages as they exist, and against the Urban Congestion Fund, it has a figure of $890 million that is unallocated at this point. Is that going to go the same way as the Community Car Park Fund? Is that your election war chest there? $890 million sitting, waiting, unallocated.
I'm not aware of that figure, Senator. I'm happy to...
It's on a table that was tabled at infrastructure.
Well, then it's really probably a question predominantly for infrastructure in terms of... but
you sit on these committees. You know what's going on in the government, surely. So these buckets of money that are hidden in the budget, tucked away for a rainy day to fund your election campaign, that decision has clearly been taken. And you would sit on the committee that makes those decisions, I'm sure. You sit on ERC.
I'm not offhand recalling any new decisions in terms of that sort of funding stream being added to that program. So in terms of what might be there that's unallocated, as I said, if officials have anything they can add, I'm happy for them to do so. But otherwise, we can take it on notice and do the best we can. But it really is a matter for infrastructure in terms of explaining what that particular stream is.
Yeah, I think we would be relying, if we were to take that on notice, we would be relying on going to infrastructure and getting the same information that sounds like.
I mean, my question, I know that, their evidence is there is $890 million unallocated in the Urban Congestion Fund. So my question to the Finance Minister is this part of your election war chest? Is that what that money is for? Currently unallocated, sitting there, and we're on the eve of an election.
And as I've said, Senator, infrastructure will be best placed to indicate.
Well, they're not going to tell me if it's an election war chest, are they? That's why I'm asking you. You're the Finance Minister. Presumably you're working on your election commitments and how to fund them. And this massive number appears, and the Building Better Regions Fund, almost $500 million unallocated in that program, giving you a nice tidy $1.4 billion of funds to allocate during the election campaign if your previous history is anything to go by.
You might be focused on the election campaign at present, Senator. I'm certainly not.
Right.
Senator Gallagher,
okay.
Listen to the response.
I'm certainly not. There's been plenty to focus my attention, be they the matters being announced by the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor at present, be they the AUKUS matters we discussed earlier, be they the ongoing response to COVID in both a health and an economic sense. They certainly all provide plenty of opportunities to occupy my time right now. Senator.
Yeah, sure. But again, there's $1.4 billion in unallocated funding just in two funds. And we're, 5 months out from an election? Is this what's going to happen again, that you're just going to rort this money all the way to the election?
You're referring, Senator, to a document or information provided by another department in another committee that I haven't seen.
Yeah, but you know what you're funding, how you're going to fund your election commitments, surely, or don't they tell you that either?
Well, I know that our funding of our election commitments will have more credibility, I'm sure, than yours, and I've got no doubt that you will end up.
Well, we're not going to rort
I've got
billions
no doubt
of
you'll end
dollars
up
like
spending.
Senator
Gallagher.
Got no doubt that you'll end up
$1
spending
trillion
more.
of debt,
and
deficits for
so-
as far as the eye can see.
so-
I don't
so-
think we're going
so
to
if
take
you're-
fiscal responsibility lectures from you.
So
Senator
if you're that
Birmingham.
worried, will you give a commitment that you won't be spending more than the coalition going into
I love
the
how
election
this is all
campaign?
turning. I love how when it gets
Because-
difficult for you, where you can't justify, you've got to turn the focus on someone
Well,
else.
Senator
Well, if
Gallagher,
you-
is that a question?
You're the ones that
If you
have
didn't
never
politicise
delivered
your
a
questions, you
surplus,
wouldn't get
have,
political
have
answers.
doubled the debt before the pandemic. We are now got $1 trillion of debt, deficits as far as the eye can see, and almost $6 billion spent buying your way into election, into government. Like, don't give us a lecture about fiscal responsibility, not when you've got these kind of things hanging around your neck.
Senator Gallagher, I think we are getting into more of a debate than asking
I was responding to Senator
questions.
Birmingham being
I will
inflammatory.
note your response, Senator Gallagher, and I think this is a very good time for us to break for lunch. So the committee will reconvene at 1:30 p.m.
does reference that in terms of its composition. I'd take you to page 41 of the 2020 version of the Technology Investment Roadmap, First Low Emissions Technology Statement, which.
Can we just agree on what document I'm going to? So it's online, is it?
It would be online.
So it's the 2020 statement of...
The Technology Investment Roadmap.
So there hasn't been a new one of those as part of this agreement?
There
I thought there was.
There will be in due course, Senator, but...
What does it in due course mean?
Well, that's a matter for the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor.
But it's been, sorry, can I just, so I understand, because I thought today we were going to get an electric vehicle strategy, a technology investment roadmap update, as well as this thing, I don't know what you call this, a brochure, as part of the announcement. But that's not the case?
Senator, I'm not sure on what you were basing your decisions
Media
tonight.
reports. Media reports that have been obviously briefed by the government.
Well, if they're wrong, I wouldn't assume that they were obviously briefed by the government, Senator. But,
well, you do have a style on how you do it. But yeah, okay. So no. So they've agreed to but not released today. So they're coming, what, tomorrow or the next day?
Oh, Senator, as I said, I mean, timing on these things are matters for the PM and relevant portfolio ministers. And as I'd said in response to some of your questions earlier today, there's no single point of saying this is it, mission accomplished, and there won't be for any government for many years to come, because the work of achieving net zero is quite profound and substantial. But you wanted a breakdown of the $20 billion. That's what I was seeking to do, which starts with, isn't all included in, but it starts with some of the figures in the technology investment roadmap. There are then subsequent announcements in budgets that have been made since then. So I'm happy to step you through those different components if you want.
I'd like to know the 20 billion, yeah.
Okay. So, say page 41 of that technology investment roadmap highlights projected spending by ARENA of $1.4 billion to 2030, by the CEFC of $1.3 billion per year, in line with its average historical investment levels, of the of the CER of $2.9 billion through the Emissions Reduction Fund and Climate Solutions Fund, as well as investments by CSIRO, CRCs and the ARC of around $1 billion on climate-related matters, in line with trend investment by those entities. It is then supplemented by the budget measures from the 2020-2021 budget, including the co-investment fund to support industrial, freight and agricultural businesses at $95 million, the Future Fuels Fund of $74 million, the expansion of the Regional and Remote Communities Reliability Fund to support microgrids in regional and remote areas of $67 million, the measures to improve productivity and lower energy costs in building and hotel sectors of $52 million, initial commitments to hydrogen hubs, research collaborations, international supply chain of $70 million, which have been subsequently added to, but it's going through the budget measures, carbon capture and storage development fund of $50 million, and the Southwest Integrated System Big Battery Project of $15 million, transmission investments of $250 million, Indigenous microgrids program specific to WA of $13.5 million, and then in the 2021-22 budget, the clean hydrogen hubs of $275 million, investment in CCUS hubs and technologies of $263 million, land sector investments of $59 million, the strategic international partnerships in relation to low emissions technologies of $565 million, the unlocking abatement in the industrial sector, recommendations of the King Review and the Safeguard Ceiling crediting mechanism of $280 million, support through supply chains to reduce energy costs of $26 million, the voluntary climate action through Climate Active. It's a few different pieces, as I said, sort of bringing together budget measures. I'm almost to the end.
Okay.
So the Climate Active of $10 million, the Catherine to Darwin Interconnected System Big Battery Project and microgrid rollout in the Territory of $30 million, and the last that I was going to cite in this list, the Renewable Energy Microgrid incorporating hydrogen in the Daintree in North Queensland of $19 million. So they're the contributors to
That's about half of it, or less. I reckon I've been doing a bit of a count, but okay.
I highlight that some of the ones I said earlier on, like the CEFC, were per annum figures.
I see, yeah.
So it's not 1.3.
So what is the 20 billion over? Have we worked that out yet?
Well, 220, essentially this decade, Senator.
Okay, so 2020 to
2030.
To 2030.
So it doesn't include some of the projects, like in particular Snowy 2.0, which obviously would take it significantly higher.
Okay. So what about the deal with the Nats? Where do we find that in this plan here? Nice brochure that's printed. When was this printed?
Well, that would be a question for industry. I assume they're the ones who commissioned the printing.
Oh. So it was, because it wasn't signed off till last night. Was it printed overnight?
It used to be an Australian government printer, and Finance was probably in charge of it back in the day.
Yeah, well, which is why I did think a question. You haven't had anything to do with the printing of this? No, you don't. When did you first see it?
I don't believe that you've got a glossy copy. I don't have a glossy copy, Senator.
It's on loan. It's in short supply apparently, so I've got it on loan. So you haven't seen it, Senator Birmingham?
I've seen the document. I can't say that I have a glossy copy of it though, Senator.
Okay. And when did you see that?
Well, I've seen different versions of the document for some time.
So where's the page that says what we gave to the National Party?
Well, Senator, I think is...
There is this it, the blessed plan for the regions? Does that cover the costs of the national deal?
The Senator, as I said before, there are many things as a government we pursue in a continuous way, which includes support for regional Australia, and that's what we continue to and will continue to do.
So now that this is out, can you tell me whether there's going to be a regional future fund and whether finance is costing that? Has that been agreed to?
Well, Senator, if there were any such arrangements, they would be costed through the normal budget processes and then announced by government.
If there were any such arrangements. So what, you haven't agreed to a regional future fund?
Senator, I'm not going to go to policy decisions that the government may or may not have taken, but not announced.
But in fairness, Senator Birmingham, we understand. I mean, I don't know what the point of the last 2 weeks has been over with the government tearing itself apart, but we were led to believe that you were going through a process to reach agreement with the National Party. We're told that agreement's been reached. This comes out, this brochure, after 8 years in government. We've got a brochure with no modelling, no targets, a lot of marketing, but we're not to know what the cost of the deal with the National Party is. We know there was a deal, so now what? It's just a secret deal, and the people of Australia who are going to fund this deal don't deserve to know what is in it?
No, Senator. I mean, any policies that the government brings forward will be costed, will be published in the relevant budget update, be that MyEFO budget or PFO. Ultimately, that's the transparent way of ensuring that that budget costs are acknowledged if and where there are programs.
So has the government agreed to a regional future fund?
Well, there's no such policy that's been announced and finalised by government.
Okay. So what did the Nats get? Nothing. They got a brochure.
Well, what the government
looked after his own job.
What the government has agreed to, Senator, is a commitment to net zero that the Prime Minister will make as part of our updated commitments under the Paris Agreement. The way in which Australia will approach that with our plan to achieve net zero, the types of policy parameters around that, and in doing so, a clear recognition that our plan is built on pillars that are about supporting transition in regional communities and achieving the jobs growth in those communities.
So why is the government refusing to say what the agreement is with the National Party?
No.
Why are you not able to tell me what is in it and what the cost of it is?
So, Senator, where we have policies finalised and to announce, we then announce them, and they're all reflected appropriately in the budget context. That's the normal process.
Yeah, but you've reached agreement. We've been told you've reached agreement with the National Party. They went to you with a log of claims.
We have reached agreement with the National Party and the Liberal Party in our coalition government to the plan to deliver net zero.
Okay.
That's what we've agreed to, Senator.
Okay, and they've got nothing in terms of a payoff for it. So you don't have to deliver anything. There's not going to be a regional future fund. There's not going to be tax incentives or waivers for farmers. There's not going to be an infrastructure transport package payoff or financial rewards for farmers. None of that has been agreed to.
Any other policy positions that the government takes will be properly costed, finalised through normal cabinet and budget processes and duly announced, even when they're taken and finalised.
Yeah, I understand that, but what have you agreed to date to get to this point? And why are you refusing to tell the Estimates Committee what has been agreed to?
So, Senator, I'm being quite clear that if there are other things to be announced, they'll go through all the proper processes and they'll be announced.
I'm not asking about the announcement
I've said multiple
I'm
times.
asking what has been agreed to by the government.
I've said multiple times today that the path to net zero, including looking at the economic impacts on communities, is not something that is set and forget, and we will continue to look at all the policy parameters in relation to achieving it.
So the 5-yearly review by the Productivity Commission, has that been agreed to? I think I heard you talking about it on radio this morning. Is that part of the deal?
So that sort of work, I think, is important in terms of precisely how and when such analysis is undertaken. Again, there'd be announcements appropriate for the Treasurer, who's the minister responsible for the PC.
This is just making a mockery of estimates, Senator Birmingham. You're on the radio talking about a 5-year review by the Productivity Commission, and then you're saying, if it happens or if it doesn't happen, when it happens, further announcements will be made. Like, what a joke.
I forget how many measures were announced in this year's budget and things that you could be asking about that are all there on the public record. Senator, you seem to be wanting to ask about things that might happen in the future, might be announced in the future.
He's denying there's even a deal with the National Party. Order. Is there a deal with the National Party around net zero by 2050?
There is absolutely agreement between the coalition parties on our plan to deliver net zero, Senator.
Okay,
yes.
So there is a deal with the National Party. We've established
There is a decision of the government constituted by the coalition parties, the Liberal and National parties who form the government, for the plan to deliver net zero. That is indeed what we have endorsed.
To say there is a deal with the National Party. Now,
what is the
cost of that deal?
The government's comprised of a couple of political parties.
What is the cost of that deal?
Order.
What? What is the fiscal impact of that deal that's been decided? What is it?
Senator, you try to put this in some sort of binary terms, which is just not the case. So,
do you not know what the cost is? Is that the answer?
As a government, where we work through policy proposals, we work them up, we cost them, we settle them as a cabinet and through cabinet processes, and then they're released with that detail attached to them and that understanding around them. It's a continuous process in relation to all of the different areas of government going through each of the different budget update cycles, and any other proposals will be taken through those sorts of processes.
Okay, so we've established one area where you have confirmed there is a deal with the National Party. You won't confirm what the costs are. Will you confirm that you don't know what the costs are?
Senator,
based on your previous answer that things change and move around.
Well,
my
previous answer is that all decisions are subject to proper processes, including.
No, they're not. You cut a deal on the weekend. What's the proper process there?
Senator, the processes that led to the support across government for the plan to deliver net zero have been ongoing for a long period of time, including the policy work that underpins it, some of which I just referenced in relation to the $20 billion figure that you wanted me to highlight.
This is a decade of work, this brochure. This is what we get.
I think you'll find
no costs, no modelling.
I think you'll find that there's some more detail.
Who worked for Tourism Australia?
Online.
I don't know.
Senator Gallagher.
Prime Minister?
Questions?
Can put out a brochure.
Didn't work there for very long.
Senator Ayres, is that a question or a comment?
It was a clarification.
So the deal will remain secret. That's essentially your answer. And you will not elaborate on what the terms of the deal is. Well, why don't we have a right to know?
Senator, I'm not sure.
Do you even know
I'm
what
not,
the deal
I'm not,
is,
I'm
or
not
are you
sure.
just one
I'm
of
not
these
sure how the
people that
Labor
just
Party
go,
goes
"Oh, I
about.
trust them"?
I'm not sure how you go about making decisions, but you know.
Well, I usually like to know how much
we
they
respect
cost.
the
That's where I
opportunity
start
to
from.
engage. We respect the opportunity to engage with all members
Yeah.
of the coalition, Liberal and National, members and senators. We engage them in terms of the policy priorities of the government, where there are fundamental decisions like this one in terms of Australia's commitment to net zero. We've gone through that process very carefully with everybody, both Liberals and Nationals, and that has reached consensus around this plan, and that's what the Prime Minister has released today.
So the
other
National
policies
Party
that we
got
take
this
forward, we
brochure,
also
you
have
say?
processes
Senator
that we
Gallagher.
take forward and we approve and we cost and we detail in those normal processes.
So they must negotiate very hard. They got the brochure. That's all the National Party got, is it?
Senator, you can play the political games, try to get
It's
the
not a
grab of
political
waving the
game.
brochure with
This is national
with a,
climate
with a
policy.
cute grab. That's
one
up
of the
to you.
biggest issues facing the country.
Sure.
You've done a deal.
No.
Nobody knows what it is because it's certainly not part of this 10-page brochure that has been given to us as the summation of a decade's work on climate policy by the government. So wouldn't the first question you ask as Finance Minister when faced with the log of claims, what is the price of this deal?
Certainly when
Yeah.
proposals come forward, we work through the
Okay.
costings of them, and I'm always very keen to ensure that we understand those costings and the budgetary implications.
But you don't understand them now?
Certainly do, Senator. And,
So you do, but you're not telling?
No, Senator. You're leaping to a whole range of assumptions about different things based on media commentary or speculation.
You just said you do understand the cost implications.
Sure, but
I said,
sorry.
okay, but you're not telling us.
I certainly understand the cost implications of proposals that come forward, have come forward.
This is costed.
Yes, Senator Ayres, but...
What is the cost?
But again...
What is the cost? What is the fiscal impact of this announcement? What is it?
Well, as I just detailed, a rather long list of different measures that constitute the $20 billion of public investment identified in there. Over what period of time would you like to know, Senator?
Well, well, any period would be a start. There have been words
I just
without
took you
so
through
far.
the period to 2030.
Yeah.
Would you like me to read it all again?
What is the additional cost?
Would you like me to read it all
like you to
again,
answer the
Senator
question.
Ayres?
There are words, piles of words that have no meaning. What I want to see is finance leadership, some focus on what is the cost, additional cost of this program.
So
there are a lot of words, but what is the cost?
So Senator, I stepped you through $20 billion worth of
So 20 billion
investments.
additional, is it?
Pardon?
20 billion additional.
It's $20 billion worth of investments and activities. As I indicated, there are indeed others, such as the equity injections into Snowy, that are in addition to that. And as I've said continuously throughout the day, Senator Ayres, there is not a set and forget in relation to these policy settings either. Achieving net zero by 2050 is not a simple or straightforward proposition, and it will require governments, if they're being genuine about it, to continuously look at how they review and refine those policy settings, which we will do.
Well, there's a more agricultural term for this kind of waffle that I won't use in Senate estimates, but they are just words that have no meaning, that are designed to obscure your responsibility to answer Senator Gallagher's questions. It's gone on all day. You must be able to breathe through your ears in order to talk this much.
It's unusual.
It just goes on and on and on, but there is no meaning.
I'm not sure I've heard that one before, Senator, but congratulations.
So the Prime Minister confirmed the Productivity Commission review in his media conference today. So is there a cost associated with that you can share with the committee?
If there are cost the PC has a number of, is well funded to undertake lots of different reviews. If there are any cost variations to the PC undertaking a 5-yearly review,
But
then
is there going to be
then
any
that's
costing
something that will be
implications?
updated
I mean,
in May.
that's this is what I'm asking. You're the Finance Department. The government has agreed to a Productivity Commission report every 5 years. So that's not a secret. It's obviously part of the secret deal, but it's not a secret to the rest of us. What is the cost of that?
Senator, I'd expect that mostly to be done within existing resources, but
But you don't know because
PC
nobody's costed it.
No,
So-
Senator.
Yeah. Well, have you? Has finance costed the Productivity Commission's review every 5 years into impacts on regional and rural communities? Probably for you, Ms Huxtable. Have you costed that, which has been announced by the government? It's not a secret.
Well,
or are you in the process of
Senator,
costing it now?
having an existing agency undertake a review is not ordinarily much of a spending measure.
Okay. So surely everything that comes to Cabinet to get signed off is seen by Finance, who provides the brief to you and would assess the cost implications. I cannot believe that that would not happen. In fact, I think we've had it confirmed here that is the process.
It's the process in relation to...
Was there a green brief on that?
Process in relation to spending proposals, Senator.
Okay. Ms Huxtable, you don't look like you want to answer this, but can you provide any other information? Have you costed that or have you not costed that?
Senator, this is all part of Cabinet consideration. So we do a very large number of costings that are considered by government.
I know, but I'm not asking about a large number. I'm asking about the Productivity Commission's review, which we know it's a decision of Cabinet, but it's announced, so it's out there. Did you cost that?
Well,
it's really simple.
I mean, we do
Yes
cost a
or
very
no?
large number of things, so I don't necessarily know off the top of my head
Ms.
whether we
Huxtable,
costed
please.
that particular item or not.
Please. You're a very professional public servant. You know what I'm asking.
I'm not aware that I'm not aware that we've costed that that particular proposal. But as the minister said, in the event that there are initiatives that are absorbed by agencies, we wouldn't always have visibility of all those proposals.
No, but
depending on the extent of the cost.
Yes, but you would have some assessment of it to lead you to the belief that it could be absorbed within existing
Well, I think in
resources.
those instances where you're talking about potentially, not a large amount of money, an agency could come to a view that they could meet the cost of that.
So you're not aware? Is that a no or not aware?
Well, I'm not aware. I'm relying on officers to advise me if they're aware.
Well,
but
can we please get an answer on that? Because honestly, if I hear it's Cabinet in confidence to actually say whether you've costed an announced policy,
So
not even what the costing is.
Senator, no one who's here
can recall it.
I don't think is aware of
doesn't
us having costed that particular item.
Okay.
But I would also say that the process of us agreeing costs in the context of an update, of an economic update, is that we would, there may be cases where costs are quite small, and we would go through a process of just finalising costs in the course of finalising the material for the update.
Yes, I understand that. Yep. What I don't understand is your role as briefing a minister who's negotiating a deal like what occurred over the weekend, and whether you were in a position to brief the minister on what the costs of that deal would be. It's not clear to me how that part of the business works.
So I think the point I was making, Senator, is that we do provide advice on a large range of things. Some of those result in decisions or variations to decisions, and they're reported in the next economic update. And costs are finalised as part of that process.
Yeah. But the government has reached agreement with the National Post, so it's not like any other budget process. In the budget processes and MyEFO, it's initiatives that are policy proposals that are coming through at departmental level across government that there's a process and it all leads up to the ERC and then on to decision making. This is different. This is government negotiating with government to cut a deal that then gets agreed and then presumably gets given to the finance department as an agreement. And then you cost it, but it's already agreed. Whereas when you're costing in the budget process, you're costing prior to agreement. Do you see the difference? And it's done at departmental level. A lot of that's done at departmental level. You're asking what the cost of this is, what's the policy parameters around it, that kind of thing. This, we're getting served up with a deal that's been done between politicians and then gets given to you. And you've signed off on it without any understanding what the costs might be.
Well,
and I just think that's irresponsible.
Senator, you're making that allegation. It's not the case. It's not the case, Senator. As I've said already today, and I know it disappoints you that there wasn't, a list of such things that existed and was announced.
It's actually not about me or you, Senator Birmingham. It's about good government.
Sure.
That's what it's about. And it looks like a shambles.
And as I've said before today, any further policy measures that the government announces that go towards contributing net zero or dealing with the economic adjustments relevant to achieving net zero will go through all the normal processes of government. All the normal processes of government.
So you've signed a blank cheque, essentially?
No, Senator.
You have to have. If you haven't had it costed, but you've agreed to a whole range of things with the National Party without knowing what they cost, then it's a blank cheque, unless you're going to renege on the deal, which I guess is an option for you once you're through an election.
That's it. Senator, you misconstrue the nature of the discussion that was had within the government and the fact that that discussion led to agreement of the plan that has been released.
Come on. I misconstrue the nature of the agreement. You've had the National Party holding you hostage essentially for a decade, but particularly in public view for the last 2 weeks. And you want me to think that with some kind of genteel discussions going on around the appropriateness or otherwise of climate policy? That isn't what's gone on in the last fortnight or the last decade. It's a political fix of no substance that's got an unlimited budget, as far as I can work out.
I can assure you, Senator, that the overwhelming topics of discussion have been why Australia needs to make a net zero commitment and how it's in Australia's best interests to make that commitment, and how then that is achieved, and the different impacts in terms of ways that it can be achieved, and that is those issues are of course what is at the heart of the plan that's been released today.
So all we know of what the Nationals got out of the division, disunity and chaos of the last little while is a review by the Productivity Commission once every 5 years, which Barnaby Joyce has referred to, or referenced productivity commissions. I don't know. I use them when I run out of toilet paper. That's his view of productivity commission reports, and that is the sum total of the deal with the National Party. It's a 5-yearly review from a productivity commission that Barnaby Joyce, the Deputy Prime Minister, considers is best used as toilet paper.
Well, he sometimes has a colourful turn of phrase. It's not an assessment of their worth that I'd share.
No, it's not an assessment of their work I'd share either, but it doesn't really show that he holds them in high regard. So a piece of work done by an organisation that he doesn't hold in high regard is the sum total of the deal and the result of all of that chaos and disunity.
Well, no, Senator.
Okay, so there is something more.
The plan released today is what was agreed upon by the government, following extensive engagement with members of the government across the Liberal and Nationals party room, and that's been the overwhelming topic of discussion in those briefings. And I'd encourage you to look at the 126 pages of it and and you'll see from there.
126, you must have a different version than the one I've got. What's the 126 pages?
Well, it's the document. Australia's long-term emissions reduction plan, a whole of economy plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050.
I haven't got that one. Can I get a copy of that one? I've got the brochure. That's all I was able to find. So is the Finance Department being asked to cost this $250 billion coal lending facility, or it's a loan facility of newly appointed Cabinet Minister Pitt?
Senator, we seem to be back in the territory this morning where
you're asking
hypothetical questions.
Things would be clear after the announcement, and they're not clear after the announcement. So now I'm going to have to ask them all again.
No, well, I encouraged you to see what was in the announcement because you were seeking to draw conclusions about.
And I can't
about
see
what
it, so
might have
I'm
been.
asking, or is it there that I haven't got your big document? But is the government considering a lending facility to underwrite fossil fuel industries where banks and insurers are increasingly unwilling to fund them? Are you doing that?
Well, Senator, I'm not going to get into the hypotheticals of what is or isn't government policy that isn't announced. If it's not yet announced, don't consider it to be government policy is my advice to you. When it is announced as government policy, it will have gone through the proper processes of government, and then you are in a position to be able to scrutinise those things that have been announced.
Senator Gallagher, you've had the call for a little over half an hour now, almost close to 40 minutes, and I am keen to share the call around, if that's all right.
Yep.
Thank you. Senator Patrick, did you have any questions at this point? Okay, you have the call.
Thank you. Just following on from that, so you would have heard me call that the dumbest idea of 2021, establishing a $250 billion fund.
I have now, anyway.
Okay, well, I said it last week in the Senate.
You missed that.
Good luck, Rex. Go in. Do your best.
Yeah, so is that under consideration by government?
So I'll refer you to the answer I just gave,
yes
Senator Gallagher.
He won't tell you. It's secret.
I'm not going to entertain this scenario where I sit here and start to rule in and rule out different ideas that are not the announced policies of the government.
Is the government planning to send a manned mission to the moon as part of its space agency program?
There are actually partnership elements that we signed with the US in terms of participation in the mission to the moon. They would
I'm talking about an Indigenous
in terms of
Australian
the
Man on the
Senator
Moon
Patrick.
program.
The US proposal is indeed to return man to the moon. Now, whether there ends up being an Australian or not, as I said, the details of that are rightly for the industry department, Senator Patrick.
Would be best placed to someone other than the Finance Department.
Well,
Senator
no,
Patrick.
it would have to be costed by finance, and the Senate estimates there are no boundaries on questions related to government expenditure. So, are we considering putting a man on the moon, Senator?
Well, Senator Patrick, in relation to the announced policy of the government of cooperating with NASA in the United States as part of their moon mission that they're pursuing, I'm not aware that involves putting an Australian on the moon.
Okay. So you'll rule out some programs, but not...
I responded speaking about an announced policy and
I'll put it in simple layman's terms.
An agreement we have between Australia and the US.
Something a South Australian constituent would understand. Such a program would be a big undertaking by government and would be done on their behalf, presumably. And actually, why would you keep that from the Australian public? Why would you keep that from South Australians?
Why would I keep what from South Australia?
Whether or not you're going to go down the pathway, or at least are considering, a $250 billion taxpayer-funded loan facility.
So, as I said to Senator Gallagher, if it's not announced as government policy, you shouldn't consider it to be government policy. When we have an announcement on anything to make, it will have gone through all the proper processes.
Are you considering that? Are you considering that? I'm not asking you about the policy details, just are you considering it?
I get it, Senator, but it's a point of principle that, you know, I respond by giving yes or no to that hypothetical, and then there's a string of other hypotheticals that follow it, and we go down a rabbit warren from there.
More.
So
this is something that
so you're right. You are right.
Allow the Minister to respond to the question.
You are right, Senator Patrick, in what you said before. We are here at estimates, and all areas of government expenditure are on the table. There's no government expenditure in relation to that sort of proposal that you're asking me about.
I think we have to go to the New Zealand system, where they function quite satisfactorily under the Westminster system without all of this cabinet in confidence stuff that goes on. It really is just, I think in a modern day, just a mask, just masks either incompetence or secrecy for the sake of it. Anyway, all right, let's go to something you have been dealing with, and that is in relation to bundling of infrastructure projects. This,
I guess so. Procurement.
Yeah, it's a procurement-related issue. So it was first raised in the COVID committee hearing on the 10th of September 2020. So it's a year since we first had a discussion. You might recall, Ms Huxtable, in the COVID committee, where we were looking at the fact that only tier one contractors.
Sorry, can I just check that I've got the officers?
Sure.
Oh, I do.
Thank you.
He's magically emerged.
So just to set the scene, we have a situation, hopefully have a situation, as I understand it, where only tier ones can bid for big infrastructure projects, and all of the tier ones are foreign owned. So we actually exclude Australian entities from these larger projects. And a year ago you set out on a pathway to try and deal with this problem. And I just want to know what's actually happened in that year. What's something solid you can tell me has changed, or have we just had meetings?
So Mr Danks can take you through the work that we've done in that period, but I think you recall, Senator, from the discussions we have had previously that many of these relate to the procurement of projects through the states and territories and through the infrastructure department.
Using Commonwealth money. Commonwealth money,
yes.
So you have the hook. And look, I've waited a year.
And Senator, we have responded to these questions in the interim as well, because we did discuss it, I think, at the last.
But you've just said we're talking. There are companies out there that would like to win work using Australian taxpayers' money to build into Australian infrastructure projects. And right now, the Department of Finance is sitting there. They have the levers. If the will was there, if the minister had the will and made the direction, you could simply attach a condition to Commonwealth money to make sure that Australian funded projects can go to Australian contractors rather than overseas entities that squeeze the entire supply chain, maximise their profits, and then transfer price it out of the country. The whole thing's a farce. And you've had a year to do something and you're not doing anything. Minister, pay attention. This is an important issue.
I'm actually just, if you'd like, Senator, the page I have open to me is headed procurement recommendations, and I'm just
Okay, I don't want to hear about talk. I want to hear what action has been taken in the year since we've dealt with it, since this was first raised. What can we say to the Australian taxpayer that you've actually done that has made a change? And if not, who are you going to fire in between?
Senator Patrick, the officials were just about to answer that question.
Speak to this.
Sure, I just had that supplementary component.
Senator Patrick, Andrew Danks, First Assistant Secretary, Procurement Insurance Division. As we've discussed before, the Commonwealth Procurement Framework don't apply to states and territories. They have their own procurement frameworks. A lion's share of the infrastructure investment that is spent by states and territories funded by the Commonwealth through the national partnership agreements that are run by the Department of Infrastructure. As we talked previously, we did set up some workshops with Australian-owned contractors with the Department of Infrastructure, with our Department of Industry colleagues who look after Australian industry participation plans. I understand the Department of Infrastructure has started to look at this matter. I know the Deputy Prime Minister...
Started to look.
I know the Deputy Prime Minister has
My question,
been...
Chair, went to what actions have been taken.
Senator
So,
Patrick,
Chair,
Senator Patrick,
could you
the official
please,
was partway through their response.
bring the official back to the question? What actions have you taken? I don't care about talking. I don't care about looking. What substantive action has been taken in relation to this issue? It's really important. This is taxpayers' money, which is not able to be spent on Australian companies. The only people that can get access to this money are foreign-owned entities. That's not acceptable.
Well, Senator Patrick, that's not an accurate characterisation in the first place. To simply say the only people who can get access to these contracts, there's nothing in the procurement rules that limits contracts.
We've been through this, Senator. We've been through this.
I understand. I understand what you're pointing to in relation to the practical effect of certain issues in the way in which states and territories have bundled certain contracts within Commonwealth. The latest statistics show that in terms of our issuing of contracts, there's been a year-on-year increase each year for the last 5 years in terms of SMEs participating in Commonwealth
big contracts.
But I appreciate you're talking about something different there. I'm just highlighting the fact that we have been steadily introducing reforms across the Commonwealth that have given more Australian businesses, more small businesses, more SMEs a greater chance to be able to participate in Commonwealth procurement, just as the reforms our government introduced have, for example, given more Indigenous-owned businesses a greater opportunity to participate in Commonwealth procurement and to achieve outcomes in those areas. So I only interrupted there because I didn't want to let a mischaracterisation stand that seems to suggest there is a prohibition on Australian businesses
I'm
somehow.
being very
that is
specific
certainly
about
not
where
the
the
case.
prohibition lies, and that is that these smaller Tier 2 Australian-owned companies can't bid for the large work. They simply won't get accepted as the prime contractor. Has to go to a Tier 1, and they are, as a matter of fact, all foreign-owned. That's how we've set up our arrangement, and it's not a free trade issue because Spain do all their own work and they're basically doing most of our work now. So, the way this is been orchestrated by government, is it's a sham. You've cut people out, and we come here after a year, and you've done nothing. You've just had a talk. You've had a chinwag. All you have to do, Minister, is alter that agreement and place a requirement on each of the states to permit these Tier 1, Tier 2 contracts to do the work, and that's it. It takes just a little bit of leadership, which sadly it appears you are lacking in this area.
There wasn't actually a question anywhere there, Senator, but just to respond again to the inaccuracy in your statements, there's nothing in the procurement rules that says there are Tier 1 contractors who need only apply. That's not the way that the procurement rules are written or work. I absolutely understand some of the issues that underpin what you're raising, and certainly am well aware of those, and have been looking at some different technical approaches to address some of the influences in terms of the outcomes of procurement. But the rules don't limit it to foreign companies. They don't limit it to Tier 1 companies. And it doesn't matter how loudly you ask the question or how many insults you choose to hurl, it's important to
If you just did something, you're just not doing anything about it. And you can say that it's not the procurement rules. We've been through that before. It comes down to things like securities and other issues. Solve the problem or move out and let someone else get in there that can. And that applies to officials as well. It's not good enough.
Is there a question there, Senator Patrick?
Chair, Senator Patrick knows that I'm also very interested in this, and I actually would appreciate the Minister and officials being able to answer the question without being interrupted.
Okay, my question, to be really specific, I don't want to hear about what you've talked about, what you're looking into. What have you actually done? What measure have you changed? That's the question I'm asking. Don't direct the question at what you're doing with SMEs, what you're chatting about here. What have you actually done? It's a simple question, and that's why I'm getting frustrated, because you're going off in other places.
Senator, the point that I was making is that there are, we have, as you know, engaged with the organisation that you've also worked with, and we've had a number of meetings with them. There are two sort of key players here. One is the Industry Department through the Australian Industry Participation Framework and the industry plans. We've worked with them in respect of how those industry plans can support local industry in participating in Commonwealth projects. And the second is through the Infrastructure Department, which is the one who is procuring a lot of these activities that you're speaking of through the states and territories. My understanding is that they are doing work, and you may wish to direct questions to them in respect of creating or supporting mid-tier companies to basically be engaging in this tier one market. We don't hold those levers directly. Within the procurement framework, clearly there have been changes over time. For example, and you're well aware, considering the economic value of procurements, I know that's something that you're familiar with, and we've worked on that. We've also made changes in respect of the SME arrangements and the way in which procurement occurs for small and medium enterprises. So I don't accept that we haven't been doing anything in this space. There are things that we can control, and we have sought to improve the operation of the procurement framework, to be clearer around the guidance. We engage very extensively with Defence. There's also a major procurer around their procurement activities, and we've sought to bring the relevant parties to the table, working with the organisation that you've spoken of. So, we certainly have some direct responsibility around procurement, but we are not the ones who are procuring much of this infrastructure, and we've sought to work with those entities that do.
But you are supplying the money, and I put it to you that he or she who holds the purse actually has a lot of control. And what it sounds like to me is you're just not willing to exercise that control.
Senator, we also work within the Commonwealth Procurement Framework, which is subject to international agreements also. So I think we have sought to effect changes, sensible changes, that enable the economic value of procurement to be considered by decision makers. We've sought to provide guidance around that. And we continue to work with the relevant entities on this matter. Okay,
but it's not the procurement rules per se that have fettered or barred the tier ones from having access. As the minister says, it's not written into the Commonwealth procurement rules that they can't get these contracts. Okay, so it's not about what the bar and the procurement rules. It's about some other thing that is preventing them being able to get into those contracts, and that's the thing we need to fix.
So Senator, there are a couple of issues. If we can have a calm conversation, that indeed the department, I've separately had conversations with those in the industry, trying to work through within the rules and consistent with international obligations, as Ms Huxtable said, and without undermining the ability to efficiently get outcomes and all of that. What are the things that we could do that are practical and might make a difference? And that is certainly something that we're working through some changes that I anticipate making, looking as to how we can achieve the outcomes that that either that provide for more tier 2 type businesses to either bid in their own right, or for there to be greater incentive for them to be partners in bids, or remove some of the impediments that may be in the way of them bidding in the first place because of certain cost elements that are there. Now, they're changes that we are certainly working through, getting legal advice, but that's a result of sitting down, working with industry and trying to understand what the changes can be in different approaches that we undertake, or how we can leverage with the states and territories to get them to follow suit. And
when do you expect to announce these changes then?
Look, I don't think they're.
Frame?
I think we're
by next estimates.
Well, I'd hope so.
All right, I'll leave it there, but I've got a couple of other lines, if that's okay. Minister, in a similar vein, this goes to Snowy Hydro. You are a shareholder minister, and so my questions are to you as the shareholder minister. Have you issued any directions to Snowy Hydro regarding any government expectation about using the project to help develop onshore capability?
I'm not sure about developing onshore capability per se as a phrase, Senator. I think certainly shareholder ministers have made clear expectations in terms of maximising and utilising Australian industry wherever possible in their procurement decisions and undertaking. And I draw that distinction because obviously maximising Australian capability is the type of thing you and I will discuss and debate in a defence context where we're trying to build a pipeline of particular skills to service an industry of defence, naval shipbuilding and so on in the future, whereas Snowy is a large infrastructure project that is achieving a renewable energy outcome, but much of its work is infrastructure, building and operations, not unlike other large infrastructure projects around the country.
Okay, so you'll be familiar with steel in the Future Submarine Project, and that's a good example where Defence said, you know what, we want to develop this capability here, and they sat down with Naval Group and they've worked through how they might have provided steel into the Future Submarine Project. Now I've been, which is a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yep. And
I give credit where it's due. In the case of Snowy, and I've been following this for over a year now with Snowy Hydro, asking them about the steel requirements, asking whether whether they were looking at, because industry had come to me and said the requirements as they're specified, none of us can bid on them. That leads to two things. Either you say, or three options. You just go overseas. You alternatively alter the specifications to permit, to find an engineering solution that permits Australian steel manufacturers from doing the work, or you upskill the Australian manufacturers such that they can meet the specifications of the designer. And it appears, well, it's a matter of fact now. It was tabled by Snowy 2.0 yesterday. They provided, or it might have been an answer to a question on notice, that they intend to procure steel fabrication from an Italian supplier, ABT Rivo Calzoni, who is the usual supplier to WeBuild, who have the prime contract, rather than seeking to engage Australian companies to work out how you might upgrade them, such that they might even be able to take that capability and use it elsewhere in other parts of industry. So, do you endorse the approach that Snowy have taken in as a board member in just going to their supplier, not attempting to upskill Australian industry?
Well, I haven't seen the answer that was provided yesterday, Senator Patrick, so I don't know the detail underpinning that. Of course, I'd prefer to see Australian steel used. I don't pretend to have the technical expertise to know what variation to specifications would be required to meet what Australian steelmakers produce relative to what Snowy actually needs. The type of steel I imagine necessary for shipbuilding is probably quite different to what is necessary for the works at Snowy. So I hesitate to cast judgment, I guess, in that space because it may be a long way off in terms of the technical specifications of what Snowy needs and what the Australian industry can produce. That's something for technical experts. From a government perspective, the multi-billion-dollar modern manufacturing strategy that we've announced and the grants that we're providing under that, often I've noticed a factor that seems to influence industry's decision around the awarding of those grants is where businesses are indicating that they are wanting to retool, change their equipment, etc., to be able to meet certain specifications that they haven't previously been able to meet. And certainly I've picked that up more anecdotally from talking to businesses who've participated in those grants, that's often what they're doing. And so government is certainly supporting businesses to do that, and doing that through those grants programs. But the specifics of Snowy and the steel, if anybody has any other information.
Can I ask you, because I don't want to ambush you and I haven't provided you with detail, and I'm not a specialist either, but maybe ask you to have a look at that. And it might be the fact that you divorced it from the Snowy contract by way of grants to assist Australian industry get up to where they need to be. See, one of the problems that I identified last night is that the CEO of Snowy 2.0 actually is rewarded on the basis of his profit, which is not an unreasonable thing. That's actually a disincentive for him necessary to look at value, which is different to price, as we know. So the motive of the board is to minimise the cost, whereas the motive of the government ought to be, where it makes sense, let's upskill Australian industry with this national program.
Yes, there's a crossover point as always in those things as to when something ceases to be viable.
As long as it's looked at. My point is, from the evidence given by Snowy last night didn't fill me with confidence that they had seriously looked at those propositions. And I'm thinking about Whyalla, I'm thinking about Port Kembla, where we have other national capabilities that we want to preserve. And here's an example, we're just exporting our dollars overseas to assist their competitors.
Certainly, Senator.
All right, so
understand. Can I, unrelated to anything else, can I let you know that apparently the 23rd of November is the important day for you and me?
Sorry,
border crossings.
Oh, border crossings, thank you. I did see that. No, I think
encourage anybody else who wants to come to South
Australia. I think there's
still
a 7-day quarantine as well, but it's another.
Is it?
Okay.
You might be getting more detail than I am.
But I have consumed time, so I thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you very much. Labor senators? Senator Ayres.
On the 23rd of November. Is it?
I might give you a moment to get all the faces stay the same, even underneath the masks. Hello. Thanks, Mr. Williamson. Are you able to tell me at the outset how many government advertising campaigns are underway now, and can you list them for me, please?
Good afternoon, Senator Nathan Williamson, Deputy Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. In the week commencing yesterday, there are 9 campaigns scheduled to run. I might just ask my colleague, Ms Harris, to take you through.
There was somebody additional coming. Thank you.
Through those 9 campaigns.
Sorry, Senator Sally Harris, Assistant Secretary, Governance Division. Sorry,
Hi, Ms Harris.
Hi, can you repeat the question?
Yes, of course. I wanted, Mr Williamson, I think, suggested campaigns in the week starting Monday. So what are the current government advertising campaigns that are underway?
Sure.
Did you say 9 or 19?
9.
9.
So there's the Australian Signals Directorate Cybersecurity, Department of Defence, Defence Force Recruiting, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Smart Traveller. Department of Health, COVID-19 vaccines. Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, emissions reduction. Department of Social Services, there's two there, Care and Support Workforce and Disability Gateway. And Department of Treasury, Economic Recovery Plan Phase 2 and Your Super, Your Future.
Can you tell me, firstly, the total value of the current advertising campaigns?
I think we'd have to take that on notice. Sorry, Senator, I don't think we've got that information here today.
Well, can you tell me the cost for the, let's start with the ASD cybersecurity campaign?
Oh, so I don't have individual costs for each campaign because they're still in the market, so they would be best directed to the departments.
So, Senator, just to clarify, our role in that sense comes at the end of the campaign when, I guess, the costs are reconciled, and that allows the yearly report to be published on campaign advertising. It includes all of the costs that have been incurred. But
So I think we've had this discussion before, Mr Williamson. Then can you tell me, so you don't approve a budget for each of the campaigns when they go through the approval process?
No, so Finance doesn't approve a budget.
You're not provided with a budget?
The government, on some proposals, yes, certainly approves budgets, but the costs they could be budgets up to.
Yes.
And we have to wait until kind of you go through those campaigns and see where the placements
Well, what is
occur.
the total budget for those campaigns then?
Again, I think we'd have to take that on notice because we wouldn't have that information. Well, I certainly don't have that information to hand today, Senator.
So are there other campaigns that the government has begun and concluded in the financial year to date? You've had phase one. What, was our comeback a 2021 campaign, or was it a... We came back and then we went back and now this is coming back again, I assume?
I would just say that I don't know that we've got any campaigns that have launched in the 21-22 and completed in the 21-22. We've had 7 campaigns launch in 21-22. Now we've got
how many, sorry?
7 campaigns have launched in 21-22. Now we've got 9 running this week because 2 of those campaigns are obviously launched prior to this financial year.
Yes, I see. And what were they?
The 7 campaigns that are launched.
Yes, I see. Which are the 2 that...
Ms Harris will be able to help you with that.
So, sorry, Senator, which 2 are you asking for?
Yeah, I know.
I think Mr Williamson was saying there are 7...
7 that have launched in this
that are launched
financial
in
year.
this financial year and 2 that must have commenced in 2021.
Yeah, so it would have the one in the last would have been Defence Force recruiting and the Economic Recovery Plan.
That's the our comeback one. So if you can't tell me, well, you'll provide me on notice with the amounts that are budgeted for each of these campaigns. I understand your point, Mr Williamson, that there is some variability. What about 2020-21? What was the what was the Commonwealth's total expenditure on advertising?
So in 2021, the total expenditure was $145.3 million.
I think we had this discussion last time round, but does that make the Commonwealth the biggest advertiser in the market?
Traditionally, we are one of the biggest advertisers. Now it can fluctuate, probably depending sometimes seasonality as well, but we are certainly one of the bigger advertisers.
The government spends more money than Woolworths marketing to Australians?
I don't.
We're not the top. We're in the top 5. I think Harvey Norman is number 1 at the moment. It does fluctuate.
Can you tell me how many campaigns? So 7 advertising campaigns out there at the moment. How many have been, so 7 approved this year or started this year? How many campaigns have been reviewed by the ICC in the financial year to date? Ms Harris, have you got that?
Just check if Ms Harris has got that.
So, in...
So I believe...
Yes, I do have...
Sorry, Senator, there's been 7 campaigns have launched and the compliance letters have been issued for those.
Well, yes, that's a slightly different question though. Have there other campaigns been reviewed?
So I guess that the ICC could be working with the department sort of at an early stage because of the ICC's role in providing advice to the accountable authority as to whether a campaign has the capability of meeting the guidelines or principles 1 to 4 of the guidelines. So there could be sort of discussions, but...
So how many campaigns has the ICC completed reviewing in the financial year to date?
So they have issued 7 compliance letters in 21-22. So that's for 7 campaigns.
And that's in relation to those 7 campaigns. They're
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's what I
want. Because they can look at campaigns from.
Well, presumably they have to review them before they start.
Yeah. So if you'd like, I can tell you the 7 campaigns.
Yes, thank you.
So it's the Department of Treasury superannuation reforms. The compliance advice was on the website on the 12th of October.
Mm-hmm.
Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, emissions reduction. The ICC compliance advice was the 20th of September 21. The Department of Health COVID-19 vaccines, the 13th of September 2021. Department of Social Services Care and Support Workforce, 16th of August 2021. Department of Health Syphilis, 28th of July 2021. Department of Social Services Disability Gateway, 14th of July.
Mm-hmm.
And the Department of Defence Force Recruiting, 13th of July.
And the Department of Defence one, that's come because there's some change to it, is there? Is that because it's an ongoing campaign? The syphilis campaign is additional. Is that right? That's not in the list of ones that you...
That's right.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't in the ones listed before, no.
The emissions reduction one, can you just tell me the date that was approved again?
So the emissions reduction campaign, the ICC compliance advice was published on the 20th of September 2021.
So that predates the government's deal with the National Party. But that campaign's out there on foot now. That's the one that all the Liberals have been tweeting, isn't it? That's the same one.
Don't tweet.
The campaign is in the market.
Yes, it is. Yes. Have there been any exemptions from the guidelines that have been granted?
Not in this financial year.
And have any of those campaigns been found not to meet the guidelines?
No.
So you're right. The departments, you'll come back to me on notice about the budgeted amounts, but you're right. Each of the departments appear to be able to answer questions about some of these. Yesterday, in estimates, I think the Department of the Environment said there would be a $13 million marketing plan for a climate policy, coincidentally starting this week. And that campaign was approved circa a month ago. That's right?
Yes, the emissions reduction, it was posted on the 20th of September.
So Minister Birmingham can't tell us the fiscal impact of the plan, but there's a $13 million advertising campaign for it, paid by taxpayers, in the can, ready to go a month before the pantomime of this week. Like fair income. You
Senator-
guys are
Sen-
just a
Senator
marketing
Ayres-
machine,
Senator Ayres,
not a government.
Senator Ayres, there's more than 20
Utter
billion.
disgrace.
There's more than
Utter
20
disgrace.
billion dollars worth of investment.
You couldn't
in the
tell me.
plan.
You couldn't tell me.
No,
You
I-
couldn't tell me what the fiscal impact was. You couldn't tell me what the costings were.
That's not-
but
that's
what
not
was
true at
sorted
all,
out
Senator Ayres.
was the marketing campaign.
I went through quite a long.
Says a lot about this
description of
government.
the- I went through quite a long
Listen to the
description of the
response.
different measures constituting the $20 billion, Senator Ayres. A very lengthy, and if you'd like me to read them all out again, I'll happily find my notes and read out each of those items that constitute the $20 billion of the net zero plan again for
We
you,
prefer
if
it
you
in a
wish.
table.
Save us.
As
I don't
Ms.
doubt your lung
Huxtable has
capacity and your
agreed to.
capacity to sort of free dive your way through going through that again. But what I want to do is deal with some timing questions for this
Ears,
advertising
it's my lungs,
campaign.
it's all getting very personal.
I just think it's a remarkable biological feat to be able to talk that often without obviously breathing.
Senator Ayres, you talk quite often too.
Not for
I'd
that
like
long.
to hear you ask a question.
And there's usually a relationship between the words. When the campaign went before the ICC, what was its commencement date at when it was approved?
I'll get Ms Harris to add to this. I'm not sure that when a campaign goes before the ICC, it's actually referred to a commencement date, because the ICC's process is about, as I said, providing advice to the relevant accountable authority that the particular campaign has the capacity to meet the guidelines, principles 1 to 4. I'm not sure that the ICC sees a commencement date, but Ms Harris is...
They might see a planned commencement date, but that can change. I'm just trying to find for you. So it launched, late September.
So it was due to launch late September, but it has launched.
It did launch late September.
It did launch late September. Did it? Was there anything when it says launched? Was there advertising that occurred prior to this week? Do you mean it was approved in late September?
No, I mean it went into market.
It went into the market.
That's right.
Okay. Last year, I think we talked about some of the inputs that went into the Treasury advertising campaign, which was called Our Comeback. I want to ask about some of the inputs that went into the Department of Health campaign that apparently is launching this week, Spread Freedom. So I get it, some of these questions will need to be dealt with by the Department of Health, but I'm interested in what material you've seen and approved. Can you tell me what inputs, including market research, and by which companies were approved or were used to inform the Department of Health's Spread Freedom campaign?
So, Senator, I think so first of all, I don't have any knowledge of that particular campaign, so I can't. I'll see if Ms Harris...
But Ms Harris may well do. She's more likely to be close to that.
The only thing I can tell you is who the research company is on it.
Who's that?
55.5.
And who's 55.5? I think it was Resolve last time, was the Mr Reid, former Liberal pollster's outfit last time. Who are 55.5?
Yeah, so they're part of the Government Communications Campaign Panel, so they're one of the research suppliers.
And are you aware if any of the research material has been shared with Minister's office? With Minister's offices, I should say?
I know, yeah, they go, I mean, research reports are submitted by departments to the SDCC.
Can you tell me who the creative agency was that was utilised?
It was BMF.
And I think Department of Environment said it was a $13 million Sorry, no, we're talking about the health one. Can you tell me the total spend?
I can't actually know. You'd have to ask the Department of Health. I don't have that.
Well, you're going to come back to me on notice about the total,
We'll see what
the total anticipated
we can get
spend
about
of
those
these.
budget numbers.
Yes.
But as I said, agencies are best placed to give the detailed breakdown because they have the relationships with those parties that you're talking about, the creative agencies, researchers, etc.
Who's on the SDCC? Is that? I can't.
So it's a committee of, a subcommittee of Cabinet.
Yeah, I know.
Normally PM&C responds to questions on.
I'm just looking
Cabinet
online, but
committees.
I've got an old one.
Oh, okay.
Minister Robert is the chair.
Oh, right, maybe it isn't the old one.
And the Honourable...
When I saw he was the chair, I thought it was the old one.
And
They wouldn't have him on it.
The other members are the deputy chair is Minister Lay,
Right.
Minister
Okay.
Morton. Minister...
Sorry, I thought it was...
Okay.
So it's Minister Radio. I thought when I read it, it was a few years old because of all the other issues. Okay.
Okay. And so I think you said to me that you've approved spread freedom. You gave me a date that was approved, Mr. Williamson? I think it was you who read that out.
13th of September, wasn't it?
3rd of
Oh,
September.
sorry, was that might have been a different one.
I think it was the other one.
Yeah, I don't think I gave you a date for spread freedom.
So the COVID vaccine campaign is not the same as spread freedom.
No, I thought 13th September was the emissions reduction.
Well, it might have been at the same
But
meeting, but it is the 13th of September.
Okay.
It is the 13th of September.
The ICC did review COVID vaccines on the 13th of September.
And just so I'm clear, the COVID vaccine and the spread freedom campaign are the same. Spread
Yes.
freedom sounds like some IPA sort of campaign, but that's the same campaign?
Yes.
I should just clarify to
Yes.
Senator that the ICC has also previously published advice on COVID-19 vaccines campaign on the 28th of July, so because it's been
Yes.
different iterations.
Okay.
Sorry, 28th of January. Sorry about that. I think I said July.
20th of January, yes.
Just to be clear, Senator, I think a couple of times in your question, you've said the Department of Finance approves the campaign or
Yes.
a statement, something like that. So that's not strictly correct.
Yes,
So the
I accept that,
ICC says that the campaign is capable of complying with the principles or the guidance, and it's the accountable authority that approves the campaign. So the Department of Health or...
For spread, thank you, Secretary. For the Spread Freedom campaign, when was compliance advice considered by the ICC for the campaign?
I'd have to take that on notice. It would potentially rolled up in the 13th of September meeting.
So it could have been considered and dealt with on the same day, but you'll come back to me and tell
Yes.
me whether it was considered earlier. Thank you. I just want to come back to the Australians making positive energy climate policy campaign. Will that campaign, to your knowledge, be updated? Will it come back to the ICC if there's changes to the messaging in the campaign?
You'd have to direct that question more appropriately to the department, to DISA.
And can you tell me about inputs for that campaign, please?
What do you mean by inputs?
So for the you told me about inputs for the health campaign.
Oh, sure.
What about market research and creative for that campaign?
Not sure if I've got... So the creative agency is the Monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
And the research agency is Ipsos.
You can't tell me, Minister, why government advertising for this campaign commenced before the deal with the Nationals was resolved?
I don't. Well, certainly there wasn't a relationship, Senator. I think, as I understand, I've seen a snippet of the campaign as I've walked past a television set, but it appears to be a campaign motivating Australians in relation to overall contributions to emissions reductions, what Australia is currently achieving, on track to achieve, and how they can contribute.
So there's a story in the Herald about social media posts by Liberal politicians, including Senator Henderson, which strongly mimic this campaign. Have you read the guidelines, Minister? They say government information campaigns must not promote political parties, and politicians cannot use publicly funded advertising to influence public support for a political party, a candidate for election, a minister or a member of government. That's a good principle, isn't it?
It's a good principle, Senator. It doesn't say that members of Parliament cannot promote public awareness or other messages within government campaigns. And I know I've certainly done so, for example, on the vaccine campaign quite extensively.
Starts to look pretty shonky though when the taxpayer money is used to develop a campaign, and then straight out of the box, Liberal Party campaigners are using the colours and the slogans and trying to associate themselves with publicly funded advertising. It does undermine the objective, doesn't it?
Well, Senator, and I've reposted government campaign messages in the past. That's providing greater bang for taxpayers' buck in doing so. I'd encourage you to do likewise, Senator.
People should be able to tell the difference between government-funded advertising and political advertising, though, shouldn't they?
Senator, yes, and that's what the rules and the processes in relation to such government-funded advertising are in place for. You've just gone through the various approvals processes that are necessary.
The Department of Infrastructure's Building Our Future campaign. There's an interesting article about that campaign by Mr Pascoe, who said, I think in the New Daily, said the advertising is a political con job. There is no boost in real terms in the federal government transport infrastructure investment. He goes on to say the advertising splurge is, in my opinion, using public funds for political ends. It is a campaign without merit or point other than an attempt to improve the coalition's polling. That campaign was approved by the ICC in February, I think. Ms Harris?
Sorry, can you just repeat which campaign it was, Senator?
It's called Building Our Future.
Yes, so Building Our Future is received, the ICC compliance advice was published on the 20th of April 2021.
20th of April, but was it dealt with initially in February? That's what I've been told.
It may have first been looked at then, but I've just got the date here of when the compliance advice went up on the website.
So in order to meet the guidelines, the advertising can't be for political purposes, can it?
So under the guidelines, Principle 3, objective and not directed at promoting party political interest is the principle.
And item 29 of the guidelines, I think, requires that campaigns don't present pre-existing policies, products, services and activities as new, doesn't it?
That is correct, Senator.
So if Mr Pascoe's right, how could the campaign be compliant with the guidelines?
Well, Senator, you're asking a question premised on whether some external commentary is right.
But it raises the question, I want to know whether if Mr Pascoe is correct, if he's correct, and only if he's correct, then the campaign couldn't possibly meet the guidelines, could it?
Well, the assessment undertaken against the guidelines is one done as officials have
It's
described
done by the
it.
officials, so let me just ask.
Senator Ayres,
let me just
listen
ask
to the
them.
Minister's response.
And others may seek to make commentary, whomever that may be. That's for others to make commentary later, and obviously occurs after the fact in terms of that approvals process that officials.
Well, it would be
work
difficult
through.
for them to comment on it prior to it. I agree with you, but when it was approved, Ms Harris, did any official on the committee ask whether the campaign complied with item 29 of the guidelines?
So to be fair, Senator, Ms Harris wasn't with the department at that time, so
Okay.
I'll take the question. And I wasn't there when the ICC considered this particular campaign, but what I can say is under the processes that exist, the ICC issued a compliance letter that meant that in their view, the campaign was able to comply with principles 1 to 4, including principles 2 and 3 that we've just been talking about. And then ultimately it's for the accountable authority to sign off on the campaign. And in this case, the accountable authority, who I'm assuming will have been the Secretary of the Department, will have signed off on that. But I'm assuming there, it's generally that's who would sign it off. So that's the standard process.
Well, it is the Infrastructure Department, and there will be questions for them on that point. What I want to know is, at the ICC meeting, did anybody ask whether the campaign complied with item 29 of the guidelines? Are you able to come back to me on notice?
Senator,
on that
we'll
question?
take that on notice.
I understand you weren't there. Ms
Yeah.
Harris wasn't with the...
We'll take it on notice, but all I can say is that the ICC ultimately issued a certificate saying that in their
Yes,
opinion,
I understand.
they
We
believed
all know
met
that
with
because it was
all the
published.
principles, including
Yep.
29.
It was published. What I want to know is, was that question asked?
We'll take that question on
in
notice.
the ICC itself, because I assume that's the purpose of the compliance check, isn't it? To run the ruler over all those issues that are in the guidelines and establish whether or not the campaign is capable of complying with the guidelines.
That is the role of the ICC.
And if it hasn't, if it turns out that this campaign is as Mr Pascoe described, then the ICC hasn't done its job, if he's right.
Yeah, I'm not commenting on Mr Pascoe's article, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying
I'm
the
saying
ICC...
if he's correct.
The ICC issued their certificate, so in their view, the campaign was able to comply with the principles and the guidelines.
Senator Ayres, you've had the call for about half an hour, and I do have a couple of questions I would like to ask on outcomes 1 and 2 before we get to 3:45. How much longer do you think you have? Afternoon tea is happening at 3:45.
But then we go...
Then,
Right, okay, then we're off to the future front, I see. So finance is to finish at 3:45 on the program. Okay, we have a few.
We have a few. I'm done.
So
Happy to
you
go
go and
to
then I'll-
you,
Okay.
Chair, and then it's
Thank you.
Senator
Mine's
Gallagher.
just a short.
Best endeavours.
Regarding grant reporting and Grant Connect, if we could get the officials at the table for that one, please.
No. Just got a WhatsApp, Chair. Did you see it? I just slumped in.
I'll be quick and then I'll go to...
Okay.
First in, best dressed, though.
Thank you very much. I noticed that there was a report that the ANAO published last week about grant reporting. I don't think it was an audit report so much as an information report, but it went through a number of different issues observed around the way government grants are reported, which is obviously something that finance plays an important role in. There are a few issues in that report that I'd just like to run through and get some clarification from the department on a couple of points. The first was regional grants. The ANAO report says, effectively looked at the postcodes of a number of regional grants and classified them certain ways depending on how regional or not they thought the postcodes were. And the ANAO have said in their report that 27% of grants, regional grants, were awarded to postcodes classified as major cities. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Obviously, we do have some regional cities in this country, but I'd be interested to know the difference between a regional city and a major city and how we got to that 27% figure.
The ANAO, they came to that figure from their data assessment. I guess from our perspective, one of the reasons that could lead to that percentage and perhaps that appearing anomaly is the fact that an organisation may be delivering a grant or a number of grants in regional areas, but they could be based, like their head office could be in a major city or something. So that's the postcode that would be used for that particular organisation, and it's not unusual for organisations to have a head office that's particularly when they're delivering grants that are on a geographically dispersed basis, or perhaps right across Australia. So my reading of the report is that wasn't taken into consideration. It was just a straight organisation, what's the postcode associated with that organisation.
So within Grant Connect, how many postcodes can you, if you're a grant recipient, how many postcodes can you stipulate that you're...
I think you can only do one.
Okay, so that would sort of support that assessment, wouldn't it? That they're putting one postcode in for the major city that they might operate out of.
Senator, sorry.
Yes, Ms Fraser.
Shannon
hello.
Fraser, First Assistant Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. Just to add to that, there is a postcode entry for delivery location. The entities entering that data can enter in a single postcode, or they can say multiple, like the word multiple, or they can say state and territories or national. So there is a single postcode entry, but you can, depending on the type of activity, it might be more appropriate to say a whole state or territory or national.
So if we were trying to get an idea of where grants were being administered, purely using that postcode analysis isn't going to be the best indicator all of the time.
It could be potentially misleading, yes.
Yeah. And how many of the grants that are being input would be using that a postcode indicator? Do we even, like, is it the majority that will put a postcode in? Is it 10% of putting a postcode in? What's the figure?
So Department of Finance hasn't done any analysis on that, but I think the report actually states that there's less than half actually have a postcode.
Right.
I believe it's in one of the footnotes of the report.
I think this is probably related to that point. So the report obviously looks at regional grants, but it talks about regional grants but doesn't really explain what it's talking about when it says regional grants. Is there some sort of tag in the Grant Connect system that designates whether something's regional or not?
So there are categories, Senator. Grant Connect was actually designed for transparency purposes, and one of the data points that it collects is categories. The different category codes are customised and maintained by Department of Finance in consultation with the various entities. There's actually more than 130 of them, and there's no strict or technical definition to the categories. It's subjectively assessed by the individual when they're entering in the data. And they were initially established to actually allow push notifications to registered users of Grant Connect. So if I was, when I sign up to use Grant Connect, I can sort of indicate the types of services or activities that I would like to offer. And when a grant opportunity is entered into Grant Connect, the data entry individual will tick, there's two, when you enter into opportunity, there's two categories you can pick, so 2 of the 130 odd. And if I'm registered against those categories, I get an email notification that identifies that an opportunity has been, is potentially available to me. At the grant award stage, there's only an option to select one category, and so the individual entering the data has to select the primary purpose or primary category, but it obviously doesn't capture all the purposes of the grant or all the activities that grant would cover.
Thank you. Moving on to just other points that were highlighted in the report, the ANAO said that 19% of total grant funding was made through variations to the initial grant amount. Why would we be varying initial grant amounts?
There's any number of reasons, Senator, as to why you might see a variation to an agreement. There's guidance in the CGRGs, the Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines, to entities to say that once you've made an agreement, you need to sort of to ensure that the outcome of the objectives of the grant is actually delivered. You should maintain, ongoing engagement and communication with various stakeholders, and through that engagement, if there are certain risks, new risks identified that warrant mitigation through a variation, then that would be perfectly acceptable. So you could see things like a change in activities or services being delivered, or perhaps a change in the delivery mode of things being delivered. So without talking specifics, you would have suspected last year with the COVID-19 situation, delivery modes for certain services would have to have been adjusted to allow for, quarantine and lockdown situations. So you would perhaps have to adjust how activities are undertaken, and that might lead to a variation. To maintain transparency on that, though, entities are required to enter significant variations into Grant Connect so that transparency is maintained.
Okay. And just finally, on ad hoc grants, they're permitted under the Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines, aren't they?
Yes, so there's quite a bit of flexibility allowed for under the guidelines, which is necessary given the varied activity that Commonwealth grants cover.
Mm-hmm. And has that increased, the number of ad hoc grants, have they increased in recent times?
So I think, Finance hasn't had a look at the data in detail, but that's what the ANO report puts forward.
And what would be a reason for that, do you think?
It would be hard to sort of speculate without some detailed analysis, but you would have to consider the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic would have had on having to make some urgent, ad hocs are designed for sort of urgent short-term notice type requirements, and so you'd have to suspect that would be in at least a contributor.
I have a few more questions particular to that ANO report that we might put on notice, but it was certainly useful to have you clear up some of the questions that I had regarding that. And I did say I would be quick, and I think I've already broken that promise. I will go to Senator Waters to ask her questions. She's on the line.
Thank you so much, Chair, and hopefully the audio is working okay.
We can hear you fine, Senator Waters. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Just sticking with that ANAO report on the government reporting, that report found that about 42% of grant money was awarded through closed, non-competitive selection processes. And for the grants that did go to competitive selection, 12% were decided before the closing date, and 20% had a selection process different to that which was advertised. So my question is, since that ANAO report, has there been any change in internal policy about when it's appropriate to award grants through closed processes?
So, Senator Waters, Nathan Williamson. I couldn't hear all of that question, but I think I got the general point. The ANAO report the information report has only recently come out last week. So there have been no changes since the ANAO report was published. But we, of course, we are looking at the report and we'll see what lessons can be learned from the report, what the data tells us. I think the questioning before indicated that there are some areas where the data can appear to say one thing, but there might be some underlying drivers sitting behind it. So the postcodes question that we had before from the Senator, and in those areas that you outlined, we'll certainly be looking at the report to see if we think we should provide further advice to government.
And Senator Waters, if I can just add to that, grants are used as a vehicle for a number of funding purposes at times. My understanding is that some of the COVID viability payments we made to childcare centres, to aged care services, etc., are reported through this and counted through this report as grants. They, in that sense, were not competitive. They didn't go through the types of processes that you would have in your mind, perhaps in relation to grant allocation, but it was the most efficient means of providing that type of financial support in those circumstances to childcare operators and aged care services impacted by COVID-19, which is part of the reason for the uplift in the previous financial year of those sorts of grants being made. So you wouldn't, I guess, I highlight those examples because it's easy theoretically to say we want to slam the door shut on non-competitive grants being made, but if you did so, we may not have an efficient means to support those sorts of services in those sorts of circumstances.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks, Mr Williamson. Just sticking with those non-competitive grants, to what extent are they subject to ministerial discretion as opposed to independently assessed selection criteria?
Are you asking about those particular ones I just referenced, Senator?
No, not so much the COVID ones, Minister, but more the remainder of the grants the ANAO looked at.
It would depend on the specific grant, Senator, as to whether it was one that had a ministerial determination involved or whether it was done at officials level.
Yes. Do you have any sense of like the rough proportion of ministerial discretion versus independently assessed selection criteria?
I certainly don't have that to hand.
Well, would you mind taking that on notice, please?
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you. And just coming back to the competitive grants, the ANAO found, as I mentioned, that for the grants that did go to competitive selection, 12% of them were decided before the advertised closing date, and 20% of them had a different selection process to the one that was advertised. Essentially, changing the process halfway through. Will that be within scope for the department to consider when you're advising as to whether or not the policy should change?
So certainly, Senator, I mean, we will look at the whole report and any of the findings, if I can put it that way, in the report. In relation to those two issues you just raised, the competitive grants awarded prior to the close of the round, there could be demand-driven grants where they can be assessed and awarded prior to the end of the round because they meet the particular criteria. So there are reasons for that. And in terms of the second one, which was the selection process used differed from that stated in the guidelines, I think there's a couple of things there. Again, as we kind of said before, I mean, individual entities are responsible for their grant programs. So if there were specific ones that were of interest, that question would have to be directed to the particular entity. But it's one that we will look at and see if there's further advice we can provide to government around it.
Thanks, Mr Williamson. Can I just ask what time frame you're working to for those that analysis for the ANAO report and the decision on the provision of advice?
We're not working towards a particular time frame, Senator. It's common practice for us to review reports from all different entities and consider whether we put forward advice. So it will be in the fullness of time, but we're not working to a particular time frame.
Okay, so does that mean that this is a work of your own initiative? Has the Minister asked for you to do a briefing on this ANAO report or asked for any other work pertaining to that ANAO report?
Senator, I'd expect in relation to the government procedures have us respond to ANAO reports, and this one, as it touches in relation to grants guidelines and associated matters, I don't need to ask. I know that the department will be preparing responses to findings or recommendations.
In the fullness of time?
I know they'll do it as they usually do in an efficient way.
Right, well, it doesn't sound like anyone's asking them to do it and you're just assuming that they'll do it, and the officer is saying, well, it's on the list, but it's not exactly at the top. That doesn't seem very true for a report that was fairly concerning.
It's a standing policy of government, Senator Waters. It's not.
So, Senator, it's Nathan Williams again. If it assists, there was a Joint Committee on Public Accounts and Audit report that looked at some particular ANAO audits around grants programs. The government has provided its response to that audit. There were 6 recommendations, 5 that related primarily to finance's backyard, if I can put it that way. And so we are obviously working on implementing those recommendations that the government agreed to. This sort of information, given that it's an information report, so it's neither a financial nor a performance audit with strict recommendations, we'll take that into consideration when we're providing advice to government on those particular recommendations from the JCPAA.
Okay, and will your advice cover the necessity for there to be a federal corruption watchdog to stop all of this grant rorting?
That's a very loaded question you've sought to ask there, Senator Waters, and it's seeking an opinion from departmental officials, which, as you know, is outside of the standing orders there.
Well, perhaps you can take that as a strong suggestion. Just one last question on the Grants Connect issue before I move on to some other matters.
So, sorry, you're moving to, did you say Grants Connect?
Yeah, just one last question. Sorry, I'll try to speak as loud as I can. Just one last question on Grant Connect before other matters. The ANAO report pointed to a number of inconsistencies in the way the data is presented in Grant Connect, and the ANAO says that makes it difficult to interpret the data. I'm interested in whether the department has undertaken any review to address those inconsistencies in the way the data is presented.
I think officials will be able to add to that, because there have been some active discussions in relation to some improvements to the Grant Connect website.
So I think there's 2 parts to that answer, Senator. One, as part of our, stewardship of the framework, the grants framework, we will continue to work with entities around trying to ensure that they have a full understanding of the requirements and that the data entry is as close to perfect as possible. Sometimes there are certainly data entry issues that can cause some issues, but more broadly, Finance will soon be releasing enhanced reporting capabilities for Grant Connect. These will be analytical reports to maximise the use of the data in Grant Connect, and they'll be actually embedded in the website. So that will provide sort of automated insights into pre-curated analytics, and that'll allow entities to, it will support entities in their monitoring the grant programs, and it will obviously provide greater transparency.
And again, what time frame are you working to on that one?
I think we're looking, it's not my area, but I believe we're looking to try to release those before the end of this calendar year.
All right, just on procurement, please. Has the department considered reviewing the Commonwealth procurement guidelines to ensure that additional factors need to be met before government contracts can be made? And of those additional factors, the first one being to ensure that tenders are not granted to companies using offshore tax havens.
So Senator, I'm don't know whether officials got the last part of your question there, but I got, has the department considered reviewing the Commonwealth procurement guidelines to ensure that additional factors are considered, and then you went to a specific proposed factor, which is where you broke up?
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. The NBN's terrible. I wish that had been not bungled in its rollout, but anyway. The first factor is whether or not companies using offshore tax havens should be eligible for tenders or not.
So, Senator, the procurement guidelines are reviewed and updated regularly. I think the most recent publication was December of last year. There are elements, and I'll get the officers to go into more detail, but in respect to taxation health issues, which I think is the issue that you're going to, there is black economy procurement connected policies, which are part of procurement. So I'll get Mr. Danks, who's with me here, to sort of go through what that requires and how that's administered. But I think suffice to say that there have been some important changes to the procurement guidelines in recent years. One relates to the economic value issues that we spoke to Senator Patrick about earlier, and then there are a number of procurement connected policies relating to Indigenous procurement, workplace gender equality, Australian industry participation plans, payment times, building work codes, and also recently the black economy measures. But I'll ask Mr. Danks to add.
Thank you, Secretary. So in relation to the black economy measures, the black economy procurement connected policy is a Department of Treasury owned policy. It requires tenderers to obtain a statement of good taxation health from the ATO as part of tendering for significant procurements valued over $4 million. It requires businesses to provide a satisfactory statement of tax record. If they cannot demonstrate a satisfactory statement of tax record, then their tender cannot be considered and will be set aside. And the policy levels a playing field for businesses that are doing the right thing by locking out competitors that may gain an unfair price advantage by not complying with our key tax obligations. It's a simple process that tenderers can apply through the ATO. It is normally quite a quick process. It has demonstrated some strong benefits since it's been in place.
Thank you. Can I just interrupt and ask, does that mean that companies who use offshore tax havens would not apply for a tender?
It would mean that those companies' Australian taxation records would be taken into account. So if they don't have an Australian taxation record, they can still receive a black economy certificate. The particular details of how they would do that I have to take on notice. That's part of the intricate part of the Treasury policy.
Yeah, so sorry, what's the answer to my question? If they're using offshore tax havens, can they apply or not?
The black economy PCP relates to Australian-based tax history.
Okay, so the answer is the offshore tax haven is not a relevant consideration.
There are other parts of the Commonwealth Procurement Rules, Senator, dealing with ethical behaviour and that would pick up those matters. I'll see if I can find the relevant clause. Um, 6.6 of the Commonwealth Procurement Rules says officials undertaking procurement must act ethically and that relevant entities must not seek to benefit from supply practices that may be dishonest, unethical or unsafe. This includes not entering into contracts with tenderers who have judicial decisions against them. So that's something that procurers can take into account when determining to accept tenders.
Sorry, does that include offshore tax havens or not?
It includes a whole range of matters, Senator. I'm happy to take on notice to elaborate on the answer.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. You mentioned WGEA, the Workplace Gender Equality Agency reporting requirements as one of the new changes to the procurement rules. Can you give me a very brief outline of what they are?
So the workplace gender equality procurement principles require that certain tenderers, and that's employers with 100 or more employees in Australia, need to demonstrate that they are compliant with the Workplace Gender Equality Act of 2012. They do this by supplying a letter of compliance as part of their tender submission or prior to contract. The WGEA website actually provides a list of current non-compliant organisations so agencies can do their own due diligence.
Thank you. I'm across that. That's good to hear. And lastly, is there any consideration or existing rules about setting quotas for female-led companies or companies with gender equal boards in the procurement guidelines?
There isn't at this stage, Senator, no.
Okay. Who gets to see, will that be on the agenda for the next annual review of the guidelines? And who decides what factors get considered when you review those procurement guidelines each year? We
don't update them on a yearly basis, Senator. We update them when there's a need to update. Typically, that's triggered through our free trade agreements if there adds extra obligations. The latest update in December last year, there were some changes related to modern slavery as well as the small and medium enterprise exemption. So it's normally, as a policy trigger of government, that would trigger a review of the Commonwealth procurement rules.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Can I move now to
Senator Waters? Sorry, it's Senator Chandler here. You've been going for a bit over 15 minutes, so if you could...
Yeah, may I have some more time? I haven't asked any questions today yet.
That is true. If you can ask them as economically as possible, that would be appreciated.
Great, thank you. So moving now to the Foster review and the workplace safety measures. Yesterday, DPS talked about recommendations.
Senator Waters, we can possibly make that short by, so we're doing outcomes 1 and 2 together at present. Matters in relation to implementation around the Foster review and so on are outcome 3, which is on after the Future Fund.
Correct, Minister, thank you.
All right. Great, well, I shall ask them at that point. Thank you. That's me done then for the time being.
Very good. Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Ayres.
Senator Gallagher.
Or Senator Gallagher, my apologies.
Thank you. Senator Birmingham, can you tell us when the modelling is going to be released that underpins this plan?
That's really a question for the Department of Industry, Senator.
It's a question for the Department of Industry. Like the government's approved it for release, have they? And it's just a matter for the department.
Well, yeah, the department will know the discussions they've had with their minister and what arrangements, in addition to the 126 pages or whatever it is that have been released today.
Who did the modelling? Do you know? Was it done by Treasury, or were finance involved at all?
Again, Senator, I'd refer you to the Department of Industry in terms of the underpinnings of the different things in the plan.
Yeah, but was finance involved in the modelling?
Well, it's not a usual finance activity in that sense, certainly not emissions reductions modelling.
No, not at all. Okay. So you can't confirm whether, like, the document references McKinsey a lot, and I've had a look on their website on the AusTender, which is under your jurisdiction. There's a contract for 1.2 million and 4.8 million covering the same times this year. Is that, it doesn't actually tell me, it says management advisory services. Do you think that is the modelling, the cost of the modelling?
I think you'd have to direct those questions to,
you don't know
industry.
What it is.
No, because, you know, AusTender is I mean, we host the website, but it's the entities that put the information in, as you know.
Okay. And what do you know of this website that's the government's, it seems to have been launched today, positiveenergy.gov.au? Is that what you're hoping for, a bit of positive energy in the government? So you've got your
I'm
website?
always brimming with positive energy, Senator Gallagher.
Yes.
Seriously though, positiveenergy.gov.au. Is that...
You're a fairly positive person most of the time too, notwithstanding some of the negative questions.
Okay.
I know that goes with the job.
Okay, so the modelling, all questions have to go to industry. When the government's going to release the modelling goes to industry. You haven't had any responsibility for any of the modelling to underpin this plan.
So,
Yeah, okay.
the modelling on emissions reductions, if that's the type of modelling that you're looking for, they're questions for Department of Energy. It's not something you'd expect
Why wouldn't
finance
it be
to be
released
the
though? Like it
expert
is.
in.
It seems to me.
I'm being told without by my office at least, that apparently Positive Energy is not a new website either. So.
Oh right. So it's an old website, but that's just got. You're using it. Positive Energy. God, we all need a bit of that.
We do at 3:35 p.m. Yes.
Okay, so it would be a decision of the government, though. I just can't understand why the government hasn't released the modelling that underpins the plan. Like, are you aware of why the Prime Minister is not releasing it?
So, I mean, in terms of the different types of inputs and how they may or may not be handled, it really is just a question for industry. So.
Okay. I have some questions about the ASL uplift that happened in the budget, and I'll try to be reasonably quick with these. Senator Birmingham, we've talked about this before, and in particular your quote that you've accepted after careful case-by-case assessment, including some of the areas of new investment, such as aged care and veterans, that it's more efficient and effective to use ongoing staff. And we went through that quite a bit at the last estimates.
We did.
We've had, Senator Ayres has been chairing an inquiry, FMPA, into the APS, and they've had some evidence from DVA and the NDIA, and I just want to see whether it's a more broader issue, that whilst the ASL was profiled over the forward estimates, government funding was only allocated for 2 years. And so in their case, and this is evidence before the committee, that they are not able to engage ongoing staff because they only have funding certainty for 2 years. So the evidence before the committee was that 100% of the appointments that it has made with the extra resourcing were fixed-term, non-ongoing contracts, not in excess of 18 months. NDIA gave similar evidence to the inquiry. So could you maybe let us know what's going on? If the government is profiling the ASL across the forward estimates, but then there's some issue that agencies aren't resourced for that ASL, what the issue might be?
Well, the ASL cap operates as just that, a cap that agencies are expected to operate within, and from there the resource allocations that an agency may make as to whether they operate up to that cap or below the cap, and what share they do or don't deploy to contractor or other services is an agency by agency determination in that sense. So an increase in resourcing will not always be done in tandem with an increase in ASL, and nor vice versa in that sense. You can have an increase in ASL without necessarily an increase in resourcing.
Yeah. But are you doing something dodgy here? Like in the budget, you have profiled the 4 years of an ASL uplift
Can I just say no already, Senator, and shortcut that question?
Well, explain it. If the ASL is going to go across the forward estimates, but then the funding's only for 2 years, what are you expecting those agencies to do? Like, if they are not able to do what you have said they are to do, which is to employ ongoing staff, that you have assessed it, and there is a need for ongoing staff, and in fact there's 5,364 ASL positions, but now in evidence before a committee, it's basically saying, well, we've shown in documents that it's for 4 years, but they've only funded it for 2 years. That is the evidence from the agencies. While the ASL is in the forward estimates for 4 years, the funding is only for 2 years. We are using the funding for non-ongoing, and we will go back to government to look at the issue.
Which agency are you?
This is DVA.
Can we just take on notice and look at that? Because in the budget papers, the ASL is published for the next financial year. So there's a report on the current financial year, so at budget 21-22 it was 2021 and then 21-22. So
it's only
I'm not
year
sure
that
what
you're publishing the figures for.
Yes, and as the Minister said, the way in which the ASL allocations work by portfolio is that there will be new decisions of government or programs will terminate. So the ASL cap varies depending on what the impact of decisions of government may be, and some of those may be decisions of government, many years previous. So it depends very much on what the individual sort of mix of decisions is that you're talking about here, or that they're talking about. I'm happy to go and engage with the Secretary of DVA to talk about the issue.
Sorry, Secretary. There's been a lot of focus on this issue, both in estimates and more broadly, and the veterans community are very focused on this issue about staffing in DVA. If I can just explain it, Secretary, I think Minister Birmingham is across the staffing issue. 50% of the frontline staff in DVA are labour hire. Now that's arisen because the ASL cap was imposed at the level that the Abbott government put it in at 2014, and the demand for veteran services has escalated as people have returned from Iraq and Afghanistan. There's been no flexibility from the government. The last budget, there was an announcement that the ASL cap, after sustained pressure from veterans, would lift by a small amount, not a sufficient amount, but by a small amount. Now, what the department said in evidence to the inquiry that I chair was that 100% of the uplift has gone to fixed-term positions because they are not funded beyond 2 years. So your promise, Minister, has been to increase permanent staff. The delivery has been fixed-term staff. It has not resolved any of the issues in that department. The labour hire issues are just as chronic as they were before, and the people who have come across for jobs have got no certainty beyond the 18 months, and that infects their capacity to deliver services to veterans. That's the problem.
So Senator Ayres, I think, and officials may need to go away and just double check, but I think from what you're saying and from my recollection of the decisions that were taken, DVA was operating with a proportion of contractors alongside staff. I think in the last budget we made two decisions, one that related to an increase in ASL, in the ASL cap for DVA, and the other that related to providing some additional resourcing over the next 2 years to help deal with some backlog issues. It would be within DVA's choice, if my recollection there is correct, to basically look at that previous use of contractors, and if they thought that it was useful to increase the number of ASL in that ongoing space, that they could do that. whilst deploying, for example, the extra 2 years of funding in whichever way they see fit for that 2 years. So the fact that, so I think they may be two separate but related decisions in a sense, and that just because the surge or additional funding may only be there for 2 years doesn't mean that within their existing workforce profile they couldn't increase the number of ASL.
Senators, we are due to break for afternoon tea now. Could I get an indication from Labor senators as to whether they wish to continue with outcomes 1 and 2 after afternoon tea, or are they... Because
I think so. I think for a short period of time.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. The committee will suspend now for afternoon tea. We'll return back at 4 o'clock and continue with outcomes 1 and 2 just for a little longer. Thank you. The committee will now reconvene and continue with the last part of our examination of outcomes 1 and 2. Senator Gallagher, you have the call.
Yes, so just following up, I think Ms Huxtable may have some additional information just around the allocations and the fact that DVA hasn't been able to put on ongoing staff as you had intended, Minister Birmingham.
So I spoke to the Secretary of DVA in the break, and she confirmed that, yes, they do understand that they've got an ASL uplift, that in the first instance they were moving contractors into non-ongoing positions because it was the quickest way to meet their operational needs, so it was an expeditious approach, but they're now going through a process of converting those positions to ongoing positions, and they're gradually working through that workforce to recruit up to the ASL cap, the revised ASL cap.
Okay. Well,
she said she's happy to, if Senator Ayres has questions at her estimates, which is later this week, she's happy to
if that's
address
the
those
case,
issues.
Mr Winzenberg, before the committee said, I mean, this is from the Hansard, whilst the ASL cap is in the forward estimates for 4 years, the funding is for 2 years. It doesn't talk about having to meet their operational needs quickly. And it said, we are using the funding for non-ongoing, and we will have to go back to government in future budgets to look at that issue. And then Senator Ayres does question him about that, and he said that's correct. They're 18-month contracts, which aligns with the future budget processes where we will have to go back to government for their decision on what we do going forward.
So I think that the Secretary of DVA can clarify that evidence, but as the Minister said, in the first instance, so there are two things that are working together here. One is an ASL allocation, and the other was some funding to support claims processing to provide a kind of surge capability in respect of claims processing. I think the two things are being conflated. So the intention for the additional ASL is to use the funding that was already being used for the purposes of the contractor workforce, to basically use that to support the ongoing ASL uplift, and then there's a separate element which is a shorter term element that goes to surge. But I'm sure Ms Costin can clarify that.
All right. Well, at the, I mean, Minister Birmingham's comments were about, we've accepted careful case-by-case assessments, and it's more efficient and effective to use ongoing staff. But that hasn't been the outcome in DVA or the NDIA, who also said they've moved to 18-month contracts. Does the department have any understanding of how many of the additional 5,364 ASL positions in the uplift of the budget are actually ongoing versus non-ongoing?
So I think we'd... Oh, sorry.
Okay. There's Lee coming through.
I was about to take it on notice.
Oh, we had a call on this last time.
Ms Huxtable might like to take it on notice. I'm happy for an answer.
No, that can't be all of it. Where's the rest?
No, that's the, okay, we can take that.
Sorry,
That's right.
sorry, that's actually
A different
that's a
question?
response to a different question, but I think we would have to take on notice just the, to break down those 5,364 additional positions.
But in terms of the extra funding given, was that given for only 2 years? The resourcing that was provided?
There's two, what I'm perhaps not being clear, there's two issues. One relates to providing funding for additional claims processing. The other is to increase the ASL cap. The funding in respect of the ASL cap is drawn from the existing departmental funding, which is now being used for the contractor workforce.
So what you're saying is the surge is funded for 2 years. That was to do the backlog and some of the work. And you expected them, through the efficiencies of moving from contractors to other employment arrangements, to meet that within the existing funding envelope. I think that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, I'm just getting the relevant officer that...
They didn't know that.
Interpreting that correctly?
Sorry?
Am I getting that right?
Yes, so...
You can answer.
Martin Graham, First Assistant Secretary, Budget and Financial Reporting.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's right, in the 21-22 budget, an additional 463 million over 4 years was provided to support veterans, but the profile of that is it's principally in the first 2 years. So it's 144.8, 127.4, then 15.8 and 14.8.
Okay, so that's why they have said we can't, in evidence the other committee, why they can't employ people beyond that 2 years, because they have misunderstood, have they, Ms Huxtable?
Well, I think the Secretary of DVA does understand this.
Now?
No, she explained to me.
So wouldn't they have corrected their evidence? Because that was in June.
I think...
It was in May.
I probably can't, entirely help you with that, but I'm sure Ms Costin can help you with that. And sorry, while I did take that on notice, that previous question, I think we actually have, now that I've read this properly, we have answered this at the budget estimates. We provided a response to a question on notice in respect of the increase of 5,364 ASL. So the same question I think you're asking now.
Yeah.
And the response is so it's a net 5,364. When you take account programs that terminated in 21-22, the gross increase is actually 5,920. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yep. And of that figure, 2,500 were until at least the end of the forward estimates period.
But that was at budget, that was the intention, isn't it? That wouldn't, because people have been employing since then, since that decision.
No, I think the question you were asking is, of the additional ASL,
yep,
what's the number of ASL that is
ongoing,
effectively ongoing?
Yeah.
So
and it's actually being
that's what I'm answering.
But with this confusion, in that 2,500 that you're saying are ongoing, are you counting in DVA who have not done that?
But DVA are in the process of doing that. So they initially converted their contractors to non-ongoing because that was an expeditious way, basically, to move people on and to continue the claims process. And now they're going through a process which requires, advertising of positions and, a merit process, basically, for them to become permanent public servants. They are now going through that process with with that non-ongoing cohort.
Okay.
So over the course of the forward estimates, I think that answer will be accurate.
Okay. So that answer is not, is your understanding, but is that the reality? Well, that's probably a further question, isn't it? What have agencies actually done?
The answer that we're providing is what was agreed by government in respect of the additional ASL that was agreed between 2021 and 21-22.
Mm-hmm.
And
So that is-
So that is, just for your reference, that's FO27 is the question.
Okay.
From the budget.
All right. And I'll go back and have a look at that. And you don't think that has, even though that's what government has agreed to, because the NDIA gave similar evidence. I mean, my question is, I know what you understand the agreement to be, but is that actually what's happening? Like, can you say that that is what's happening, that we've got 2,500 ongoing and what that would leave 3,400 non-ongoing?
I'm sure that we would be continuing to engage with agencies if there's any confusion around the interpretation of decisions that are taken. I mean, the agency advice units that Mr Graham's responsible for in the social policy area would be, you know, if there are questions being asked, we would be clarifying that for agencies.
Okay.
Can I just, excuse me, sorry, just clarify the evidence. I just read out the wrong total. The 463 was the total for all the DVA measures. The additional resourcing measure was a total of 302.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Mr Graham? Okay. Well, we might come back to that if we have another estimates and see what happens, because my feedback is coming back that non-ongoing, like they're not contractors, but they are being put on fixed-term contracts and not ongoing. But if you've got different
Talk to
evidence,
Ms. Cosson.
that's fine.
Thank you.
The APSC's recent APS employment data, though, does indicate that non-ongoing workers directly engaged by the APS now comprise 13% of the workforce, which is the highest ever on record. Does the government have a view, and I thought they did based on your comments, Senator Birmingham, about the use of non-ongoing versus ongoing staff to deliver the capability that you need from the APS? Because it looks to me like the non-ongoing arrangements continue to increase.
Senator, shorthand, the view is that we want to see agencies deploy the most effective and efficient means for the delivery of the services and functions that are expected of them, and that it's for agencies to administer that in relation to decisions they make about staffing arrangements and other formulas. Comment I'd make just in terms of some of those latest statistics and so forth is that it has been a particularly unusual period of time in terms of the surge in government expenditure, additional programs and activities undertaken during COVID. So there are some additionalities or irregularities in these couple of years that may show spikes relative to trends.
Okay, I think that's an ongoing conversation to have, that one, to see where it lands. But can I just briefly go to the issue of consultancies and tagging consultancies on AusTender, which I know we have discussed here a number of times. But I've started on my questions on notice, including another question now, which is when consultancies that look like a consultancy but aren't tagged as a consultancy are on AusTender, I ask another question of agencies, which is basically noting the contract is not tagged as a consultancy and makes no claim of the need for independence or required specialised skills. Which qualifications to be listed as consultancy on AusTender did the contract fail to meet? And since asking that question, I've had a number of questions answered where the agency has accepted they are actually a consultancy and it was an administrative error or a clerical error that went to the reason why. And it's not insignificant amounts of money, $21 million overall over 3 contracts. What can we do about this? Because it's only, they just don't tag, is there any compliance on this? Or is it going to take me putting questions on notice and pressing them about, it looks like a consultancy, but you're not tagging it as a consultancy, for them to come back and go, actually, it was a consultancy. But is there any compliance, or what happens?
We do have a resource management guide. I can't think of the number off the top of my head, which actually spells out what a consultancy looks like. So there's some clear guidance on what consultancy should look like.
It with them.
We've been, through our senior procurement official reference group, keep on kind of coming back to ensure that the consultancy tab on AusTender is used appropriately. I think Mr Williamson talked about some new analytical capabilities in Grant Connect that's already in place for AusTender, and part of that enhanced analytics is to have some data verification done in the back end using some artificial intelligence so that we can actually identify issues with records before human intervention is required from our side. So hopefully that mix of both education and technology solutions will be able to reduce the amount of those consultancy tabs not being selected correctly.
Okay, well, I'm pleased to hear that. Is there are they in breach of any of their PGPA obligations, or the guidance, or is there...
I'm not sure it's a breach of the PGPA obligation. I'm happy to take my notice to confirm that, but I think it's just more of a reporting issue, and if it's been done, honestly, as a mistake.
But it is important because, you've acknowledged we want consultancies reported, and they're doing it in annual reports and things like that. So there's an acknowledgement that it is a measure that the public, an accountability measure. If agencies are just being slack and...
So I think another way we're trying to help agencies is we are setting up a whole Australian government panel on management advisory services, which is a consultancy-only panel. So if an agency uses that panel, it's a consultancy automatically.
Yeah.
So it will assist agencies when they're categorising between consultancies and contractors.
Well, that runs the risk of everything going under. Management advisory services is pretty broad in my... it's a broad classification, isn't it? A lot can get tucked away under that.
We do have some defined scope of what is under management advisory services banner, Senator.
Okay. And the 42-day rule. I noticed finance, there was one area, I think it was finance didn't meet that in terms of, how you've got to get them up reported within 42 days of being let. I think it was with a range of electorate office, where I think some of them were 1,000 days overdue, 100 days between the contract starting and the publishing date on AusTender.
I might just have to get some different officials to the
Okay,
table.
you can take, if people can't answer
issue,
it.
they're just not in the room. I'm not sure where they are.
So there was a number of contracts published since last estimates, and there are a number that exceed the 42-day time period. Out of 409 contracts published, as of last Friday, there were 60 contracts, but a large number of those were for the electorate office leases. And again, if finance isn't following the 42-day rule, why should others?
I think it's Ian or Grant.
If there's
Do we know the answer to the next time?
No, I don't.
It's about contracts not going up on this tender.
Electorate office leases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
that was the most of them. Most of them were electorate office leases, but there was also Ashurst Australia that was 269 days published after the contract started, and another one for audiovisual services published 166 days after the contract started.
So David Silver, First Assistant Secretary, Business Enabling. In terms of the electorate officers lease, it reflects a change to moving to the whole of government property provider, which happened in December last year. So prior to that, leases for electorate officers weren't put on AusTender, but once we moved to the whole of government contract, they were. And so through that process, we had to actually go through each of the leases to assess whether there were confidentiality clauses in those, but then also consult with each of the landlords. And once we went through that, that's when we were able to actually publish them.
Okay.
Now that we've caught up, it'll just be a regular.
Okay. So is there an exemption for that? Like, do you have, what's the, it's, I I can understand there's a reasonable explanation for not meeting the 42-day rule, but, you know, do we just, nobody knows that unless they come to estimates and ask?
I think I need someone else to be here for that.
Sorry. Not trying to be difficult. It's just scrutiny.
I was just going to jump in. We're definitely still on outcome 1 and 2 here, Senator Gallagher. This
Yes.
isn't outcome 3. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry? We're not on outcome 3
No,
yet?
no, we're not. Just checking that
Yes,
we
yes, and I am
agree.
trying to be swift.
Thank you.
This is, so is there any, like, is there any capacity for you to explain that when you post on AusTender? Like, the reason this is late is because of this, or we just...
There isn't. There is discretion for agencies to do that analysis before it gets put on AusTender, so you can actually clarify why it is late.
But not
there's
publicly?
There's not anything on AusTender to say no. So the 42 days is a pretty kind of hard and fast rule. It's in the CPRs.
Okay. So do they have to apply to you guys, to finance, because you oversee the CPRs? Is it, do they other agencies let you know they're going to be late, or do you monitor that? And what happens when you don't meet that? I mean, there's those audiovisual and legal services ones, you know, that's a 269 days and 166 days.
So I can speak more generally. So it's up for individual accountable authorities to ensure they comply with CPR. So that's a matter for each agency to address. For the two contracts you're talking about,
yeah,
that's
okay.
We can
I'll
take
take, if you
that.
could
We can
maybe
take that on notice and have a look at those.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have internal mechanisms to make sure the 42-day rule is met?
So that's not really...
Sorry, that's my final question.
That's
it's
right.
Right.
Day 2. So Grant Stevens, Assistant Secretary, Business Enabling Services. So we do, so as part of our procurement process, we do get areas to register any planned procurements that they're undertaking in the course of the financial year, and through that we use that as our sort of detection mechanism or follow-up to sort of flag with areas have you now executed, or making sure we're trying to keep on top of that 42-day which has commenced this financial year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very
Do you
much.
want to do
Senator Gallagher?
Secretary, can you just explain to me, does finance have a role in assessing or providing some support to the acquisition of the new nuclear submarine capability?
We will support Defence in respect of the task force that they've formed. So there may be a number of areas where we would be working with them. I mean, one is around cost and assurance issues. So we have a usual role in respect of defence costings as part of the Defence Integrated Investment Program. And the other is the shareholder responsibilities that we have in respect of ANI, which is joint with Defence, but ASC, which is sole shareholder. And we would, I expect, be working in our shareholder role, both with the GBEs but also back with Defence.
And is that first responsibility, is that consistent with the approach that finance took in the lead up to and during the attack class submarine contract?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Sorry, is that the approach that you've outlined that finance is taking now in terms of that first responsibility, the sort of
the cost
and assurance issues? Is that the same role as finance played in terms of the lead up to and the execution of the attack class submarine, the one that we've just cancelled?
The attack class, so we have certainly, it's actually more a matter for budget group, but we have been part of, I think attack was a little different because a lot of the commercial negotiations were conducted by Defence. So, can I get Anna actually? Yeah. While we with Defence have, reviewed the presentation of those numbers in budget papers, since that announcement was taken.
Yes.
I think in the process of the commercial negotiations with Naval Group, that was more led by Defence, and we had less engagement in that. That's correct, is it? You can answer. Yeah.
Hi, Ms Harmer.
Senator Anna Harmer, First Assistant Secretary, Budget and Financial Reporting Group. It is the case that we provide cost and assurance support to defence acquisitions broadly.
Yes.
And so my expectation is the work that we would provide in support of the nuclear submarine acquisition would be mirrored.
attack. It's attack.
Yep.
The question's about attack.
Attack.
Yeah, the question was, really, what I want to understand
Yeah.
is there, I think what you're saying, Secretary, is there's a higher level of engagement this time in terms of cost and assurance, and that was, you didn't say there was no engagement prior, but it was led by Defence, that there's a higher level of engagement this time around.
Not necessarily. Like, we have a high level of engagement with Defence on a range of issues. We sit on the Defence Investment Committee. Ms Patterson sits on it. Mr Yiannopoulos sat on it before her. We work with Defence on the Defence Integrated Investment Program to make sure that the costs are, accurate as capabilities emerge and develop. The point I was making was more in the process of actually doing the commercial negotiation around attack. That was led by Defence.
Yes, I see.
I anticipate in the process of doing commercial negotiations in respect of AUKUS that will also be led by Defence, but we have a very strong interest as the Finance Department from a budget perspective. Obviously, Defence is a large part of the federal budget, but also from a sort of governance and legal perspective because of our links to ANI and ASC. So I have very regular engagement with the Secretary of Defence as a shareholder representative, I guess.
Thank you. And has there been any costings about the likely cost of acquiring 8 new nuclear-powered submarines?
Not at this stage. So I
So you
think
can't tell me whether it'll
I
be-
think Defence is on the record to say that they anticipate that the future nuclear submarine would cost more than the Attack class submarine. I think that's been provided.
There's
in
nothing
evidence,
additional to
but
that
there's
that you
nothing
can tell me?
additional to that, and it is early in that process, but we will be part of that process.
And with the role that you've just described, can you tell me what Finance knows about how much has been expended thus far on the Attack class submarines? And I think that the Defence have said that costs, that the cancellation costs will be settled in mid-2022. I think was the way it was described. Can you tell me anything about the likely cancellation costs?
So I don't think I'd have anything to add to what Defence has already provided in evidence to other committees. Sorry.
I think we took some questions on notice with Senator Patrick earlier today around the $2.3, $2.4 billion figure that's been used, its intersection with ANI's estimates around how much they have invested as well. So we undertook to try to provide a picture of that as best we can across those different funding streams.
And I expect that'd answer my question. Just more broadly, I think you did say, Secretary, it's of enormous interest to, apart from the cost and assurance issues, there's also a broader interest in, the impact on the government's fiscal position overall of defence spending in the broad. The 2020 strategic update, I think, outlines a total funding profile through to the medium term of nearly $575 billion. So that was the 2020 medium term, so through to 29-30. Do you have an update through to the medium term now, through to 30-31?
So there wouldn't be an update beyond that 2020 plan at this point. Yep.
And could you tell me whether defence spending this year is more than or less than 2% of GDP?
The projection is for defence spending to be greater than 2% of GDP, 2.1% of GDP.
For this year?
In 21-22.
Can you put that in, can you extrapolate that over the medium term? Or over the forwards, if you can?
I'll take it on notice and see what makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Is that it for outcomes 1 and 2? Senators, no one else seeking the call?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Well, we will thank those officials.
Good vote from outcomes 1 and 2.
Yes, who participated for outcomes 1 and 2, and thank you for coming along today. And we will now welcome witnesses from the Future Fund.
No, this is Future Fund. Yeah, I've spoken.
It's all
I welcome via video conference Dr. Raphael Arndt, Chief Executive Officer of the Future Fund Management Agency, and other officers. Dr. Arndt, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I would.
Thank you, Dr. Arndt.
Since we last appeared before the committee, we've reported on our performance for the year ended 30 June 2021. During the 2020-21 financial year, the Future Fund delivered an exceptional return of 22.2%. In dollar terms, this added $35.7 billion to the value of the fund and for the Australian people, and grew the Future Fund to $196.8 billion. At the end of June, the fund had earned over $136.3 billion on the original capital of $60.5 billion contributed by the government when the fund was set up in 2006-07. Successful investment has tripled the money contributed. The other funds we invest on behalf of the Commonwealth have also generated strong returns. At the end of the financial year, the total value of the assets managed by the Future Fund Board of Guardians stood at $245 billion, or nearly $250 billion. Yesterday, we released our portfolio update to the end of September. The Future Fund and other funds have continued to grow, with the Future Fund now standing at $199 billion. While investment returns over the last year have been exceptional and the economic outlook remains positive, we must also be vigilant of the risks. The global economic rebound is slowing somewhat as the reopening dividend fades and supply chain disruptions provide headwinds. Despite markets falling in September, asset prices remain elevated. Inflation, the adjustment of fiscal and monetary policy, and geopolitical tensions create uncertainty. Given this, we have the portfolio positioned at around a neutral level of risk. But we are also navigating paradigm shifts that are changing the investment order over the longer term. Many of these shifts have been accelerated or catalysed by COVID-19. Earlier this year, we published a short paper on 10 paradigm shifts that we believe will drive risk and return prospects for the coming decade. The shifts include changes in the way households, businesses and markets operate, and how countries and economies interact. We are working hard to incorporate our assessment of these paradigm shifts into our thinking and decision making. Ensuring we are well prepared for these potential shifts and the various ways in which they could play out is critically important to our ability to continue to generate strong risk-adjusted returns. In line with this, we are prudently building out our resources and enhancing our capabilities to ensure we are well positioned to successfully deliver on our long-term mandate. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Arndt. Senator McKim, you have the call.
Are you on mute?
Senator McKim, you might be on mute.
Chair,
Very sorry about that. There was just a small disconnection, but I'm here now. Are you giving me the call?
Yes, Senator McKim, I am.
All right, thank you, Chair. My apologies once again. Dr Arndt, is the Future Fund still invested in Adani Ports?
We haven't made any changes to our position in respect of Adani Port since we last appeared. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So the ASEAN Virtual Summit starts today, and for the first time in the association's 45-year history, the leader of a member nation has been banned from attending. That leader is Min Aung Hlaing, who is the head of the Myanmar military and the Prime Minister of Myanmar since he led a coup which overturned a democratically elected government in February this year. Were you aware that he had been banned from attending the ASEAN summit?
Our focus is on the...
I don't really think that that's a question for Dr Arndt. That's a question of relevance, if you want, for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
I was simply asking Dr Arndt about his awareness, but that's okay. I'm happy to move on. Earlier this year, it was revealed that despite previous denials from Adani Ports, senior Adani Ports figures met directly with Min Aung Hlaing to finalise the $290 million deal to build a commercial port for Myanmar military-controlled companies. Why is it appropriate for the Future Fund to be investing in a company which meets with a brutal military dictator, strikes deals with a brutal military dictator who led a coup against a democratically elected government and who has now been shunned by the international community?
I've previously explained that the Adani Ports holding it forms part of a broader emerging market equity strategy that we hold for the Future Fund. And from our point of view, our focus is on building the overall exposures for the Future Fund. And I've explained previously that that particular strategy is over $10 billion, and this particular holding is relatively small as a part of that strategy. The process that we run, which has not changed, is that we prefer not to exclude companies from our investment approach. We think over the long run that's not an approach that's consistent with us meeting our mandate, and instead we do exclude very limited numbers of companies where the operation of the company would be illegal in Australia or where the government has signed a treaty to make it illegal. That is not the case with this particular Adani holding, and so we continue to hold it in our portfolio.
All right, thank you. So is your evidence to the committee, Dr Arndt, that the fund's holdings in Adani Ports are consistent with your investment mandate, and in particular are consistent with the requirement that your investment not cause any diminution of the Australian government's reputation in Australian and international financial markets?
You're asking Senator McKim, you're asking Dr Arndt for an opinion there. I mean, he can certainly speak to the Future Fund.
That's what I'm asking him to do.
Okay, that's fine. He can speak to the Future Fund and its standing, not so much the standing of the Australian government more broadly.
No, I appreciate that, Minister, and thank you for your intervention. And just to be clear, what I'm asking Dr Arndt is whether the board of the Future Fund has considered whether its holdings in Adani Ports are consistent with its investment mandate, and in particular that part of the investment mandate that it not cause any diminution of the Australian government's reputation in Australian and international financial markets.
Yes, Senator. So our approach is that, as I said, we don't look at the individual companies in terms of selecting which companies we invest in. In this particular case, we've invested in an emerging market equities index, and we apply exclusions rarely and under the terms that I've explained, and we feel that that type of approach is entirely consistent with the investment mandate.
All right, thank you. And Perhaps I could ask a follow-up question on that. So therefore, is the fund's investment in Adani Ports and the flow of capital that this provides directly to the junta in Myanmar, is that consistent with the fund's environmental, social and governance policy?
Well, as I've previously explained, our policy looks at long-run risks across these sort of issues and looks to internalise those as part of the investment decision-making. And again, as I've previously explained, we have asked our investment manager, in this case State Street, to engage with the company to form a view on our behalf on those issues, and we continue to hold the stock.
All right, thank you. So besides the areas you mentioned earlier in terms of treaties signed by the Australian government and besides tobacco, is there any investment that actually would breach your ESG guidelines?
Well, in terms of exclusions, if that's your question,
Yes.
Our approach is, as I explained, with the exception of tobacco, to only exclude companies where their operation in Australia would be legal or would breach a treaty signed by the Australian government. So we do exclude a small number of holdings on that basis, which are published on our website. But our general approach is that we prefer our investment managers to engage with companies where we think that their activities may be inconsistent with our published ESG principles over the long run, to encourage them to change their behaviour.
All right, thank you. So a report by the UN World Meteorological Organisation that's just been released in the last 24 hours shows that carbon pollution has reached new record levels. The head of that organisation says the world is way off track to meet the Paris commitment to keep temperature rises below 1.5 degrees. Given those facts and the range of scientific consensus on climate change and the urgency to address that, why is the Future Fund still investing in companies like Adani Ports, who are accelerating the destruction of our planetary ecosystem?
Well, we've talked at length here about our approach to climate change risk and carbon pricing in particular, and the work that we've done to understand the exposure that our portfolio has to those risks, and we manage those at the whole portfolio level on a long-term basis, just like we do with many other exposures that the fund has. In this case is no different.
So the future of the human race is at risk, and the Future Fund just is going to keep investing in fossil fuels. Do you not believe that many pieces of fossil fuel infrastructure are at risk of becoming stranded assets and therefore an investment risk if you're not prepared to accept the moral jeopardy of your investments?
We do think that a transition is an investment risk that we need to take into account. And I have with me today our Chief Investment Officer, Sue Brake, who would be happy to talk to how we do approach this particular issue if you would like.
Thank you.
Sue Brake, Chief Investment Officer of Future Fund Management Agency. We do think, well, we know that the world is decarbonising and it's a significant disruption for investors. And we need to negotiate the risks and opportunities that presents. And we've been looking at these issues for a long time now and take our stewardship of the assets very seriously. We are, in fact, the largest investor of renewable energy, one of the largest investors of renewable energy in the Australian market through our power portfolio, which produces, 1.3 gigawatts of wind and solar energy with a very extensive pipeline of another 3.5 gigawatts. And that's one of, a number of strategies we have to ensure that the portfolio is well positioned for this disruption that is happening.
All right, thank you. How much does the fund have invested into fossil fuel companies?
We have done some work, as we've presented to this committee in the past, on our exposure to fossil fuels, but it's not a specific metric that we have. We think in terms of a range of different risks, and we don't look at specific metrics around carbon, but we are comfortable that our overall exposure to this disruption is in line with achieving our mandate.
So is there evidence that you don't know what the quantum of your exposure to fossil fuels is, or is it your evidence that you're not prepared to share that with the committee?
The work is always and forever ongoing, and we think in terms of a range of different risks and how they interplay in the portfolio. We don't isolate one particular aspect. The recent research that we've released talks about a number of really important changes that are going on in the world at the moment, and decarbonisation is definitely one of them.
So just to be clear, you don't know how much money you have invested into fossil fuel companies, is that correct?
It's a particularly difficult metric. You can look at particular companies and try and determine what part of that's carbon, what part of is something else, and we don't think that's particularly useful for us in terms of managing the overall risks of the portfolio.
Senator McCann.
Do you know how much you've got invested into renewable energy companies?
Again, it's a difficult number to pin down, but we know through this power portfolio that we are one of the largest investors in renewables in Australia. It's more than twice the size of the nearest portfolio.
Senator McKim, do you have too much longer on this line of questions?
No, but I do have a couple of other lines of questions, Chair, so I'm happy for you to throw to other committee members, or I'm in your hands, obviously.
Senator McKim, my understanding is you are the only senator who has questions for this witness, and it would be good if we could move through as economically as possible because we are running a little over time.
I appreciate that, Chair. I will ask one more question on this issue, then I'll just move to another issue, and I'll be as quick as I can.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm sorry, I'm still not clear here. Your evidence is that you don't know what your exposure to fossil fuels is. Is that correct?
We know that the exposure that we have is consistent with achieving our mandate. We believe we don't have an overly large exposure to carbon. We think about it as one of many long-term risks that we're managing, and that's the way we think about it.
Senator,
how do you manage? Yes. Oh, no, if I could just follow-up question. I'm happy to hear from you. I presume that's you, Dr. Arndt. But how do you manage an investment risk if you don't know the quantum of your investment?
So, of course, we know what our exposure to any particular company is, and we answer questions that we receive on notice from this committee through the parliamentary process frequently in that respect. I think the point Ms Brake's trying to make is that these days it's quite difficult to identify exactly what is a fossil fuel company because, as we've explained, these companies are in transition themselves, and we've previously discussed the example of AGL here at this committee, which was both an investor and still is in fossil fuel power generation and renewable power generation, and it appears that that company's taking some steps to make that clearer. So the work that we've done to understand the exposure in the portfolio attempted to look through that based with an advisor in terms of generic exposures on average to various asset classes, and having done that work, we're confident that our exposure is lower than typical for a fund of our sort and manageable, and we are, of course, taking steps to manage it. But it's difficult to answer your question because you would need to give us further information on how you define a fossil fuel company.
All right. So you've done some work that satisfies you that the risk is, I think you said, manageable, Dr. Arndt, and please correct me if I'm misquoting you. So surely that gives you at least a rough idea of your level of investment or your level of exposure to fossil fuels? And if you have a rough idea, could you just share that with the committee, please?
Well, I can't give you that number off the top of my head, but we'd be happy to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the proposed exemption from the FOI Act for the Future Fund is described as a partial exemption. Besides investment activities, which would be exempt if the law passed through the Parliament, if the legislation passed through the Parliament, what other core functions does the Future Fund have besides investment activities?
Well, the core function of the Future Fund Management Agency is, of course, to invest. But in order to support the investment activity, we employ several hundred people. We procure technology and data services and enter into contracts and arrangements with many organisations to support that. We employ legal advice and services to support those contracts and those activities. We lease office space and so forth. So there's quite a range of activities that we do that would fall outside of the definition of investment activities.
I appreciate that, Dr. Arndt, and thank you. But your only core function is investment activities. Would that be fair to say? And everything else that you do is there to support that core function.
That's correct.
Thank you. So in that case, do you accept that the FOI exemption that you've sought is not actually a partial exemption, but in effect it's a complete exemption?
No, I don't accept that. The FOI Act, if the bill is passed in its current form, would continue to apply to, for example, all the activities of the staff, all of our procurement arrangements for non-investment services, which I just explained, all our office arrangements, things like catering for functions and so forth. And I think approximately a third to a half of the FOI applications that we've had historically would fall into those categories.
Last question, please,
All right.
Senator McKim.
Thank you. So we can find out what you spent on your staff Christmas parties or how much you're spending on paper clips, but we can't find out which companies you are investing into. Can I ask then, as a final question, you stated in your submission to this committee's inquiry into the FOI amendment bill that the current requirements of the FOI Act are administratively burdensome for the Future Fund. How do you quantify this so-called administrative burden? Have you in fact quantified it in terms of how many staff hours it would take to meet your FOI obligations, what the cost of that would be, and what impact meeting those obligations would have on the fund's overall performance?
Thank you, Senator. We have done that. I should emphasise that the primary reason for that partial exemption application is to enhance the returns in the fund, and I'm not sure that it's come out very clearly in the submissions to the Legislation Committee, but there are fund managers in the world right now that refuse to give us information on their investments, or indeed won't accept us as an investor in their funds because of the application of the FOI Act and its inherent uncertainty in how it might be applied, notwithstanding the exemptions that exist in the legislation. And we've checked this with our peer funds around the world, because many of our peer funds in the US and Europe also have similar regimes that apply to them, and these fund managers apply the same rules to all types of public funds around the world. We think that in the more challenging world that's ahead of us, that we've talked about extensively here, it's important that the Future Fund can access the world's best investment managers, and relying on inherently uncertain and contestable exemptions in the FOI Act doesn't satisfy these managers, unfortunately. In terms of your specific question, in the last calendar year, we spent over 300 hours processing FOI applications.
All right, thank you. I just have one final question, please, Chair. And Dr. Arndt, could you please provide the committee, on notice if necessary, with an example of what class of financial information is at risk of being released that is not covered by the Act as it stands? I mean, are we talking about investment strategies or, I don't know, margins? I mean, what kind of information is at risk of being released that is not covered by the Act as it stands, which, as you know, has a significant exemption for that prevents the release of information that is commercial in confidence? And I'm happy for you to take that question on notice if you like.
No, I can answer that. So the exemptions that exist are uncertain and untested in court in terms of commercial in confidence, and that's part of the problem. But another example which you just gave was investment strategies. And so, for example, we could be working on a strategy to lift our investment in Australian property or even in a particular class of Australian property, which may not necessarily include third-party information, and therefore it would be difficult to argue it was commercial in confidence, but it would certainly be disadvantageous for the Australian taxpayer if that information were to become public in advance of us executing on that strategy.
So, Senator McKim, can I just flag? I'm aware of the good work of this committee in reviewing the legislation and some of the comments in regard to that. As I've been clear before, it's not the intent of the government to keep secret where the Future Fund ultimately makes its investments. We have presented this legislation in good faith, and it goes all the way back to work that Mr Tanner did as Finance Minister, and we want to make sure that we get an appropriate outcome that does enable the Future Fund to continue to get and do so in the easiest way possible, the best possible returns for Australians on their investment, whilst not compromising the ability of people to understand where those funds are ultimately invested. So we will work through some of those issues that have been raised very carefully with our Senate colleagues.
Thank you, Minister.
Well, Minister, in that case, could I ask then just a final question, and I do thank the committee for its indulgence. Minister, are you prepared to give a public commitment that all of the investments made by the Future Fund will be published on the fund's website, which is something that many other similar funds around the world already do?
Well, that's something that I can talk to the fund's Board of Guardians about. It's a matter for them in terms of some of those administrative practices, and indeed some of the questions you were just asking about the difference between the Board of Guardians and the agency perhaps come into play in terms of some of that decision making. But happy to look at that, Senator. There's a level of granularity that would then be part of the decision making, as per the questions that were just being answered before, as to often the Future Fund's investments are in indexes or in broader vehicles, which may be the appropriate standard to set it at. But we can certainly look at those sorts of issues of appropriate transparency.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ayres, on a quick question.
Mr. Hart and Minister, is to not put the Future Fund in a position, accept what Senator McKim says, and I'm interested in the process that we go through in the Senate dealing with what the boundaries of the FOI exemption is. But the core principle here is to protect commercially sensitive information like asset prices from being forcibly divulged through the FOI process to the market, which puts the Future Fund in an unfair position, because there are people out there in the market who will take advantage of those processes to do that. So that principle is very clear. What I want to understand, Minister, is why you're trying to force industry super funds that have the retirement income savings of millions of Australians to do precisely what you're trying to protect the Future Fund from. How can that be justified?
Said Thank you, Senator Ayres, for the segue. I'll let Minister Hume and the Treasurer address
well, it's just entirely
the
inconsistent,
particularities
isn't it?
of those other matters.
It's entirely inconsistent, isn't it?
Well, I don't accept that, Senator Ayres, but as I say,
You guys don't believe in much, but you believe in getting stuck into workers' retirement income.
That's not true, Senator.
Why is it so inconsistent?
Senator Ayres, I'm not going to take up the time of the committee having a debate about matters that aren't before this committee at all.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ayres, and thank you to the Future Fund. We'll send you off with our thanks for coming along today and for your testimony, and we will now begin the examination of outcome 3 for the Department of Finance. You're just being helpful, Senator Ayres.
I've got a job to do, Chair.
Handing them out to all of us? Oh, okay. Thank you. What about one for the leader?
I've got to give him one.
You should have got him one. Snatch.
I've got one for Willow.
Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement at this point?
No, thank you, Chair.
Ms Huxtable, opening statement?
It's very long in the day for an opening statement.
Indeed, I just thought it would be polite to check.
Always.
Senator Gallagher with the call. Thank you.
I just have a few follow-up questions from matters I raised last time. And a follow-up question to question on notice FO 42 from the last estimates round, which was about matters relating to Ms Higgins. The question I asked was when was the alleged perpetrator's security clearance cancelled, and I got the answer back that on the 29th of March 2019, the Employing Parliamentarians Office requested the staff member's security clearance be cancelled. Finance acted on that request. So can I just follow up? What was the reason for the cancellation of the security clearance, and when did you advise AGSVA?
I don't believe there was a reason sort of given. So quite often if a staff member is on sort of deferral or for other sort of matters, an office may just say, we're going to cancel their sort of clearance. They'll just advise us, we are cancelling their clearance from X date, and we will act on that. There's no requirement to specify the reason for why they are doing it.
Okay. So they don't fill a form out or anything like that, like you do about termination?
I don't believe there's a form. I think quite often it is just an email that gets sent to the payroll team. It gets actioned, and we would advise agencies accordingly.
So does it need to come from the Chief of Staff or someone? I mean,
It would need to come from an authorised person.
Okay, so it has to be an authorised person within the office.
Yes. So either the parliamentarian, or if the parliamentarian has authorised a staff member to deal with particular matters, that person.
That's enough. Okay. So in this case, you received an email on the 29th of March, and then it says Finance acted on that request. What does that mean?
We advise AGSVA, and we would put in place that the the security clearance has been cancelled. So finance has a role of doing the application process. So when a new staff member for a minister starts, there's a security process. We'll send out the application pack, and then that gets done. At the end, when we get advised that a staff member's clearance should be cancelled, we'll put a note into the system, and AXFA will be advised through that.
Okay, so you don't. So there's some IT system where you put a note in that this is to be cancelled?
Correct.
And so can you say from what date, or how does that happen?
It would. So if in terms of this one, it was from the date that we were told, because the email said please cancel it as of this date. It could be.
Was that the 29th?
It was the 29th.
So cancel it as of the 29th of March?
Yes.
And you did that on the 29th?
I can double check that, but I think the answer would be yes.
Okay. The 29th of March is, I think, 3 days after the disclosure of the alleged assault by Ms Higgins to her Chief of Staff, 3 days after Minister Reynolds' office requested that the staff be locked out of the Defence IT systems, and 3 days after his personal equipment was returned. Do you know why there was a delay?
I do not.
So from your point of view, you can only act upon that instruction that comes from the MP?
Correct.
Or the authorised person. Is there any subsequent action that finance takes in terms of, so he's lost, you've been told not the reason why, but just this security clearance has to end. So do you then inform DPS so that like the pass to enter Parliament is also cancelled? Is there a subsequent
So
action?
there's two things.
I understand they're different. But
so there's a security clearance which might deal with access to information.
Yep.
And there might be, and so it could be that a person can no longer access a secure environment.
Yep.
And then can they still access, say, APH as a building? So they're two separate processes.
I understand
They
that.
could align, or they could not, based on one could say we want to cancel the security clearance.
Yep.
But the date in which they can no longer have access to the building might be a different date.
Yes. Can you help me with that in this instance? Does finance have a role then to cancel the pass, or are you asked to make sure that DPS cancels the pass?
So again, we would just act on the request made. So in this case, we would have cancelled the security clearance by going into the AXFA IT.
Yep, system.
Yep.
And what about the pass, the building pass? Were you asked to cancel that too?
Well, we don't issue the pass, so
that has to go from
that's a matter for DPS.
From the Minister's office. So you would have no role in that at all?
We would only have a role if, upon the termination of an employee, we would advise various agencies that has occurred, and then there is a follow-on process that DPS would action.
Okay.
So
do you know when he lost his access to his pass?
I do not.
Okay. So that hasn't come up at all in discussions around this matter that you would have been involved in, because finance was involved in that meeting on the 4th of April when the staff member's employment was terminated. So 10 days after his security clearance was cancelled. It seems to me this has happened in stages, it seems.
So what I can say is that upon an employee's employment being terminated, we would advise DPS so they can take action with respect to passes.
Okay. Did you do that?
It's just a standard process. So, yes. Whether some other action was taken before that, I can't comment on.
So even though his security clearance had been cancelled, his equipment returned, locked out of Defence IT systems, potentially he still had his pass to wander around this building for another 10 days.
I can't comment on that.
We don't know.
I think the former president has dealt with those questions previously.
Right. Okay. I wasn't sure that we knew when the pass was cancelled, to be honest. So I think that still is unanswered. So potentially he's still able to access the building for 10 days. At that meeting on the 4th of April, was the reason for termination discussed at that meeting?
I think, Senator, let's tread carefully into the space we're now entering, noting the advice of the ACT DPP.
Yeah, but that's not around
comments.
his termination of employment, is it?
Well, I do want us to tread carefully in all
I'm
aspects of that,
I'm conscious
Senator
of that
Gallagher,
too.
and not creating a circumstance where anybody inadvertently makes comment that could have any impact on the prosecution.
Well, sure. I mean, I guess there's classification of reasons for termination, such as serious misconduct, for example. That I don't think that prejudices anything.
Senator, if I may, Claire Walsh, Deputy Secretary, Business Enabling Services. The approach that we took last time, because of the level of caution, and now even more so because matters are in the courts, we took questions like this on notice and undertook to come back, and I think you saw in some of our responses from the last estimates that we did that in good faith, and I think it would be best if we were able to take questions on notice, additional questions that you have, and make sure that we're not straying into areas that risk.
Okay, so all right. So was the reason for termination discussed at that meeting? I mean, it could be a yes or no answer, and we leave it at that. It was a termination of employment meeting, so I'm guessing.
I think we've already confirmed that. I'll check the reference in Hansard, but I think at our last hearing we advised that the meeting was with respect to employment matters.
And in the Quan F052, where you asked that question, I'm just reading the answer that we gave, that we provided specific advice around the termination process in respect of the individual.
Yes. It's a slightly different question I'm asking this time, but I accept if you need to take that on record. Just going back to the timeline. So, I mean, how often would people lose a security clearance? I would imagine it would be quite a rare event. Is it within political?
I don't have any stats on that, but I can make a general comment of if a staff member is on deferral of termination, it might be that the parliamentarian says you might be on deferral, so you're still employed, but you no longer need to access the security IT, in which case a security clearance could be. But that's just a general answer. I don't have any stats with respect to your specific question.
And following on from that, it's not quite the question that you asked, but you can have security clearances downgraded because you're no longer required to access the information you may have in a different
but this
position.
wasn't a downgrade, was
No.
it? But my understanding, a condition of employment as a ministerial staffer is obtaining and maintaining a security clearance, right? So if you lose your security clearance, wouldn't that automatically mean you can't be a ministerial staffer? Like, why wouldn't losing your security clearance, if it's a condition of employment, then result in the automatic termination of employment?
So to be employed in a minister's office, you do need to have a security clearance. That's correct. But in terms of...
So when you lose it, how do you keep on being employed for another 10 days or more? Or
So-
10 days, I think.
Yeah, some of these, so Mr De Silva can go through the requirements of employment, but I would want to note that AGSFA is obviously, we're sort of administering or a conduit in some ways of that information. AGSFA is the one that actually gives
Cancels
effects.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
because-
I think Mr De Silva said that's pretty automatic. If you put in the system that this person's to lose their security clearance, it's not open for discussion. That's what happens. It's an automatic kind of cancellation then, isn't
In
it?
terms of how the AXFA IT system works, we
Yeah.
would put a note in there and AXFA would...
So that happened on
act.
the 29th of March, but this person's employment wasn't terminated till the 4th of April, I think. So it's 5 days later. Anyway, that's just the way it was. Okay.
Senator Gallagher, we can take that on notice in terms of setting that out.
It
for
would
you.
seem to me if someone loses their security clearance as a ministerial staffer, that would mean that you would lose your employment. It's a bit confusing.
Senator, just, I mean, to take that in the abstract rather than the specific, because I don't want us to tread into any sensitive areas of the case. But, of course, the processes for termination, in any case of termination, which Finance has talked through at previous estimates, may involve a series of advice and steps undertaken to ensure that procedures are properly followed.
Okay.
I can envisage a circumstance in the abstract or hypothetically where an office may wish to remove a security clearance before they have completed all of those processes.
Well, obviously, because that's what happened here, isn't it?
And I think if you think through the steps to dot the I's and cross the T's of a termination process, that may take longer than the relatively swift decision to remove a security clearance.
In answer to question FO 48, you answered that Ministerial and Parliamentary Division were notified of an incident on the weekend of the 23rd of March 2019 via an internal notification. What is an internal notification and who was notified? And my final question on that is it usual practice to notify the SES of incidents in the ministerial wing?
So on that weekend, the Assistant Secretary for Advice and Support was advised by one of her staff that DPS had advised them of a possible incident, and so we were told. And I was advised after that, on the Saturday.
You were advised as well?
By the Assistant Secretary, yes.
Okay. But is that standard? Like, do you get rung up and told people have been in the building
No,
overnight?
We don't get told when people have gone into the building, but I was advised when DPS advised us that there may have been a security sort of incident on the weekend. That was the advice that we were given, rather than it wasn't. We don't get told every time someone comes into Parliament House.
Although I do note Senator Recommendation 7 of Ms Foster's report, which DPS is working on implementation around, which does seek to ensure that at least employing parliamentarians have advice in relation to after-hours type access.
And Senator, just before you go on, we have traversed some of these questions previously, and I am a little concerned if we begin to traverse.
I've almost finished on this question.
Okay,
though, so
because I'm conscious, adding
Yeah.
to what Ms Walsh said, I'm also conscious of Commissioner Kershaw's statement on Monday.
Yeah, I am conscious of that as well, which is I'm trying to be careful, but this is a question about your processes. What is an internal notification? So is that a phone call? Is that
It could just be a phone call, yes.
in this instance, was it a phone call? Or do you have an internal notification system about incidents?
No, I would say it was most likely a phone call.
Okay. Well, it
But-
was the answer that was intriguing.
Okay.
There is an internal notification, which is public service speak for someone gave me a call on the weekend.
I was notified.
Yeah, okay. Was anyone... Okay, and I have asked these to DPS and they have been answered without anyone saying I was interfering in or impinging on the matter before the court. But was anyone or has anyone from the Department of Finance been asked to provide a witness statement by the AFP in relation to Ms Higgins' case?
Well, I wasn't there for DPS, but I am...
They answered it. They confirmed that yes, about 6 people had, and that they had provided all the necessary information.
I don't actually know the answer to that question, Senator, and my preference would be, at least for officials, to take it on notice and to respond as quickly as they can.
DPS answered it without concern.
Well, that's a matter for DPS.
I have a question. Was any information or documentation provided by the asked?
I am very cautious in relation to the fact that the department should, and I have no doubt is, providing full cooperation in any way that the AFP or the DPP would seek it to do so. And I know Ms Huxtable would expect them to do absolutely everything within their powers to cooperate in that regard.
So DPS were wrong to answer the question. They didn't have any concern, and we've had this similar conversation with them about dealing with matters, not infringing on matters before the court, but these are essentially process questions.
Well, you're getting to the process of proceedings, Senator. It's not a process of the department. It's a process you're asking about.
You've got 2 agencies with a completely different view on this. So if you want to take it on notice, fine. But so my questions are: has anyone from the Department of Finance been asked to provide a witness statement? I'm not asking who. I'm just asking whether they have. Have all potential witnesses cooperated with the investigation? Was any information or documentation requested, and was it provided? Again, these are all matters that DPS answered on Monday. Did the department provide any advice to ministers or staff on matters related to the AFP investigation, and have there been any costs incurred in relation to the investigation, including any legal advice or financial assistance?
So I'm very happy to take those questions on notice, but Senator, if I could just say that the AFP itself in a Quan they table did reference a finance legal representative accompanying a DPS in a meeting.
Sorry.
So the AFP in a Quan they have tabled did advise that a legal representative from finance did a 10-day meeting with DPS, and they corrected the date on that. The other questions, more specifically, they're asking, I'm very happy to take on notice and provide you with that information.
Sorry, can I just clarify? It wasn't they clarified the date, they clarified it didn't happen.
Right, okay, thank you. Well, if you take those on notice, thank you.
Okay, I have a series of questions, Chair. I just might indicate, Ms Walsh and Mr De Silva, in the next section, which is the EPA section, I think Senator Farrell has some questions on a joint finance EPA project, the PEMS thing, and it may assist us if you're able to stay for that section.
So, Senator, I think we've talked about this before. The PEMS project is actually the responsibility of the Department of Finance. We work very closely with IPR in its governance, if you like, but the accountability rests very firmly with the Department of Finance. So I'm very happy to answer those questions in this outcome.
We might deal with it in that way then. That's, yeah. But before we do that, I have some questions about, thank you for providing the staff tables. I have some questions about the only jobs that appear to have been generated out of the Prime Minister's announcement today of the deal with the National Party. Mr Pitt has been returned from the Outer Ministry to Cabinet. That's correct, isn't it, Minister?
The Prime Minister announced that yesterday, correct.
Can you confirm that he receives a $31,687 pay rise as a Cabinet Minister?
Not off the top of my head, but I'll accept your wording that it's in the ballpark.
He's paid more, isn't he, as a Cabinet Minister?
Yes, Senator.
So, Minister Pitt 2.0 as a Cabinet Minister went from the 6th of February 2020 to the 2nd of July 2021. And I think in the last estimates in May, those finance tables told us that he had 13 personal staff members as a Cabinet Minister. I think that's right, isn't it? Can officials confirm that?
I can just check the last lot of tables and confirm that for you, Senator Ayres. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it, Senator Ayres, but I don't need to detain the committee.
What happened to his personal staff allocation following his demotion on the 2nd of July?
Well, this table, at least, that's been presented to the committee shows that on the 1st of October it was 10 staff.
So it was reduced by 3. So the table that we're seeing now reflects that 10 staff as the 10 staff that he had as a junior minister?
As at the 1st of October.
So what happened to the 3 staff? Were they terminated or reallocated amongst?
We'd have to take it on notice regardless.
Well, can you tell me on notice?
Depending on how would I, whether it identified
without
staff,
identifying
would be
any
cautious of
staff,
that,
I accept that, absolutely.
Yep.
I want to know whether staff were moved to other offices or were they paid out. Has the Prime Minister informed Finance of a staff allocation for Minister Pitt in his new capacity as a Cabinet Minister?
I don't believe so, Senator Ayres, but I will double check that with colleagues.
You don't
I mean,
know
I can do
whether
that
that's...
quickly. I just haven't.
Yeah, sure. And what I'd like to know at the same time, does that mean that the total pool of personal staff, has that increased as a result? Because it's an additional position in Cabinet, isn't it, Minister?
It is an additional appointment to Cabinet, as for staffing allocations, as you rightly framed the question, that's a matter for the Parliament.
Oh, wait, I'll let you know when
You'll come back to me. Okay. Senator Farrell, I think we're...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Ayres. Look, I'd like to ask some questions about the PEMS system and the problems that it's having, and particularly the way in which it was implemented in the changeover in the middle of the year, which I think most or many staff would not view as a smooth transition. Can you tell us how many staff didn't get paid on the first payday after the rollover? Mr. Sheridan, are you answering these questions? Mr. De Silva.
I might need to take it on notice in terms of actual numbers. What I can say is that...
Mr. De Silva, you must have expected some questions
No. That's
along
fine,
these
but I
lines.
don't have exact numbers on exact dates. So what I can say is, in terms of the rollout of the new HR, the old system, Chris, was closed for 2 weeks as we did data migration. The new system went live on the 1st of July.
When was that closed?
The Chris 21, we had to close it, I think it was the 18th of June. And so we sent comms out to staff and parliamentarians to advise, please make sure you get in your various paperwork before this date. But then there was a period of time when you're moving from an old HR to the new one, which is we had the old one for 15 years. There is a process to transition to the new one, and I think we advised your office that the process that we put in place was to make sure that all employees, including any new starters, got their base pay, but that we would prioritise that ahead of doing things like processing leave and HDA. So what we did is we made sure that the base salary for every employee, including new sort of employees who were engaged, got paid, and they either got paid on pay date or we did an advance, so they got paid the very next day.
So are you saying there was nobody on that first payday who didn't get paid?
They were either paid on that pay date for their base pay, or we did an advance that was paid the next day. So what we tried to do, as I think we had the discussions with your office, to make sure that everyone got their base pay, and it was either done as part of the normal pay date, and if it was unable to be done, we would do what's called an advance pay, and that might take a day or two, but we tried to do it on the Friday. So they may not have got it paid on, but it was a very small proportion who didn't get their base pay. What we set out in comms was then to make clear that we would then triage, so that happened first, and then we would triage dealing with leave requests, HDA, and so on. But we wanted to make sure that everyone got their standard base pay every week, and all new employees, and there were, I think, in the first 3 months, something like 850 new employees that they got paid either through the standard pay cycle, and I think it was probably about 99% got through that, or through an advanced pay process.
So, Senator Farrell, I'm happy to come back to you on notice in terms of numbers, but...
but it just sounds from what... sorry to interrupt you, Ms Walsh, but it sounds like from what Mr De Silva is saying is that nobody didn't get paid on the first or the second days.
Their base salary. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But if you had a leave request in and you get a different allowance for leave, or if you had a high
Enacting,
duties
yes.
allowance, that would have been
Yeah.
potentially delayed.
Were any staff paid incorrectly?
Not to my knowledge. There was, there may have been instances where employment contracts weren't put in, and so in time, and so in our system, an employee wouldn't, if a contract has expired, they would cease to get paid. If a contract is then submitted after that fact, we can back pay, but we can't so if they finish halfway through a pay period, they would get half a pay period. An employment contract may come later, in which case we can rectify it in back pay, but at a point in time, if they're not in the system because their contract has ended, it'll end at that point and they'll get paid accordingly.
Yeah, okay. Look, one of the reasons, obviously, my staff were in contact with you and your staff was because there were concerns about the process, and I guess the proposition I put to you was, or is, that it wasn't a terribly smooth transfer from the old system to the new. Would you agree with that?
I think moving from an old HR system to a new one, it does require a lot of work. There's a lot of data transfers, and I think there's a lot of training and comms that goes both to the clients who are going to use it, but also the staff who are going to use it. The fact that everyone got their base pay, and I can confirm the exact numbers of where an advance was made, but my understanding, it was a very small percentage and largely due with casuals because of the kind of nature that went actually well. I appreciate that there would be clearly staff who were expecting their HDA for a period of time and they got paid 2 weeks later, or but the context was it was the first new IT system in 15 years, and the new EA started was approved at that same time. So there was a double process going. Putting in a new EA is a volume of work with adjustments to pay scales, etc. So in that pay period, it was transitioning to a new HR, there was a new EA, and then the standard process that happened in July and August, which is retention payments and increments, all those had to get done. So from a workload point of view, it was a significant period. I don't doubt that. It was a significant period for probably 10 to 12 weeks. We augmented the staff, so we moved staff around, so they had an extra 9 staff. But there was an increased volume, both in terms of work, but also in terms of queries that came into the help desk. So
okay.
I think it's fair to say there's probably from queries, probably about a 250% increase.
A 250%
for that 3-month period compared to the previous year. And a lot of it was about the new EA, but it's just...
That suggests to me that my proposition that it wasn't a smooth transfer is an accurate assessment of
I think
the
saying
change.
there were increased queries which were answered doesn't of itself say it wasn't a smooth transfer. I would say that no.
Why are 250% more people ringing
Because I think
you if the thing is running smoothly?
Because if there's a new EA, I think there's often questions.
Oh, you say it's connected to the enterprise agreement, not with the questions about their pay.
So, Senator, can I just
Was that
sort
the
of
same thing?
step back, I guess,
Yep.
in terms of the PEMS rollout itself, in terms of the IT side of it, that went smoothly. So it's not a PEMS issue as such. In terms of us having enough resources to do the processing and answer the questions, as Mr De Silva has said, is a human resourcing question. We had staff work, and I'm not saying this because I'm asking for any sympathy, but just for context, we had staff working all weekends. The overtime load was quite high. I redeployed resources where I could across the department to supplement that team, but the volume with the enterprise agreement, which we hadn't anticipated when we were planning the PEMS, go live, just meant that there was a volume of work. And then, as Mr De Silva said, the queries coming in could have been about...
You would say that the combination of the change plus the new EBA
coming in
contributed to, at least in part, that very significant increase in queries. Okay.
But we have worked very hard to catch up, and we are now actually in a business as usual state.
Yeah. In that first changeover, do you know how many staff had to be paid in special pay runs?
I can take it on notice.
Thank you.
But I think it would be probably less than 1% in any pay run. As I said, it was largely for new employees, new casual employees.
Right. And how many complaints did the help desk receive about the contracts not being processed or staff not being paid correctly? Now, that's obviously a percentage of that 250 increase. Can you
I'd need to take it on notice in terms of what were the nature of the queries that came in, and what proportion of those may have been sort of complaints.
Yeah, all right.
I imagine, and I will check the actual data, but I imagine a lot of the queries we would get would just be about people asking clarification about how the new provisions in the EA actually work for them as an individual, as opposed to being a complaint as such. It's just really asking the questions.
Are you able to break down by party those people who weren't paid correctly or weren't paid at all? Do you have those figures?
In terms of the
political party. So, Liberal Labor, how many Labor people weren't paid correctly? How many Liberal Party people?
Happy to take on notice in terms of what was the number or percentage of people who didn't get paid by the pay date, and see if we can do a breakdown based on party.
Now, you talked about that triage system, which you'd helpfully explained to my staff as part of the changeover. Are you still doing that triaging?
No.
So we have caught up now.
You've caught up?
Yep.
So staff who submit contracts or variations on time before the pay cut-off date for the next pay have no guarantee that they'll actually be paid the hours that they've worked?
If we get the correct paperwork in the correct time, they will get paid correctly.
How many contracts since the start of the financial year submitted before the pay cut-off date have not been processed in time to be paid the following payday? Are you saying that that's zero?
I'll take it on notice in terms of what is the number.
I thought Ms Walsh was saying...
I'm saying now, at this point, if you're... just to clarify, are you asking from the cut-over date, or are you talking about now?
From the start of the financial year.
Right, yeah. I was referring to actually now, it's...
Right.
Yeah.
You're saying whatever the problem was in that first 3 or 4 months, you say that has now been overcome.
Yes.
And, yeah. Look, I think I can give you an example in my own office last week where that didn't happen, but I'll...
Well, we're obviously very happy to work with you and, and look at that.
How many payments... no, we don't expect any special treatment. We expect our office to be
We would do
treated
that
just
for any
like every other
parliamentarian.
office.
Senator.
See, Senator Birmingham is laughing at that, but it's true.
No,
it's true.
I
The
know
former
Ms. Walsh is
Smollers...
correct that the offer... I know Ms. Walsh is correct. The offer extends to all.
Yes.
Well, as a former Smollers, up until a couple of weeks ago, you wouldn't want any special treatment, would you?
Certainly not Senator Farrell. I've navigated myself through PEMS to verify claims. I was just looking at the...
a miracle.
I'm definitely in the 160 of the 227 parliamentarians who have, so we've got a bit of work to do on the remaining...
including myself.
67.
We can provide you with some additional training.
I was very
if you
conscious
like.
as the smallest to make sure I did.
I still have a wind-up watch.
Not that we check, of course.
One of my staff's daughters brought a piggy bank into the Finance Minister's office on Friday. Thought that was quite apt.
The young people wouldn't have known what it was.
How many contracts since the start of the financial year submitted before the pay cut-off date have not been processed in time to be paid the following day?
So we'll take all of those questions.
On question. Okay, well, I'll go through the questions and then I'll read them out. How many payments since the start of the financial year have had to be made to staff in special pay runs because they haven't been paid in the previous payday? Next question. This is a personal experience, but I think it's not an uncommon one. The department does seem to have some difficulty processing employment contracts. Would you agree with that proposition?
I would say that it's been a very busy last 3 months, but I think you've asked quants in terms of the number of contracts that have been processed on time, and I think the previous answers that we've given have probably been around about the 99.8% mark. And so and I can pull up some of the previous quants and go through those stats if you want, but I think in a standard normal process, our ability to process any new contracts, any variations to contracts is actually very high. I would admit that the first 3 months of this year has been a busy period, but happy to take it on notice in terms of what those...
Well, no, we understand that your proposition is that 99% of contracts are within the agreed time frame. Can you tell us what that agreed time frame that you're working on is?
So for contracts, if they are provided to us before the cut-off for pay, the agreed time frame is that they will be processed for the next pay.
And just remind me what...
From memory, I think I'll double check, but I think if it's submitted by the previous Friday, it'll get paid the following Thursday. So that's whether it's a new contract or a variation. So a variation might mean changing the role or something else, but our stats in terms of being able to process new contracts is actually very high.
So if you say that if you get the contract 7 days before payday, 99% of those contracts are paid on time?
Correct.
You publish a list of pay cut-off dates and the dates which the contracts need to be submitted in time to be paid for the next payday.
Yes.
I thought that was 10 days.
I will double check what the sort of cut-off is, but
yeah.
I actually thought it was... I'll just get my team to just double check.
Could you? Yeah. Are the issues with payroll affecting more casuals and non-ongoing staff than ongoing permanent staff? I mean, is that where the problem... I mean, even on your own figures, there's a problem.
So I think in terms of, as I said, there are approximately about 850 new staff start in a 3-month period, which is a fairly high number. And so, but
So
I think there's
just to be clear, so there were on the 1st of July, there were 850. No.
In the first 3 months of this year, there's been 850 new contracts come in. To MAPS to sort of process as either casual staff or non-ongoing staff or ongoing staff. In terms of, so as I said prior, we prioritise trying to make sure that new employees got their base pay at the next pay. And so from a casual point of view, who don't get leave, our main focus was to actually make sure that they got paid. For ongoing staff or non-ongoing staff, we kind of triage, so where they put in for leave that may not have been processed for a fortnight after what would be the standard time frame.
Yeah. But I guess the proposition I was putting to you was that the staff that have been largely affected are not the permanent staff, they're the casual staff, and particularly in the time of COVID, it might be that their circumstances, they need the money on time.
And so, as I said, in terms of any new employees, any new casuals, we either tried to make sure they got paid on the standard payday, or we did an advance run, which might be the day after or the Monday. But even without seeing stats, I know it wasn't like they were waiting much longer than that.
For those casual employees, then their base pay would be their ordinary pay. There is nothing else that they would be entitled to, is there?
For ongoing staff?
No, for the casuals. So casuals would have their base rate.
It would just be the rate of pay.
Hey?
Yeah, it would just be their rate of pay.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to make sure they got their base pay.
Yeah.
Senator Farrell,
sorry, Ms. Walsh, that is their only pay, isn't it? Is there something else that a casual would get beyond their rate plus their loading?
Do you mean if they had leave or if they had HDA or anything like that, or is it a different question?
Or do they get those entitlements?
So they wouldn't get leave,
No,
but
that's what I was asking.
whether they were for a period of time acted, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I agree with that. You were going to say something?
I was just going to say, Senator Farrell, I can have a look at all the data. I have a sense of the kinds of information you're looking for and see how we can break that down.
All right,
for you.
and you think you can get something for us on that? Okay. All right.
And can I just go back to a previous point? Just the cut-off, so for, say, a pay date on the 19th of August 2021, the cut-off is actually Sunday the 8th of August. So you're right, it was actually about 10 days prior.
10 days, yeah.
And there was a previous question that we took, which was, has the PM provided an allocation? And the answer is no. We've not been advised of an allocation with respect to Minister Pitt.
Oh, okay, that was Senator Ayer's question.
Okay.
Yeah. Just could you repeat the answer so that both him and me can...
So we have not been advised of an allocation with respect to Minister Pitt.
So we would assume he's still on his 10 staff. Is that correct?
I don't think we could talk about what the Minister's assuming. We just haven't been advised of any changes.
You've just provided us with the figures that he's got 10 staff.
Yeah, and I'm just saying we haven't been advised. But in terms of what the processes the Prime Minister might be undertaking, it's not something we have any visibility of.
Right. So Minister Pitt might have been given an increase in the number of staff, but nobody's told you.
All I can advise you is that we haven't been informed.
So
the
Australian Way announcement today has delivered one job, that's Minister Pitt's elevation to Cabinet, and there are possibly 3 jobs in prospect. That's the summary, isn't it?
Well, Senator Ayres, you'd like to talk about the potential for jobs growth under the long-term emissions reduction plan, would you?
I don't think it fits into outcome 3.
Is that where you want to take the conversation?
If you want to go beyond the staffing tables, I'd invite you to do it somewhere else.
Now you're trying to make me relevant, Senator Ayres, after all your attempts.
I'm doing my best to be orderly, and I don't want to take up Senator Farrell's time.
Indeed.
Good on you. Where there have been problems, and we're in agreement that there have been some problems, have these issues been raised with the employee consultative group at this point?
I'll double check what has been raised at the ECG at the last meeting.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. Now, just in terms of the cost of PIMS, can you remind us how much was originally budgeted for PIMS?
John Sheridan, the First Assistant Secretary of ICTD Division. Yes, I can, Senator. The original MyEFO allocation was $34.1 million.
And what's the cost to date?
We've spent, as at the end of September, $54.8 million. We're anticipating that we'll spend in development $58.6 million by the end of this financial year.
Now, just going to the rollout of the PIMS, Ms Walsh, you sort of indicated that you had to ramp things up to get things back on track. Can you just...
I did, but it's separate to the PEMS project itself. I needed to allocate additional resources to the MAPS HR team for the processing of pays. But in terms of the development, the IT build, if you like, of PEMS, that's separate.
So there's probably a couple of... There's the issues you were exploring with Ms Walsh before about the need due to a number of things happening at the middle of the year for additional resourcing to be dedicated at that point in time. There's the historic matters to do with the PEMS build that have been, I think, explored in this committee pretty well before, although probably before me too, that go particularly to some of those issues around the disruption in the build that occurred, some of the loss of workforce due to other matters that involved AFP investigations and those sorts of challenges that required the finance team at the time to at least put it back on track.
Are you talking there about the PEMS, the issue about the PEMS contract? The association with the AFP?
Yes, Senator Farrell.
Yeah. Has that all been resolved? Is that like there were prosecutions?
The final delivery of PEMS has been resolved to this stage.
No, I'm talking about the prosecutions of the people who were involved in the...
That matters before the courts now.
Before the courts, okay. All right. How many people are on the payroll team?
On our payroll team,
I do not have that information. It's probably about 25.
25?
And we augmented, but I can double check that, and I augmented that with another 8 or 9 staff for that 3-month period.
Right.
But I'll take it on to the notice so I can just confirm those numbers.
Will you? Yeah, that's fine. You're talking permanents, like as in full-time staff?
Yeah, so we've got a set number of staff, and then we brought in some additional staff for a period of time.
Those additional staff. So you obviously have a permanent workforce of about 25.
Yeah.
Where are they located?
In 1 Canberra Avenue.
And where do you get the people who ramp up the system? Are they from another part of the public service, or are they, or the finance department, or are they people you've employed from outside?
It would be a mixture.
Mixture?
Yeah.
So we will have people that have payroll experience but aren't working on payroll issues at the moment, and we'll try and find those people and see if we can redeploy them for a period and then ask other departments whether they can second staff to us temporarily.
Right.
A number of different options we've looked at.
Right, okay. Now, I want to talk about the pay slips. So, with the new PEMS system, you changed the format of the pay slips, and it's fair to say, I think, that staff now get less information on their pay slip than they did before. Pay slips no longer include, for instance, the amount of HECS deducted. There's no superannuation year-to-date balances and no annual leave or sick leave balances. When you've spent as much money as you have on the system, you know, more than $20 million over budget, wouldn't you expect to get at least out of the system what you were getting prior to the change? Wouldn't that be a reasonable assumption that employees could make about their pay slips?
So I think that's probably a reasonable assumption. I think it comes down to how the system is used, and I'll get colleagues to talk about the specific questions around.
I understand there are other ways of accessing this information. I understand that, but I'm putting the proposition to you that given how much the system has cost, how long it's taken, wouldn't it have been reasonable for employees to say, well, I should at least get what I used to get on my payslip? Isn't that a reasonable proposition for?
So just on a couple of points. So I appreciate that under the old system, a payslip would show a leave balance. Under the new one, the leave balance is always shown in Hub. It's accurate as at a particular date. The payslip will always show it in a retrospective sense. So it'll be correct at a point in time. But if you go into Hub, employees can see their leave balance go up every single day, each week. They can double check to see how much leave will I have in 3 weeks' time, because that's when I want to take leave. So in terms of accessibility, they actually are able to access more accurate and up-to-date information, and they can do it on their phone, they can do it on their laptop, rather than waiting for...
Did your pay slips change in this process?
So we use a separate HR system, of course, but if you ask me, do I go and have a look at my pay slip to find my leave balance?
I'm not asking you whether you do or you don't. I'm saying, is this information...
So, sorry, I should have rephrased that. Can I go to my pay slip and find that information out? In terms of my leave balance, no, I would go to the Hub and find out at this minute in time, this is my leave balance.
So your pay slips have changed like the staff pay slips have changed. Is that what you're telling me?
So the Department of Finance staff aren't on the PEMS system. I would need to check how long the current HR system's been in finance, because I haven't been in finance as long as it has.
Look, I'm just trying to find out, you know, is there a double standard here?
No,
where
no, there's absolutely
you continue
It is fair to say, so finance moved on to a SAP system 2 years ago, and so we were on an older system, which provided slightly different information then. From memory, and when that happened, I think my payslip did change. So it's not a PEMS thing. It is just a transition from an old IT system, which is out of date and no longer can be kept going, moving to a more standardised HR, which is equivalent to what finance will use for our own staff.
But I can confirm that yes, the pay slips in finance did change.
In the same way, with the same set of...
So we moved from a different platform, and our Chief Information Officer can explain this in a better technical terms. We went from an Orion system to an SAP system, and in that handover, pay slips did change in terms of the information.
Okay. Fair Work Commission says that it's best practice in terms of pay slips to include leave. Why didn't you follow the best practice, given you've spent so much money on the system, almost double?
I think it comes down to, if the only information that an employee can get is on their payslip, that's very different. So if you're a small business and all you get is your payslip and that has certain information, versus a full IT system that they can access on their phone anytime, which actually gives them...
Fair Work's not just talking about small business employees.
But what I'm saying...
It's talking about all employees, including federal public servants who worked very hard during the COVID period. They used to get this information on their payslip. You spent all this money on a new system, and they're now getting less information on their payslip, and it's contrary to the advice which Fair Work gives to all employers, not just federal public servants, that this information should be on their payslip.
But what I'm saying though is there's information on a payslip, and there's more accurate and more up-to-date information, which is accurate every single day on Hub. So when a staff member looks at their payslip from last week, it may say, you know, it would have said under the old, this was your leave at a point in time. If they go into PEMS now, they can look at what their leave balance is at this point in time. They can look at what their long service leave balance is at this point in time. They can look at what their personal leave balance is at this point in time. And they can go in and say, how much leave will I have in 4 weeks' time or in 6 months' time when I want to take leave, so they can plan. So in terms of total information,
that's all
it's
very
actually
good.
better.
Senator Farrell.
Yes.
I would venture to suggest, Senator Farrell, that in terms of best practice, having live, real-time, instantaneous, up-to-date access to information is better practice than receiving it once a fortnight in arrears.
Well, it seems to...
Senator Farrell, I'm
Well,
just
the
wary
Minister's
that-
put a proposition to me, Chair. Surely
Okay.
I'm entitled to respond.
I will let you respond to the... Not that this is really the place
Well,
for
that's what I
senators to
said I got
respond to
to
ministers.
respond to
Technically, it's the other
his
way around.
propositions.
What I am just wary of, Senator Farrell, is Labor have had the call for an hour now, and I would like to finish outcome 3 before dinner break at 6:30. And I note that Senator Smith and Senator Waters both have some questions as well.
Well, I'm happy to share the time, Chair.
Wonderful.
But if there is a balance, I'd like to come back to some other questions.
Okay, that sounds good, Senator Farrell. Thank you. You're happy for me to pass the call to Senator Smith?
I'm happy to share the time.
Thank you very much. Senator Smith, I'll pass the call on to you. Senator Smith, I think you're on mute.
Missed my brilliance. That's okay. I was just saying I've only got a small number of questions, so I'll be...
Thank
got me
you.
now?
Thank you. Yes, we've got you. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. My questions go to the Safe and Respectful Workplaces training that's been rolled out to parliamentarians and staff, and that was a recommendation of the Foster Review. Who's running that training?
Senator, the Department of Finance manages the contract for that training program. The contract is with PwC.
Okay, and how did the tender process go? Were there other tenderers other than PwC?
There were. We had, I think, around 34 or 35, I'd have to come back and check that number precisely, submissions to the tender.
Could you check that precisely for us, please? And what criteria was applied to choose the successful tenderer?
So, sorry, Senator, that was 35 submissions.
35.
I can confirm that.
And the criteria applied to choose the successful tenderer?
So the criteria was around, obviously, value for money, but also expertise and the ability to actually deliver in the time frame that was anticipated, so to have the program rolled out and completed by the end of the year.
So what sorts of expertise were you looking at? Experience delivering this kind of training before, or what was the KPI?
Exactly. So, yeah, experience in this field, both in terms of, practical experience and training experience, so ability to actually train people, to provide training, as well as a deep understanding of the legislative frameworks, the practices, that kind of thing.
Okay. And I understand the training was scheduled to commence on the 20th of September, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And so when was the contract awarded?
If you give me a second. I'll come back, Senator, with that information. I do have it here.
It was awarded on the 20th of September.
Oh, the same day that the training was scheduled to commence?
So we had
So-
said... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say that would have been when we signed the contract in terms of the decision and me as the delegate having signed it off. I can check those dates, but...
Okay, do you have those dates in front of you?
I'll check them. I'll see if I can come back before the end of the session with that, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And what's the cost of the contract?
So the total contract with PwC is $1,153,561.32.
Okay, and is that broken down over a number of years, or how many financial years is that spread over?
No, that's for this. The contract is for this financial year that we're in now.
This financial year. And how many parliamentarians have participated in the training today?
So just parliamentarians, Senator, or?
Yeah, if you could give me parliamentarians, and then I'm going to ask about chiefs of staff as well.
So, Senator, as you indicated, the training commenced on the 20th of September. We started making it available to parliamentarians and staff in Queensland, New South Wales and the ACT initially, and then the other states have been progressively added in terms of the availability of the training courses. To date, we've run 142 sessions, which would have approximately 700 people having done the training. That will be a mixture of staff and parliamentarians.
So how many were parliamentarians?
We don't have a breakdown at this stage. So we're 5 weeks into the training program. And so we're expecting about 200 sessions to be completed by the end of October, between the 25th of October and I think I'll just double check, the 12th of November. We've got another 241 sessions booked to do that. And so at that halfway mark, we'll do a more detailed analysis of sort of breakdowns, etc. But we don't have all that data breakdown at this point. It's aggregate information, as Ms Walsh said, it's approximately just over 700.
Senator, I would
So
say
do you not have that data because you're not collecting data on who's doing it, or you don't have that data in front of you because you haven't yet analysed it?
So we have aggregate data, which I've just provided to you in terms of those breakdowns. I haven't done that, and so I'd need to come back to you on notice. What I would say, though, Senator, is that the response to the program in terms of how quickly sessions have booked out, and the response has been very positive. So we're not concerned that there is a lack of take-up, that we're not seeing the registration and the attendance at the training programs, at the sessions, I should say.
That's good. I'm really pleased to hear that. But if you could take on notice then, as you've offered to do so, a breakdown of how many parliamentarians have completed it and also how many chief of staff.
I'll have a look and see if I have that, had that data.
Okay. And how many electorate officers have participated in the training?
So
that data?
So I'd need to come back to you on that, Senator, because the training for MOPS Act employees is designed to be delivered on a team basis, and so I just want to check in terms of the electorate officer number of staff, and I'm happy to do that. As I said, you would expect to have seen higher numbers in Queensland and not quite as high in other states because of that gradual rollout having been made available, and then some officers are in the ACT in terms of staff that might be based here in the ACT and doing team-based approach there. Okay. So, Senator, if you wanted to break down, if you wanted to just advise me what sort of information you're looking for, I can take all that on notice. And
yeah, so in terms of the people who have participated in the training to this date, I'd like to know how many of them are members of Parliament, so MPs or senators. How many of them hold the position of Chief of Staff? And how many electorate officers have participated in that training? Thanks. And have you had any feedback so far from participants or the provider?
The feedback's been very positive to date. We haven't done an evaluation of the program as you would expect, and we will do that once we've probably at the halfway mark, I think, do some preliminary evaluations. But we are getting anecdotal feedback, I suppose, that the reaction has been very positive, that people do feel like that they know more at the end of it than they did going in, and that they are able to ask the questions and feel that they are getting the information that they need. Yeah.
Have any concerns or complaints been raised about the training to date, either by the provider or by those who've participated in it?
Senator, as I said, I haven't sat down with the provider and done a detailed analysis of that, so I don't have any specific feedback that I could provide you at this point.
Okay. All right, well, if you can come back to me on those questions you took on notice as soon as you can, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure.
Chair, I'm happy to hand back to Senator Farrell.
Senator Smith, I was going to go to Senator Waters next, because I understand she has some questions and Labor has had the call for an extended period of time. So I'll move on to Senator Waters and then go back to Senator Farrell to close us out to 6:30. Senator Waters, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We sure can, thank you.
Great, thank you. We heard yesterday from DPS that recommendation 7 of the Foster Review regarding monitoring after-hours activities in parliamentary workplaces had been considered, that an options paper was prepared and a request was made to the relevant appropriations and staffing committees. One option was to engage an additional social worker to support security staff. DPS noted that this proposal would have significant impact on resourcing. Has Finance been involved in developing the options paper or reviewing the appropriations requests?
Senator, I'm sorry, I think I understood the question that you asked. You're referring to some evidence that was provided yesterday by the DPS. I would need to confirm, but no, Finance has not been involved in the options paper.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any oversight at all? Are you able to answer the time frame and the process for progressing it, or
no, Senator, they're questions for the DPS.
Okay, will Finance have any involvement in funding, providing that additional resourcing, if it's agreed upon?
DPS ultimately settles its budget with the government and through the normal budget processes, Senator. So, if they mounted a case that was necessary and that was accepted through those budget processes, then yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there an interaction between that proposal and the parliamentary workplace safety system?
Sorry, Senator Waters, can I get you to repeat that question? I'm not sure I heard the last part.
Yes, it is the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service, which is obviously now, and I'll ask you about that in a moment. Is there an interaction between that service and this proposal from DPS based on recommendation 7 of the Foster Review about better after-hours monitoring?
Senator, Finance doesn't manage the PWSS. It's not a function of the Department of Finance. I think it is a question for DPS.
However, Senator Waters, to be helpful, I think the answer to your question is no. So the PWSS has been established under the auspices of the Parliamentary Services Commissioner, and that would be the appropriate place to direct questions in terms of the operation of the PWSS. But the questions around recommendation 7 and how it's monitored, how it's given effect to by DPS around providing members of Parliament with information about after-hours access of staff, which can I say as an aside, I'm not sure that I understand why there is a particular resource implication of that, given the electronic passes that people now use nowadays. But that aside, put to one side, no, the two are not particularly related.
Okay, thank you. I had some questions about PWSS and its funding and how many folks are employed. am I to understand, Minister, that that's not to be asked here and that's instead with the Parliamentary Services Commissioner?
Yes, that's correct, Senator Waters.
Right, okay, well, look, I'll push on. In relation to yesterday, we heard from DPS that only one member of the executive had watched a training video designed to assist security staff to understand how to respond to serious incidents. Did Department of Finance have any involvement in developing that video?
Senator, that's an internal DPS process and product. It's not. It is a question that you would need to direct to the DPS, but no, Finance has not had any involvement.
Okay, thank you. Previous estimates, I asked Comcare about what actions are taken where an MP or a senator is the subject of more than one claim, which obviously indicates there's some systemic problem in an office. Comcare advised there were no powers under the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act for Comcare to counsel or sanction a Member of Parliament. Will Finance have any involvement in a process or work with Comcare or direct anyone to address and identify and sanction problematic activities or staff?
Senator, we don't have a role or any function in terms of requiring any particular action of a parliamentarian, so sanctions is, I think, the term that you used. If your question is about identifying systemic issues, I think we've talked about the accountability for work health and safety and how responsibility is shared between Finance, the employing parliamentarians and MOPS Act staff themselves. If we were to identify anything that we thought was of concern, we certainly can speak, if it was an office, for example, speak with the employing parliamentarian. And so, I mean, that would be, and then the usual services and responsibilities that we have is how we would approach that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted here. I've got my child in the background. Could you just say that last bit again, please?
So I said that the the responsibility for work health and safety is a shared responsibility between the employing parliamentarian, the Department of Finance and MOPS Act staff themselves, and that were we to have concerns at a particular workplace, we had indications that there might be a work health and safety issue. We have the ability to raise those concerns, but in terms of your question about sanctions, we don't have a role in any sanctions, and I'm using your terms here.
Yes. Okay, so how many of those systemic issues have been identified to date in the last, say, 10 years or so? Is this a regular occurrence or a very rare thing? What's the process for when there is a repeat problem in an office, so you can raise it? Have you done so at any time in the last 10 years or so?
Senator, I don't have that kind of information available here at the hearing, and I'm happy to take on notice what I can provide. Obviously, and you've heard me say this before, we're always cautious about providing any information that would risk identifying individuals or risk the privacy of individuals. So any response that we provide to you would be considered in that context.
Yes, I'm not asking you to disclose the details of who are the problem people, but I'm interested in the amount of times a systemic problem has arisen. So thank you very much for taking that on notice. Is there any involvement of the Department of Finance in an upcoming forum that Comcare is hosting on the prevention, management and regulation of workplace sexual harassment? Or again, is that your bag? Is that Parliamentary Services Commissioner that would now do that?
So if it's the event that I think that you're referring to, it is a ComCare event. We will have staff attend that, but beyond that we don't have a role in that program.
Okay. Look, there's so many moving parts in this. I must confess it is quite hard to understand who's responsible for what. And obviously, until this year, there's been bad processes, and I'm grateful that there's now some improvements that are underway and forthcoming. Are you able to provide me on notice with some kind of chart that indicates who's responsible for what in this sort of new unfolding regime? Because I've been waiting for hours to ask these questions, and now I find out they're not in the right place, and that's obviously not anybody's fault, but it's also very frustrating to not be able to then ask the questions of the relevant personnel. And last time we were here, it was here that I asked these questions, but it's now a different place. So yeah, thank you for just taking on notice and providing to me what the new organisational chart, if you like, for workplace sexual harassment and other workplace bullying is. Will help us into the future.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. I'll move to a final block of questioning, which I ideally hope is the correct place. It's about the Jenkins review. Just check, is that, and I will be asking Commissioner Jenkins in a different committee momentarily, but to the best of your knowledge, is that review proceeding on schedule?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and I note that the department made a submission to that review, which, and I quote, says that the interaction of current MOPS Act employment and workplace health and safety legislative frameworks may act as a barrier to building safe and respectful parliamentary workplaces. There is scope to more clearly identify and differentiate the roles of administrators, parliamentarians and senior MOPS Act employees who supervise staff to enable a best practice approach to prevent and respond to workplace health and safety risks. End quote. Is the department doing any work currently on that issue, or are you waiting for the outcome of the Jenkins review?
I'm pleased that you've read our submission, Senator Waters. That is obviously something now for the Commissioner to take into account, along with the other inputs that she's received. We'll wait to see what her report recommends.
Okay, so you won't commence any work on that until such time as the Jenkins review is delivered?
Not in terms of who's accountable for what, Senator, but in terms of whether we are looking at providing clearer guidance, more training, that sort of things, in terms of how responsibilities currently lie. Yes, then we are doing a lot of work there and investing in that.
Sorry, that wasn't clear. Can you say that again, please?
So, Senator, I just want to, I'm hoping I'm not confusing things, but if you're talking about the issues about the various entities that have responsibilities in this area,
yes.
It's not really for the Department of Finance to do any work on functional allocations. That's a decision for government. In terms of where we have our responsibilities at the moment, and that is in relation to how we engage with parliamentarians and their staff, the sorts of support materials we might provide, the training and education materials we would provide. We have been doing a lot of work there to, I guess, improve and respond to areas where that could be done in a way that's more suited to client needs.
And if I can just add, the appendix to the submission kind of just sets that out in a very short way.
Great, thank you. Can you provide an update on any consultation between Commissioner Jenkins and the department about any resourcing decisions or preliminary discussions about resourcing?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I fully sorry, the audio.
Have you started talking about how much money will be needed to implement Jenkins' recommendations yet, or not?
No, we haven't.
Okay. And has there been any additional resourcing provided to undertake the Jenkins review?
Yes, there was a budget measure there, Senator Waters.
Has that been updated, or is it still the same figure as it was at the start?
I trust the Human Rights Commissioner operating within the budget, but Huxtable and I are having a race to see who can find the measure first.
Yeah. So there was a
No, it's fine. I'm interested in whether it had changed. If it hasn't changed, that's fine. I'll figure.
No,
Thank you.
it hasn't changed.
And to the best of your ability, are you able to answer me if Commissioner Jenkins was involved in the design of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service?
Senator, the PWSS was something that was the result of the Foster review, Deputy Secretary Foster's review.
I know that.
That would be a question that you would need to direct to PM&C.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Waters. Senator Ayres.
Thank you. Just a couple of other questions about the staffing tables. Minister, what's the role of the members and senators support unit?
The role of the members and senators
support unit.
Support unit. It assists government members and senators and their officers with advice and information.
So in the documents table, this support unit has increased from 14 to 17 staff since we last convened estimates.
Again, I don't have the previous tables with me, senators. So,
well, it was 14. It's now 17.
Right.
Senator, I'd be very happy to take on notice. I just have the raw data, if you like, but in terms of the reasons why that might have increased, I'd be very happy to take that.
But it has increased, hasn't it?
I don't need to check back against the. You've got the advantage of having the previous one. I'll have a quick look at that and check those numbers for you and come back.
Minister?
It certainly says 17 on the document table.
Yes.
I don't have the previous one, Senator Ayres, but I take your word for it. As indicated before, these positions are allocated by the Prime Minister. I would note on the page that shows a summary of positions across government,
yes,
which does have at least a comparison with the previous figures, but in fact the total number has declined by 3.4. So yes, there may have been some reallocation within offices, but in net terms, the numbers of government staff are actually down a little.
There are media reports indicate. One explanation is that the media reports indicate that there's a new coalition staff HR team. Is that located in the members and senators support unit?
I think you may actually be onto something there, that there is or has been an enhanced focus on at least providing some professional development and staff support in the unit, and so that probably explains the reallocation there as part of those broader responses, in this case government responses to assist staff.
Yes, thank you. There's an article by Ms Workman in The Australian this month which described this unit as, she says, the Coalition's Dirt Unit, which on paper goes by the name Members and Senators Support Unit. Now, she's usually very well informed. Is this an appropriate place to house the pre-election dirt unit?
It's not a characterisation of the work there that I would agree with, Senator. As I said before, I think
it's a noble art digging dirt, is it?
I think the team there, broadly speaking, provide assistance and advice to government members and senators. and their officers, and that indeed the reason as to why there's been a reallocation from other officers of some staff into that unit is for areas of training, personal development, induction, etc.
So, training and induction, not a dirt unit.
As I said,
Minister Stead.
that's what I said, Senator.
We're very close to time, Senator Ayres.
I think we're last. You came back to me, I think, Mr. De Silva, about Minister Pitt's staffing allocation. I think there's an opportunity for you, Senator Birmingham, to make some inquiries in the meantime. Is there any additional information about whether or not Minister Pitt's going to have his staff allocation increased as a consequence of his promotion?
I've received no indication or information on that.
But a decision might be made, more conveniently made after estimates than before.
Senator Ayres, I don't think that that our little discussion we're having here is particularly germane to that. You can see all the information is tabled there, the swings and roundabouts of it. Government staff numbers are down a smidgen on where they were earlier this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If no other senators have questions for outcome 3,
Put them on notice.
that is very kind of you, Senator Farrell. Thank you for that. We are very grateful for you putting
Department's
those
offer of
questions
giving
on
you any
notice.
special assistance with the PEM system remains, Senator Farrell. Even more enthusiastic.
We're very predisposed to assisting.
In that case, we'll dismiss the department for outcome 3, and thank you very much for coming along today.
Thank you.
After dinner, we will resume with IPIA, and the committee will now suspend until 8 o'clock.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, the committee will reconvene, and I welcome Miss Anwen Godwin, CEO of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, and other officers. Ms Godwin, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Not tonight, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. It assists us with time management. Am I going to Senator Farrell or Ayres first? Senator Farrell, you have the call.
Thank you, and thank you for coming along this evening. Look, I did ask some questions about PEMS in the previous session. I thought there were going to be some officials. What happened there?
The time was you've got to ask us about this, which you did. Yeah. Ask them a series of questions. And they sort of took responsibility for it.
Yeah. Okay. Since you have a role in the PEMS process, I'll ask some questions about that. Do you have any role in the PEMS in the sense of putting, getting it up and running in your area?
So, Anwen Godwin, Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority. PEMS actually predates IPIA per se. So, but there was some involvement, I understand, from some staff at that point who have then come with us from MAPS to IPIA. If you've got some specific questions about that, my colleague, Mr. Michael Frost, has joined us at the table, so he can help you with some of those PEMS-related questions, where we can, of course, given that it is the Department of Finance.
No, look, I understand that, but as I say, perhaps Mr. Frost can explain to us how IPIA interacts with the PEMS system. Perhaps that might be a good way to start.
Senator Michael Frost, Branch Manager, Corporate Governance and Strategy in PEMS, IPIA. The PEMS project itself is made up of probably about 10 different modules or thereabouts, different modules, of which IPIA is going to be using and consuming 5 of those modules. So for those 5 modules, as we move through the development and build phases, IPEA staff are heavily involved in testing. So we do systems testing, UAT testing. We obviously have a number of smart forms that are available to parliamentarians and staff in PEMS where claims can be made for travel expenses and travel allowance and office expenses. So those travel-related expenses come through to us. We process those, and they are in PEMS.
And just on that, I recall at one stage you could do the processing electronically, but the back end was still manual. Has that changed, or is that still the way in which those travel claims are dealt with?
In part, Senator, has improved in the last couple of years in terms of finance built a load process where those claims could be uploaded into PEMS. Previously to that, we were literally having 2 screens and retyping all of that data off that PEMS form, smart form, and entering it into our old system.
Right. But that's no longer the case.
No longer the case for travelling allowance.
Yep.
Is still the case for some expenses.
Such as?
Reimbursements, things like tolls and parking and those nature.
Right. And I interrupted you there.
We're heavily involved with the development team. I sit on the project board team. Our CEO, Emlyn, sits on the project steering committee. So we have a role in the governance of the project, partnering with Department of Finance. They just take the lead role in terms of budget, predominantly the design and that approval process.
Right, okay. Now, we know from the Auditor General that you made a significant contribution to the PEM system. Could you tell us how much that was?
So the Auditor General noted that we made a $5 million contribution. I think the terminology is that we did and I'll just pick that one up, we did an administered prepayment, which was for the $5 million. But I'd also like to note that we make a significant contribution in terms of our in-kind contribution as well. So we have, as Michael has indicated, a large number of staff who are heavily involved in this and are balancing business as usual work as well as the UAT and the other testing, and we've brought some additional staff on board just to assist us with the PEMS project.
Well, why do you think the costs have blown out to the extent that they have? I mean, you obviously have, I guess, an outsider's view into this system. I mean, what do you put it down to? What's gone on? I mean, it's a massive extra amount of money, and it's obviously coming out of your budget to some extent. What do you see is happening here?
So, Senator, the $5 million that we put towards that project was to assist with a number of areas that were of critical importance to IPEA. So
which were
of critical importance to IPEA. Some of those were specific and some of them were more of the fundamentals, and we wanted to make sure that those sorts of aspects were covered off to IPEA's satisfaction. So that was why we made, or part of the reason why we made that contribution. Some of the other more technical issues, as I said, Mr Frost or Michael is heavily involved in those, and I think that some of those more technical issues are probably better either asked of Michael with regard to our aspect, or, as you know, it is a Department of Finance project.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Mr Frost kept going. He's always
Senator.
Full of useful information for us.
So the project has had a significant delay for a number of factors, and any delay in an ICT project is going to mean that the budget is going to get stretched. Those factors, most of them out of anyone's control. And certainly no one predicted the pandemic.
Not out of control, just out of somebody's control.
Out of somebody's control. So there's also, that's coupled with...
Just explain to me why the pandemic delayed things. I mean, this is the sort of thing you could just as easily do at home as you could do at the office, isn't it? Writing.
Look, I think that's debatable, Senator.
Okay.
That certainly does collaboration at the coalface building a project, an ICT project. And my next point would be, this is a complex environment. Parliamentary expenses is a complex piece of work, even though the legislation has been simplified by the Parliamentary Business Resources framework. It's still complicated. There's lots of pieces and moving pieces in the puzzle, and we're still grappling putting those together.
Yeah, but when they first planned it, they knew the complications, didn't they? I mean, hasn't got any more complicated since they started the project, has it? I mean, weren't all these issues capable of being anticipated, or has something arisen during the course of the project that's surprised you?
I do think it's just as we've moved through the project, people have become more aware of just how complex it is. That's all.
Right. So perhaps there was an underestimation there at the start of how complex this change was going to be. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. Yep.
All right. So you mentioned the pandemic was a reason that costs have blown out. But presumably you only pay as the work is done. If the work's being delayed by the pandemic, why would that push up the price?
Senator, I do think those answers are best for finance, who manage the budget for the project.
All right. So the pandemic is one. What other issues do you say has delayed the project?
Finance briefly touched on the matter before the courts, which meant there was a pause in the project for a little while.
Yeah.
Had an election in 2019. That always causes a bit of additional work for Ministerial and Parliamentary Services and ourselves.
That's almost 3 years ago. You can't.
It is.
You can't use.
I think some of these
Gilding
delays,
the lily,
cumulative. There's been a cumulative effect with some of these delays, though.
Yeah. All right. And do you think there's anything else there that we haven't been?
No, I think we've covered them off.
Okay, covered them all. Okay. So that taking that $5 million and contributing it to the PEMS project, what has that been at the expense of in the organisation?
It wasn't actually at the expense of anything per se. There was some funding that we had available within the envelope. We discussed that with Department of Finance, and they agreed that this was a way for us to contribute to the ongoing part of the project. And as I said, there were some factors that we thought that were pretty critical, and we wanted to make sure that those issues were signed off. So we were able to contribute to that.
So you see it as an investment in making sure you get the product that
get the foundational components is certainly part of it, and we're hoping that will also translate into a payoff on some specifics as we go through this project now.
Okay. And do you still see the full rollout finishing by 30 June next year?
So, as Michael has said, that we are working very closely with the Department of Finance, and we are certainly working towards that goal.
Would you like to predict whether, it's the costs have blown out, the timing's blown out. Now the prediction is 30 June next year.
So,
do you see it being?
So, Senator, I certainly think that there will be a product that will be available to go live as of 30th June next year. Whether or not that product is fully developed and fits all of the requirements, I can't talk for Department of Finance, but fits all of our requirements and doesn't need any further enhancements, is something which we've still got over 6 months to go, and let's just see how that pans out. But we are trying to work through some contingencies if there may be some backlog-related issues that we would like those enhancements, or we would like just the functionality. We could potentially put some workarounds in place in the first instance, and then to get it a live product by 30 June, but that may require us to, those workarounds may not be sustainable, for example, and may require us to take some further action later on and seek some ongoing contributions or additions to get the project completely to where IPEA needs it to be.
That doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement of 30 June next year.
Well, we've got it's only October at this stage, nearly November, I understand, but
we
it is over 6 months.
We could have an election between now and...
We could have an election between now and then.
And we do know that elections seem to...
And that may also be a factor, but I said I'm positive that there will be a product delivered by 30th of June. I'm just a little wary about saying that all of IPIA's requirements will necessarily be live as of 1 July.
Okay. Now, we did hear some figures earlier about the number of people using PEMS, and I did confess I wasn't one of them. Do you have some updated figures there for us?
So, I actually, didn't hear the figures that were provided by Department of Finance.
Was it 163?
I think that was just and sorry, Senator Farrell, it's in my other folder that I didn't bring back because I thought these issues were all pretty much behind us. That was the figure that I used in relation to the number of members of Parliament who have logged in and used the PEMS system. Obviously there are different figures for staff, and then there's the question as to what people would use it for. If you may or may not have some data or knowledge on that in relation to the parts of the service offering that interact with them and to their responsibility. Finance obviously has the aggregated data for all engagements with PEMS as the manager of PEMS.
Yeah. With due respect, Minister, we did indicate we were going to ask IPIA some questions about PEMS.
And with due respect, Senator, the department did say that they were the ones to actually ask the questions of.
Yes, but we did reiterate that because of IPIA's role in PEMS, we were going to persist.
Sure. IPIA's role is not actually in building PEMS, and it's not actually managing PEMS.
But they implement it, and the questions I'm about to ask...
No, they don't implement it, Senator.
Well, sorry. Well, they process claims through the PEMS system.
They process some claims that have come through the PEMS system.
Yes,
correct.
and I would like to ask some questions about the numbers of that.
Oh, well, if IPIA have answers in relation to the claims they process through the PEMS that have come through the PEMS system, by all means.
Well,
your questions are how many people are using the PEMS system, well, that was a question for finance, as they made pretty clear at the time.
Well, I'm going to ask some questions about travel claims first, and that surely is...
That is well and truly IPIA's domain.
And IPIA, yes, well, anyway, we agreed on something. Progress. What percentage of travel claims are now being made through the PEMS system?
So the figure I have here, Senator, for travel claims is in 2021 for September, so that's the last month.
Yep.
There were 729 as the total travel claims, of which 432 were processed via PEMS, 297 were paper-based claims, which was a percentage of 59.26% of claims.
Thank you.
In PEMS.
And what about the percentage of office expense claims?
I'm sorry, Senator, I can't answer that question for you. I don't have that data. IPIA doesn't do the office expense claims.
Aren't they sent through to you?
No, Senator.
No? Okay, all right. So, let's assume that things go to plan and June next year we've got the thing up and running. Will you still be able to have use the paper processes, or at a point in time will that see? I mean, given that 40% of people are still putting in travel claims through paper, what's the transition plan, I suppose, to the future, and will people be able to continue to use paper?
So, Senator, as I said before, we're looking at over 6 months of time before the PEMS project's put in. So we would hope during that period that there would be additional uptake of the PEMS project. We're also starting to develop some education programs for us to be able to sit with people and actually work through those sorts of claims and what some of the issues are. EPIA's modules on the whole are not in user acceptance testing at the moment. In fact, some of the modules we're still working through the development phase, as Michael has said. So we're not quite sure where some of those things are going to land at this point in time, but we would certainly hope that in the next 6 months the uptake would increase.
And how are you going to encourage that?
Well, as I said, we do have an education program that we're starting to develop, and it's something that we are also promoting through the work that the advice area undertakes, which is my other colleague who's at the table. So we do some awareness raising as much as we can through those processes. And as I said, once we've got a better handle on what is actually going to be delivered through some of the modules that are outstanding at this point in time, we will then be in a position to tailor that and start to really engage with some of the end users about how it looks and how it feels.
Right. Do you want to expand on any of that, Ms. Grant?
Certainly. Christina Grant, Branch Manager, Travel, Education and Advice. So we do, as part of the advice process or education programs, provide training on how to use PEMS or how to lodge a travel claim using PEMS. There are some advantages to using PEMS. It can be used anywhere, anytime. Online forms can be completed. They can be submitted remotely to an approver and then sent through to EPIA. The processing of those claims can be faster because they come through automatically, as Mr Frost said earlier, so they don't need to be entered in the way that a paper claim does. So we would normally receive a paper claim by email, and then a staff member will sit there and enter all of that information into the system. But when PEMS comes through, claims come through from PEMS, they automatically upload into our system, so there's a faster processing time. So there are some benefits to the end user if they choose to use PEMS. We're happy to support them in the process of learning how to lodge a claim in PEMS and going through that process. And then obviously their claims are going to be processed faster, not because we prioritise them, just because the process of loading them into the system is quicker.
So if you've put your claim through PEMS, does that result in you getting a quicker payment?
It would be slightly quicker, only insofar as 100 PEMS claims can all load into the system in one go instead of somebody sitting there manually entering. Yeah. But
I suppose what I'm saying, in practice, does a person who's put a PEMS claim in get an earlier payment than somebody who's...
Potentially, but we don't prioritise PEMS payments and I think PEMS claims, and I think that's an important point. We process the paper claims and the PEMS claims as they come through. Right. It's just that the PEMS claims come through as a batch, so they're going to go through as a big chunk instead of manually one by one being processed through. So there may be some faster processing, and the certification process within the office, so when the PEMS claim is lodged by the traveller and goes to whoever is going to certify it within the office or approve it within the office, that process can be quicker too, depending on how the office does it. So it can be quicker, but it does depend on the office and the process that's followed.
Right. What's been the impact on staffing because of the PEMS delay? Has that meant you've had to have more people on staff?
So certainly, Senator. The impact on staffing is an interesting question, and may I just hold that just for a moment?
Yep.
Because Mr Frost has indicated that he might have a little bit more information for you as well on your previous question.
Excellent.
Senator, I was just going to add that over the course of the next 8 months, we will definitely be doing training with parliamentarians and their staff.
Right.
And the bulk of that training will be about the advantages and the pros of using PEMS from the period it's presented in its entirety.
Yep.
So managing your budget at your office on your screen, or your office manager managing that budget in real time, having the ability to run reports and look at data in real time. There's some significant advantages that we're going to be providing middle of next year sometime to a parliamentarian and his office manager to run your office. And as part of that, I won't say sell, but as part of us, sharing that system with parliamentarians and staff, we are hoping that they'll see the benefit and there'll be an uptake in systems use.
Yeah.
And that'll be the real advantage
Yeah.
when you're a one-stop shop for your office.
Why are you waiting until the middle of next year to start that rollout? Why wouldn't you start today?
We will be starting the education process. The systems aren't built yet to show you. So
Right.
once early next year, once systems are able to be demonstrated and they haven't been gone live yet, but they're demonstrated, and we can go into a parliamentarian's office, hopefully at APH, but maybe out in the electorate office as well, or develop some virtual real-time training material. That's when we'll be able to see those benefits.
Right, okay. Well,
So the take up to date is probably pretty good, Senator Farrell, but when people have the full suite of product, you'd hope it will become a stronger take-up, and satisfaction becomes high enough at some stage, then it probably becomes the only pathway.
Yeah. So who's actually going to do this? Are you going to be the one who goes into the electorate offices, or will you have staff who...
Yeah, I think that we haven't quite landed on that level of detail.
Right.
I would be more than happy to come around to Adelaide to do some training, Senator.
We'd love to see you in Adelaide. In fact, as Senator Birmingham knows, come the 23rd of November, you'll be able to come down and you won't have to quarantine like we're going to have to do next week when we go back there. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, looking forward to it.
Oh, you're going to come too?
Oh, absolutely, Senator.
We need every tourist we can get down there. I can recommend a couple of places too, the Clare Valley and...
Sounds wonderful. I think we're getting a little off topic, but it sounds like a plan,
No, I'm getting
Senator.
very enthusiastic about you coming down. No, look, seriously, obviously, if you were able to come, that would be terrific, but will you build a team who are going to do this? Or?
Yeah, so between ourselves, Ms Grant's education team, Department of Finance and Ministerial and Parliamentary Services because there'll be multiple modules inside PIMS, so the office components will be done by MAPS, and we'll do the travel training.
So I was thinking perhaps there might be a reduction in staff come the final implementation, but from what you're saying, it sounds like you might be ramping up a little bit.
So, Senator, there are some expected benefits realisation that were built into the project right from the very beginning. Because of the delays in the project and the delivery, EPA was allowed to maintain the current staffing levels. They weren't dropped off, and so they will be maintained post the PEMS build delivery. Plus also there's some additional time that's been allowed for EPA so that we can continue to implement and do the education and make sure that this is a success. So EPA has had, in response to your staffing question, EPA has not yet had the impact of those staffing arrangements on us in that sense. However, there are staffing implications for EPA in a different way, and that is because this has been a project that's been going on for an extended period of time, and that funding isn't permanent funding, the way in which we employ staff within EPA to undertake that work has meant that the staffing implication is that we have employed people on a non-ongoing basis rather than an ongoing basis. Originally we did that as a way of, when the project was originally planned for, was so that it would allow us to, with minimal disruption, to allow people to, their contracts to finish and for them to move on. It has had some staffing implications for us because there is a turnover of staff, of non-ongoing staff, because they come in, if I might say so, they get excellent training within EPA, and then they get picked up. They do get snapped up, Senator, so we do have an ongoing recruitment process. So it's not a direct impact of staffing, but it is in fact an indirect impact which has quite an impost upon particularly our corporate staff.
Right. Thank you for that explanation. On Monday of last week, we had an unexpected outage of the PEMS that didn't coincide with payroll processing. Do we know what caused the outage?
I'm not aware.
It is a matter for Department of Finance who would have that level of detail.
They never confided in you?
I do know a little bit about it, but I'd hesitate to give that answer because
you're most welcome.
Well, there was a technical issue as part of one of the systems that supports PEMS where something had expired and hadn't been refreshed. It just took a couple of hours to sort that out and then get it back up and running.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And on Wednesday, we received another message that access to PEMS had been restored as there'd been another outage. Do you know anything about another outage?
Again, it is a matter for Department of Finance. There was, another technical issue in the back end that Department of Finance look after.
Yeah, so we had two outages in 3 days with the system. Is that about what happened?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just want to make a little comment here. There have been a few problems of late with the system and with PEMS being unavailable when payrolling was occurring, payroll processing was occurring. Been told that the last pay period PEMS was out of action for a day and a half while payroll processing occurred, and others have been told by finance staff that it was out for half of the week. Casual staff can't access PEMS on the day that they're not rostered, so they can't submit travel claims or view their pay slips to check that they've been correctly paid. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that detail, Senator Farrell.
Right, okay. Minister, do you know if that's correct?
Senator, the detail would have best been asked of the Department of Finance.
No, I'm
happy to take
you,
it on notice for you.
You'll take it on notice, good. If I'm right about that level of problem occurring, are you comfortable with the way the system's working at the moment?
Senator, I think finance officials did step through.
No. You're the finance minister. I'm asking you.
In terms of a number of some of the minor issues, but on the whole, I think we're seeing good uptake of the services available on PEMS at this stage, and obviously there's more to come.
Now look, I guess I'm saying, as of lately, and Mr. Frost has identified a couple of occasions, the system hasn't been working the way it should be working. It's turned out to be a very, very expensive system. Are you happy, as Finance Minister, with the way it's working?
Well, Senator Farrell, I'm not happy, and the decisions to commit to PEMS and most of the delays occurred before I became Finance Minister, but I'm not happy with the delays and the variations to cost that had happened over time. I accept that officials have worked hard to put the program back on track and to achieve outcomes that on the whole I think are showing good progress. All IT systems will have outages from time to time for a range of different factors or reasons. The test is really how quickly they make sure they rectify those and get systems back online, which it sounds like was the case pretty efficiently and effectively in the couple of instances you've raised.
Had they been brought to your attention until Mr. Frost confirmed them just a moment ago? Had you been aware of those outages?
I wasn't aware of the two minor outages that I think you said were last week, didn't you?
Yeah, Monday and Wednesday. Yeah. Nobody tells you about that sort of thing, or?
People are usually not short to complain or to highlight problems, but well, maybe there wasn't the level of angst that you might think there could have been.
Senator Farrell, have you got too much longer left? You've had the call for more than half an hour now.
Yes, I appreciate you've been very generous with my time. I think Mr Ayres has got some questions that he'd like to ask.
I do, thank you. For a Member of Parliament to claim party duties for their travel, Ms Godwin, or for the dominant purpose of their travel, does the parliamentarian need to be a member of a party?
I might have to defer to a colleague who deals with that on a more day-to-day basis. It's not a straightforward question, as I'm sure you're aware. So,
can you help me, Ms Grant?
Branch Manager, Travel Education and Advice. I think we might need to take that on notice. I think I need to think about that.
Why don't I tell you what it's really about?
Yes, thank you.
Mr Kelly, the member for Hughes, resigned, as far as we know, from the Liberal Party in February, but didn't join Mr Palmer's United Australia Party until August. But in April and May, he made a series of trips to the Gold Coast, and the trips appear on his expenditure report under party duties or outside electorate duties. Does it sound credible that...
So it could be outside electorate.
The Gold Coast is certainly outside his electorate. It is also where the headquarters of the United Australia Party is. Are there any red flags raised if an independent Member of Parliament claims party duties as the dominant purpose of their travel?
Sorry, Senator, what do you mean by red?
Well, if somebody who's not a member of a party claims party duties as the dominant purpose of their travel, does that cause IPEA to take a second look?
So, Senator, Ms Grant has indicated that that's something that we might need to take on notice. I would just remind the committee that IPEA does not usually comment on individual cases. So happy to consider that in the sense of how that would apply without necessarily going through the individual case. So if, as you are aware, because we've talked about this before, and I do tend to bring my two little sheets of paper with me. One is the protocol in dealing with allegations of misuse of parliamentary work expenses, and the other one is the statutory audit function, which we've talked about before. So once we become aware of a query or a concern, we do work our way through those processes. So
you'll come back to me on the broad issue? And
we can come back to you on that broad issue.
Leave the question of...
for other processes.
Mr Kelly, to you.
Thank you, Senator.
That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Farrell?
Thank you. Do you have some further questions?
Might.
Now, I note that the contract has been awarded to a new travel service provider for the travel of parliamentarians and staff. Firstly, was this a scheduled contract renewal, or were there issues with the existing provider?
Senator, I will give an opening component to that, and then I will hand to Ms Grant for you. The contract for those travel services was a contract that was entered into by Department of Finance before IPEA was established, and it was a contract that was... The contract was coming to the end of its usual term. It was
5 years? Was it, or...?
I think it was 3 with 1. I'll just check on that one. Actually, you might know the answer to that up front.
So the current contract with FCM has been extended a number of times and reached all opportunities for extension. And it expires on the 31st of December with no further opportunities for extension available at all. So the only option available was to return to the market and meet the Commonwealth procurement guidelines by following a competitive tender process, which is what's happened.
So the FCM contract couldn't continue to be renewed, even if you were satisfied with the service?
No, that's right. So under the Commonwealth procurement requirements, and maybe that's a matter for the Department of Finance as well, government agencies like IPIA need to test the market to ensure that we're achieving the best value for money for the taxpayer, and that's what's occurred. We've simply followed the standard process.
How was the tender advertised?
It was advertised through the normal procurement process. And it was an open process, and anybody, any organisation that met the criteria was able to apply and participate in it.
And do we know how many tenders were received?
I'm not sure how many exactly off the top of my head, but it was a highly competitive process.
Was it?
Yeah, there were multiple tenders.
Multiple tenders. And who was the successful tenderer?
The successful tenderer is Corporate Travel Management Proprietary Limited, CTM.
CTM. And were you involved in that process at all?
Well, yes.
Yes. Okay. And what was the basis that CTM was the successful tenderer?
So when these processes are followed, a number of criteria are set out in the approach to market, and then tenderers have the opportunity to respond to the criteria that's set out, and then an evaluation committee is set up, and the responses are evaluated against the criteria. Right. And CTM was selected as being the most suitable provider that provided the best value service and best quality service for what we were looking for.
Where are they based?
They're an Australian-based company.
Right.
I think they're based in... actually, I'm not sure which city they have their main base in there, probably.
Right. And what was the value of that contract?
It's $5,421,414.90, and it's published on AusTender. It's a 3-year contract.
3-year contract?
3 options for 1-year extensions.
Do they work in such a way that if they don't want to apply, they don't have to, or
for the extension?
Yeah. How does the extension work?
So if there was satisfaction with the contract and there was a desire to continue it, there's an opportunity to extend the contract.
Right. Okay. And that's a decision the government would make.
That's a decision that IPIA would make.
IPIA would make. Yep.
It would be by mutual agreement, I think, to your question, Senator Farrell. Clearly, if the contracted party didn't wish to extend, well...
No, yeah. Look, I think that was the point I was getting at, Minister. Now, what's the transition arrangement from FCM to CTM?
Yeah, quite similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
So FCM, the current contract expires on the 31st of December, and as I've already explained, there's no further opportunities for extension.
Yep.
The CTM contract starts from 1 January. There'll be a transition period between now and sort of the end of March in 2022. So it's quite a long sort of transition period, and the contractual arrangements allow for that. Over the coming month, information will be provided to parliamentarians and their staff about how to book with CTM from 1 January forward. So travel from 1 January will be booked with CTM. Travel up until 31 December would continue to be booked with FCM.
Right. And what about the... I know there's at least one staff member based here in Parliament House. Is that FCM person?
Yes, I probably can't really comment on FCM staffing arrangements. It's maybe a matter for FCM.
Right.
But there is a parliamentary travel office. It's not currently staffed due to the COVID situation. But obviously FCM have staff that support the delivery of services to our clients.
Yeah, but you're not aware what happens to those employees? Are they picked up by... Is there any arrangement for keeping them employed?
It's probably not really a matter for IPIA. We would be interfering in the operations of the business.
Oh, you could always ask. Your excellent staff going to transfer to the new operator?
I guess it's always a possibility, but not something that I would personally...
There's been no discussions around that?
Not with me personally.
Okay. Will the app be able to be used on the APH network?
Yes, so we have started speaking with the Department of Parliamentary Services, and we'll work with them collaboratively to have the relevant URLs whitelisted, or so that you can access the app from the Parliament House system. So that process is underway. Those conversations have commenced. There's just a little process that we need to work through and collaborate on.
Right. And will bookings still be able to be made by telephone?
Yes, so the plan is to maintain the existing service. It's a matter for the Department of Parliamentary Services as to whether there's space in this building, which is, always complex. There's a lot of people that need space in this building. So I can't give you an answer on the Parliamentary Travel Office at this point in time. But if the Parliamentary Travel Office space is available in the building, it will be staffed in the same way that it currently is. That was one of the requirements of the contract, and phone and email and the app will be available as well.
Right. Now, were you on the committee that approved the contract, the new contract? Were you on that?
The panel?
Panel?
I was, yes.
And who else was on the panel?
I don't know if we normally say who was on a panel. I don't suppose it matters. There was a representative from the Department of Finance, and Mr. Frost was also on the panel.
So the three of you made that decision?
Yeah, we had an independent from the Department of Finance who had expertise in this area to support us.
All right, that completes my questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Farrell. Really appreciate your expediency with those. And thank you very much to IPIA for coming along tonight and for the late hour of your appearance. Really appreciate it. We will now move on to the Australian Electoral Commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any of these ones on video conference?
Very good.
Yep. Okay. I now welcome the Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Tom Rogers, and officers from the Australian Electoral Commission. Mr. Rogers, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do not, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. I'm cognisant that we're bringing you on 40 minutes before your originally scheduled time, so I will flag to you and the rest of the committee that we are certainly hoping to deal with the questions as quickly as possible this evening, so we're not quite here until 11 o'clock at night, and we'll reassess where we're at when we come to the tea break in about half an hour as to whether or not we stick with that or just push on through, pending what our progress there is. I will give the call first to Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Mr. Rogers. Senator. We're coming to the business end of the electoral cycle.
Indeed.
Are you ready?
Senator, I think as you and I have discussed at this committee on a number of occasions, we're always ready to run an election. It just depends on how far away from the event. We do try and temper our readiness so we're not burning through cash at an unnecessary rate, but we are very comfortable with our readiness status at the moment. For whenever that may be, and may I also say, while I've got the floor, that of course I have no idea when the election is. Sometimes that's a misconception that conspiracy theory online. We don't know. We find out at the same time as everybody else.
No, we're not into conspiracy theories, at least in the Labor Party. You can be reassured of that. And name them. Name them. No,
The ebb and flow means that there's a lot of ebb. Don't get me started.
Now, it's still possible that there could be an election this year. In fact, my own leader was speculating on the 11th of December as a potential date. How many polling places have been booked, and how many more are you going to need?
I'm going to get Dr Gleeson to talk about that in a moment, the actual detail of that, but I might just start off by saying, as you know, Senator, it's difficult for us to book polling places until the writ's actually issued, because we are hostage to whatever is available at that point in time. But what we do have is a series of tests and checks during the electoral cycle. When we see what's available, we look at a vast number of polling places to see whether they're suitable, whether they meet various requirements for disability access, size and scale, and that's something that we do pretty much all the time, because even during the electoral cycle, polling places that we've used for a considerable period will become unavailable. They're demolished or they're changed. So we keep an updated list of those polling places. You know, I could check the number, but I think at the last election, probably around about 9,000 or so polling places, or close to that number, but I might get Dr Gleeson to give you an accurate number.
Thanks, Commissioner. Kath Gleeson, Acting First Assistant Commissioner. Senator, the number of polling places at this stage for the next election is likely to be in the vicinity of 7,000, which is comparable to the last federal election. As the Commissioner indicated, we are undertaking a planning and preparatory phase at the moment. We've inspected the vast majority of those polling places. We're required to inspect them in between electoral events for suitability. The majority of those have been done wherever we can access them. There's a couple in each division that we still haven't been able to access, but that will be a priority before the election's announced. So at this stage, we're reasonably confident of our ability to secure those 7,000 odd polling places.
So, in your planning stage, do you make any assumptions about potential dates? I'm not saying you picked the date, but do you make some assumptions about which dates might be more likely than others? You know, you wouldn't.
I might start off and then perhaps Dr Gleeson could join in, but obviously we've got to be ready from the first time at which an election can be called. So there's a broad swathe from whenever that was, August of this year through to May of next year, and we have to be ready to conduct the election by the time that occurs. Now, what we don't do is make a detailed assessment about exactly what date, but we keep sniffing the wind, Senator, so that we're aware of what's occurring, and so that we can ramp up our preparations if needs be. But we started, as Dr Gleeson was saying, doing those polling place inspections right through the electoral cycle so that we could have moved had an election been called at that point. You might like to add to that.
Only to say that internally we have an election readiness framework that helps determine and balance the likelihood of an event happening at any particular time against the cost and risk of maintaining that readiness, Senator. So yes, we do have a framework in place to support that planning.
Right. What date do you think is the last date that the election can be held?
The second last weekend in May, if we have the full, the longest writ return option. So the second last weekend in May.
So there is in fact a later date than that. Is there?
We could perhaps ask the.
I think the 21st of May, I think, is the date that we're saying is the last possible date.
Yes. Yes.
And just explain to me why you say that.
Well, I might get the Chief Legal Officer to come forward with his.
Andrew Johnson, Chief Legal Officer. It's the timing for the writ return, the writ having to be returned within that period of time after it's issued, and so we need the time then afterwards to process particularly the Senate elections and have the declaration of those and the writ returned, and so that is that sort of 5-6 weeks after the election, and the necessity for the writ to be returned before 30 June.
Yeah. And you're aware, Senator, the implications of not turning particularly the Senate writ by the 30th of June has constitutional implications.
Yes. So, for instance, if that wasn't returned by the 30th of June, all of those senators who would have been elected
in a particular state where the writ isn't returned.
in a particular state where the writ is not returned would not occupy their positions until 1st of July the following year. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, absent some sort of ruling from the High Court, I guess.
Yeah, because that's in the Constitution, so it'd have to be some agreement otherwise.
When was the last time that happened?
Look, I'm not aware of that having happened.
No.
Yeah. And may I say, Senator, it's not obviously in our interest for that to occur. That would be a fairly untidy event for the Electoral Commission.
Yeah,
so we will be.
It'd be a KPI, wouldn't it, to try and get it back?
There's a few people sitting around this table, this one included, who would find that rather uncomfortable.
If that was the case,
that's why I
think this may well be my last estimates.
We do get one next year, I think. So you could still have one more. So how many staff have been sort of booked to work on the campaign?
Senator,
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
We expect to engage approximately 100,000 temporary election staff for the next election.
The person in charge of the booth, is that generally speaking a permanent employee?
No.
Or they're also...
Temporary.
Yeah, okay. Now, can you tell us what preparations you're making with the potential of a COVID election? Now, we do know that lots of announcements, including in my own state, about opening up are going on at the moment, but well, we've seen how this, virus. Beg your pardon? No, say what you're going to say. Don't be embarrassed. Hey? I can't. I'm missing all your valuable contributions, Senator. So let's hope we don't, but if we do have to go back under COVID conditions, what planning have you done to deal with that?
I might start by falling back on something I said previously, that when we've done the planning for the election, we had to plan for a window between August this year and May of next year. And of course, in August, had it been in August, a lot of Australia was in lockdown.
Yeah.
So we have been looking at a situation where there's virtually no restrictions through to a patchwork of restrictions through to total sort of COVID overlay. Regardless, we are planning to conduct a COVID-safe election. Internally, within the AEC, I have established a unit called the COVID Variance Response Unit, which is helping us look at how we might prepare for the event. Just out of interest, I've met Professor Kelly and Dr. Murphy federally. We've also written to every state chief health officer, and the Deputy Commissioner and Dr. Gleeson met with them at the AHPC last week. We are just about to write to all the police commissioners in each of the states to talk about some of the issues that may occur outside of the polling place, such as queuing. Dr. Gleeson mentioned 100,000 staff. Some of those staff will be devoted to ensuring there are COVID-safe measures in polling places. So we are taking it very seriously.
So just on that, what's that going to involve?
Well, simple things like we did with the two by-elections that occurred last year, Senator, sanitisation of the voting booths, with spray and wipe, the implementation of other hygiene measures, whether we're using single-use pencils or sanitising, the pencils in the polling place, range of measures to ensure that citizens are safe. We'll have some sort of queue measure externally to try and encourage people to stick to the 1.5 metres. We'll have measures inside the polling place, capacity measures, to make sure that we are conducting that election in the safest possible way.
Yes, all of those things will slow the process of voting down, though, won't they? Would you expect, or...?
We would hope that we're able to implement measures in a way that minimises the impact. And I think you and I might have had this discussion here before, but over a number of years now, we've been running a project with Deakin University to assist us to understand the metrics in the polling place. It's how we managed, I think, to produce such good metrics with queuing last time by implementing some of the measures that we worked with on Deakin. So we're working with them again to help us mitigate what might be the impact in the polling place. But if we've got restrictions on the number of people in the polling place and any other measures, it will have an impact. We were online last week, the Deputy Commissioner and Dr Gleeson and I with the Canadian Electoral Commissioner, talking about their last election and learning what they did, and they've been through similar issues, and they had quite significant queuing at various points. So we're trying to learn from that and do other things.
And what did you learn from that?
They had queues. Now, they've got a different system. Just let me put it in place. They've got a different system. They have precinct voting, very specific precinct voting, not down to polling place, but I think you've got to vote at one desk within that polling place. They have far more staff and far more polling places than we do by multiple. And from memory, they don't vote for an upper house. I think their upper house is largely appointed from memory.
Until about the age of 70, I think, like a judge.
Or something. So
it's got a certain appeal to it. You wouldn't have to do a Senate count. We wouldn't have to be re-elected.
Former Senator Ryan will have to learn something about this.
Well, I think so. We've learned. We also learned about their education campaign with the public, which was a critical part of what they did to convince the public that it would be safe to vote, and how they did that. So some of the lessons that we've learned.
Yeah, they don't have a compulsory system, though.
No, they do not.
No.
And I forget their turnout. I think it was in the 60% range from memory.
Right.
The Deputy Commissioner might remember that.
Yes, good evening. Jeff Pope, Deputy Electoral Commissioner. It was in around about the mid-60s. It was a slight reduction from the previous election, which was a couple of years ago, but just before the pandemic.
Why are you not in the room and coming in via
Deputy Commissioner Zoom? Is currently in Melbourne.
I've endured 260 odd days of lockdown, unfortunately, Senator, and just about to come out of that.
So we're looking forward to welcoming the Deputy Commissioner back.
Good luck. Yeah. All right, there we go. Now, can you tell us about the vaccination status of your staff?
Well, this is an interesting issue, Senator. I mean, there's two different things here. One is the vaccination status of my permanent staff. And of course, we're encouraging everyone to get vaccinated, and I think there's been a fairly high take-up amongst the staff and certainly, in the executive. Then there's the issue of the 100,000 temporary workforce. We're working through that at the moment. I've also sought legal advice on that matter about our ability to mandate vaccination status as a condition of employment for the temporary staff. We've just received that legal advice. I haven't seen it yet, just arrived last week, and we're just developing a policy position on that.
Would you like to reveal?
Not an estimate, Senator, I wouldn't, because I haven't seen it yet and I haven't talked through it with my staff, but this is an issue.
Dr Gleeson, though, seems to have seen it.
I'm sure Dr Gleeson has seen it, but the Commissioner hasn't yet, so I'd like some time to digest that before we...
All right. So you'll either make a decision to mandate it or not. When would you be likely to make that decision?
I actually think in the next couple of weeks, quite frankly.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm conscious there's lots of different views on this specific issue. I mean, the one thing I want to do is to create a safe place for citizens to vote. These are not permanent staff, they're temporary staff. I do note there are a number of examples of other industries that have made vaccination status a condition of employment. And we're just trying to weigh all of that up as we move forward, because the other thing is I've got to get 100,000 people for the election. It's a big ask in a 4-week period.
Yeah, and none of these people have been engaged yet, have they? No. Okay, all right. You've mentioned about talking to all the health authorities, both the Commonwealth and the state ones, and did you say you've actually spoken to the police, or you're in the process of doing that?
We've written to I've written to the Commissioner of the Federal, the AFP, and I'm about to write to all the state police. Mr Pope has previously addressed, I'm sorry, Jeff, I can't remember the name of the committee, but I think it's the Crowded Places Advisory Group.
It's the Deputy Commissioners' operations meeting with all the Deputy Commissioners from the states and territories around the country. We've spoken about responsibilities around public safety, crowded places strategy, civility and those sorts of matters.
Yeah. Are you going to have to design what happens in the states in accordance with the directives of the state health authorities and that? Or are you going to have a uniform process for conducting the ballot as you would ordinarily have?
What I'd love to do, Senator, is to have one standard delivery model around Australia, because it reduces the training bill extraordinarily and a whole range of other things, but we're very sensitive to what's occurring locally. And that's why we're liaising right now with health officers from around Australia, the Commonwealth health authorities and police commissioners. We're very sensitive that there may well be local regulations in place, and we'll look at that as we move forward.
Do you have the power to override those state health and police
currently
authorities? Currently?
Currently, I do not. But I would say that this is probably an area of constitutional law, that interplay between state and federal law. What I know, Senator, is that I'm issued a writ by His Excellency the Governor-General that directs me to conduct a federal election under the auspices of the Electoral Act. And that's going to be happening this electoral cycle regardless of what's occurring in each of the states. So some way or how we'll find a way to deliver the election. That's safe and in line with the Commonwealth, the Federal Electoral Act.
Just on that, there's an election due in March in South Australia. If the Prime Minister chose a date in March for the federal election, what's the consequences for the South Australian?
In the South, specifically in South Australia, I don't know about the other states, there is a provision in their legislation, I'll get it wrong, but effectively the state can slip its election by 2 weeks, I think, in response to... 3 weeks. In response to the issue of a writ to conduct a federal election.
So that... They're required to do that, or because I thought
they're able to do that, and I'm not sure whether it's happened previously. But my understanding of the convention is that they would do it. Mr. Pope or Mr. Johnson might have some additional.
But my understanding, Senator, is it's an option for them to consider for up to 3 weeks. Is my understanding.
And we have actually, we've spoken to the South Australian Electoral Commissioner previously about this issue, because we're aware of what electoral events are occurring around Australia, and that is a specific piece of legislation in that state that I don't think exists in other states. I'm not sure.
And Senator Farrell, Mr. Johnson may be able to add. My understanding is obviously there is what triggers that provision in South Australian laws, and that is dependent upon the timing of when a federal election is called, which I think again needs to be within 3 weeks, but stand to be corrected without looking it up. And then there is how much flexibility South Australia has to respond to that, which again might be in the 3 week zone as has been indicated.
So to add, there's just section 394 of the Commonwealth Electoral Act provides that a state election or a territory election can't be on the same day as a Commonwealth election. So that's the trigger, and so if the Commonwealth election was held on the same date as the state election, that would then, the Governor-General would then notify whichever state, and they'd go then to those trigger provisions.
But I do think there's a little more than... So there's that Commonwealth law at play. I think South Australia's law does mean that, for example, if we have called an election that ends up being the Saturday before, or indeed a fortnight before the scheduled South Australian election, I think they do have a flexibility provision to be able to move it by a week or two, or maybe 3.
So the Commonwealth legislation prohibits you having the election on the same day.
Prohibits them having an election on the same day.
Yes. Prohibits them from having the election on the same day. And you say the South Australian legislation then gives them flexibility to move it up to 3 weeks in either direction?
The Assistant Commissioner's nodding, or the Deputy Commissioner's...
No. Deputy Commissioner's nodding the other way, Minister.
No, he was nodding.
Sorry, Senator. My understanding from my discussions with this Election Commission of South Australia, and I stand to be corrected, but my understanding is they can only delay it by up to 3 weeks.
And I think it's I think it's a matter for the governor, given it's a writ issue. There's writ law at play here as well, but we could even find out a little bit about that for you, Senator.
Look, I think it would be handy. It probably won't happen, but then again, stranger things have happened, and you know. So we think if that was the day chosen, they could delay it by something up to 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
I was under the impression if it was the same month, the Commonwealth legislation clicked in, but I've obviously got that wrong. You've actually got the Act there?
394 is just polling day.
Polling
so
day.
it can't be a state or territory election on the same day as
on the same day, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for that helpful information. Now, Commissioner, you'll recall that we changed the Commonwealth legislation to limit pre-polls to...
Senator Farrell,
yes?
I'll send you off later to have a look at Section 28 of the South Australian Constitution Act, which provides that before the issue of a writ or writs for a general election under this section, the Governor may, where a general election of members of the Commonwealth House of Representatives be held in the same month as the election, defer the day of the election...
The same month?
Yep, to a Saturday not more than 21 days after the day otherwise fixed. So essentially, if we pick any Saturday within March next year, they can defer their election by up to 21 days.
Yeah, and they're prohibited from having the election on the same day.
And they're prohibited from having it on the same day.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Senator Farrell,
yes?
I'm just looking at the time and we are due to have taken a break here. I'm minded to do away with the break if it would aid in moving things along. I do know we have 5 minutes worth of questions from the Coalition, and Senator Roberts has flagged that he has about 5 minutes, but I also recognise he's not physically in the room with us at the moment.
He's not what? He's not with us?
He's not in the room. Which makes it hard for him to ask his questions. So how...
Look, I'll be a little bit longer, but...
Okay.
Well, look, I'd be happy if the officials got out a bit earlier, so I'm happy to keep going for a bit if you're...
I might give the call to the Coalition
sure.
senators just to get those 5 minutes out of the way, and then we'll come back to you. But I think we will push through and not have tea break if the committee's in agreement with that, in the interests of getting out of here a little earlier. Senator Patterson, you said you had one question.
Yeah, thank you. And just a follow-up questions to the line of questioning from Senator Farrell about COVID preparedness and planning. I don't know if you've noticed, Mr Rogers, but the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner, as I understand it, has banned the handing out of how to vote cards at local council elections coming up, and also said that erecting posters on the booths and removing them has to be done before 7 a.m. in the morning and after 7 p.m. at night as a COVID safety measure, apparently. The election is actually not until the 4th of December, by which point New South Wales will be almost entirely open and you'll be able to go to nightclubs and go to school and go to pubs and restaurants. But apparently a pretty important democratic act of handing out a how to vote card to advocate for a preferred candidate will be banned. You probably wouldn't want to comment on that, but I'm just wondering whether you're contemplating any other similar kind of measures for the federal election, or if indeed if you have the power to do so.
Just allow me, though, to praise my colleague, the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner, who does a great job, and we have a good relationship with all the state commissions, and we normally don't opine on what they're doing, so let me put that as the basis.
Of course.
We have no plans to implement that at the next election. We don't have the power to do that in any case. Anything that occurs 6 metres outside the polling places, outside the purview of the writ that we're issued, we would, as we did at the by-elections, we would encourage all party workers to adhere to whatever COVID measures happen to be in place, social distancing, masking, being respectful. I would say our experience across the board is that party workers are pretty much that way in any case. So we have no plans to do that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. The Parliament recently resolved to amend the Electoral Act to increase the membership requirement for the ongoing registration of non-parliamentary parties from 500 members to 1,500 members. I understand that parties must comply with these new standards within 3 months, so that would be the 2nd of December 2021. What action has the AEC taken to inform parties of their obligations, and what will happen to parties that have not supplied a membership list by the 2nd of December? Will the AEC commence deregistration proceedings against these parties under Section 137 of the Electoral Act? And if so, what's the process for that?
Sure, thanks, Senator. Look, when that legislation received royal assent, and I can't remember the exact date, but it was in September.
Not long ago, last sitting, I think. Yeah.
2nd of September.
The following week, I think by the 9th, we wrote to all parties, parliamentary and non-parliamentary, explaining that process to them and telling them that they had, the non-parliamentary parties had 3 months to approve their membership list. And then we wrote to them again, effectively with a 138 notice, telling them that they had that 3-month period at which they had to demonstrate to us that they had 1,500 members. And so what will happen at the expiration of that 3-month period, as you've just pointed out, is, I guess, one of 3 things, I suppose. One is we hear nothing from those parties, in which case we will immediately issue them a 137 notice, that gives them 1 month, tells them within 1 month, unless they've demonstrated they've got the membership, we will deregister them. They will have demonstrated to us that they do have that number of members and that they would be registered accordingly, and I know that we've already received a few applications with the numbers. Or the third possibility is that parties will try and comply by giving us a list, but we'll test it, won't reach 1,500, and again, they'll be given a 137 notice, which gives them 1 month, and then they're deregistered. So just to be clear on that, once they're deregistered, they still have things they can do. They can apply for a review by the 3-person Electoral Commission, and failing that, they go to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, but they'll be doing that as a deregistered party. Because once they're deregistered, they're deregistered. I'm happy to be corrected by the Chief Legal Officer on that, but that's the process we put in place. I'm confident we have the capacity to do the membership testing. In fact, we're already doing the membership testing, and that process is running smoothly.
And does the AEC intend to do an audit, and when would you have that done by?
Well, that's what we do as part of the application. I wouldn't use the word audit, Senator, but that's what we do as part of the application process. We do a test, a membership test.
So take a sample, do you?
Take a sample of the membership test, but we also do some tests first up. We make sure that the individuals that have been nominated are actually on the roll. We make sure, if I'm wrong here, Senator, someone's going to jump up in a minute behind me and tell me, we also make sure that those names have not been crossed over onto another membership list, so you can't be just the duty name across a number of parties. So we check that that's the case, and then we actually contact a sample of that membership list, and we ask them, are you a member of that party? Effectively, that's what we do. They either pass or they don't pass.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. Looking to go back to Labor if one of those...
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
Senator Farrell.
Getting back to where we left off. So I was going to ask about the pre-poll period being cut to 12 days, but there are discussions going on, I understand, about whether the Commission or you need some extra powers in the event of an emergency situation. What do you think is an appropriate pre-poll time in an emergency situation?
Look, that's a difficult one. Senator, the Joint Standing Committee debated the issue of the 3-week versus the 2-week pre-poll period, and I know that people have got very strong views about that. We're planning for a 2-week pre-poll period. We're doing COVID planning around a 2-week pre-poll period. I have said previously to this committee and to the Joint Standing Committee, the pattern of voting for pre-poll is interesting. The vast majority of pre-poll voting occurs in the last week, and in that week it's the last few days. I suspect that at the next event, citizens won't remember that it was a 3-week period previously. They'll just remember that they pre-poll voted and they'll turn up to pre-poll vote in the 2-week period. There is a possible impact with queuing. that we're aware of, and that would be unfortunate if there was a huge impact. So again, we're trying to mitigate that, but we're preparing for that 2-week period. And Senator, if we look around Australia at the moment, as restrictions appear to be lifting.
Everywhere, yep. All right. Now, there was an increase in postal and pre-poll voting in the Eden Monaro and the Groom by-elections, and assuming that's something along those lines is replicated at a general election, are you planning additional staff to count pre-poll and postal votes to ensure that we get a prompt decision on the night?
Well, as prompt as we can possibly be, Senator, and as you know, we've got a mantra that we use about right, not rushed. And so we are very conscious of that. In fact, if I look at the stats I've got in front of me, in Eden Monaro, postal voting doubled from the last federal election, and in Groom, postal votes increased by 57%. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect a fairly large increase in postal voting potentially at the next event, noting that there are criteria that people need to fulfil to postal vote. Step one is Dr Gleeson, the Deputy, and I met with the Senior Executive of Australia Post about 3 weeks ago, including the new CEO. We've outlined the importance of postal voting and the importance of the schedule being met, particularly for delivery of postal votes out and back. That's a critical issue at the election if there are so many postal votes. We're conscious of the need to have sufficient resources on hand. We're making some predictions as part of our planning about the increase in postal voting, and we are confident in our ability to do that.
So what did Australia Post say? Did they give you some comfort, or? I mean, every day you're reading reports about how they're falling behind in terms of their parcel delivery. I'm not
Senator,
sure about...
there's two parts to the answer to that. First, I would like to acknowledge the strength of the relationship that we have with Australia Post and the very responsive manner in which they attended that meeting. And I know that Dr Gleeson's team have spent an extended period of time talking at officer level to Australia Post staff dealing with some of those issues. But as pointed out to the CEO, it's critical. There's no fudging in the timing. It's not, you got your scratch lotto ticket late from your auntie. It's just, it needs to be met, and we've heard the same story. So we are continuing to liaise with Australia Post. Every election there are issues with postal votes, not necessarily actually as a result of Australia Post. For example, the overseas vote, we're hostage to whatever postal system works in overseas countries, and frequently those overseas votes don't make it back in time. But we are watching, we're monitoring. We also hope for this election to get a better data feed from Australia Post, so we'll have better visibility of votes out and votes back. That should enable us to be able to deal with that on a more responsive basis.
Right. What's the budget? What's your budget for this election?
Well, Senator, just the last election, I think, if I include party funding, was nudging up towards 400 million, including party funding. For this event?
Senator, we're estimating that without public funding, the election will cost in the vicinity of $400 million, but the COVID overlay is still being calculated.
So we don't have a figure just yet?
I've said previously at this committee that we think the COVID overlay could be as much as $60 million on top of the election, depending on what measures are put in place. Senator, I know that is a stonking lot of money. Interestingly, that's the same figure.
Cheap for the democratic process.
If I look at our budget as a proportion of some of the other departments, Senator, I think it's
yes, that's a good way of looking at it.
Australian democracy can't put a price, etc.
No, you cannot put a price on it, no.
All of those things. But interestingly, that figure of about $60 million for the COVID overlay is the same figure that the Canadian Electoral Commissioner gave, and there's no collusion with that about the sort of costs for their event. So we have to wait and see how that plays out over the next few months, but there'll be an overlay and it will cost more than previously. But I'll also point out, without going to the detailed stats, I think we've put another 500,000 people or so on the roll since the last election. So it's a more expensive election in any case. CPI goes up, the lease of premises becomes more expensive. There's a whole range of things, and I'm not saying that for the benefit of the minister sitting next to me, being a very frugal minister with how we approach that.
Certainly, Commissioner, and indeed, you can't put a cost on democracy. We do have to put a price on the operation of the elections. 2019 election, I'm advised, if we exclude GST and public funding payments, was approximately $300 million. The current forecast is for around a $400 million cost for this election, but the COVID overlays are an uncertainty. Department of Finance is working, as always, with the AEC to try to validate the cost projections, but they will obviously depend upon some of those final questions that Mr Rogers and his team will have to decide.
And we do have a great relationship with the Department of Finance, just to put that on the record, and we are working very closely with them on that issue, on the funding envelope for that event.
Yeah. You're not given a budget by the government, are you, on the conduct of an election, or are you?
There is a budget that we are allocated, and we then work with the Department of Finance around the issues associated with that budget. It's very hard to predict an election cost, an election cycle before the election, because so many things change, but there has been, all governments have shown a high degree of flexibility in enabling us to have sufficient election funding to conduct the election. And that's why we liaise so closely with the Department of Finance.
Yeah, in essence, Senator Farrell, we give everything a budget. Some agencies are more prone, with great justification, to then having estimates variations applied in terms of what that end budget actually needs to be.
Because
so it's elastic. Is that a good description? It's an elastic.
Sufficient, I would say,
Sufficient.
Senator, but because I'm feeling brave in parts tonight, Senator, I might just push the boat out a little and let you know that best practice for electoral commissions globally is for them to have a demand power rather than to be allocated a budget by government, so that there's no doubt that government isn't funding the election. So they have to justify the expenditure after the event. In Australia, the Victorian Electoral Commission rejoices in that particular arrangement, as do our friends in Canada and indeed the Indian Electoral Commissioner. And the Indian Electoral Commissioner also rejoices in the additional power of setting the date for the election, which we would also love to have as well. So.
That'd be terrific. Yes, okay. All right, now look, we've previously spoken here about the levels of multiple voting, just changing the topic now. And back in March, you said that you were satisfied with the measures that the AEC currently has in place for multiple voting or detecting multiple voting, and you described the number of multiple votes cast as vanishingly small. Is that still your view?
Well, I'd never go back on the evidence that I gave to a committee, Senator, but the number of votes, I think we went through the numbers. I can't remember. I think we actually spoke about the numbers themselves, which at the last event, I think the number of multiple marks were 2,102. I think we went through that at the last committee. Please forgive me if we didn't. And I think we spoke about...
What was that figure again? I just missed it.
2,102. And I think we also then spoke about the number of electors who voted, a particular number of times. And if I look here at the last event, the elector who voted the most number of times, if I get this wrong, I'll correct my evidence, was in New South Wales, and one elector who appeared to have voted 11 times was the highest number, his own festival of democracy, if that's exactly what occurred.
Early and often, didn't they used to say in the New York boroughs?
And I think we referred 24 voters in the end, after we did our joint meeting with the AFP, to the AFP for further action.
Right, so roughly 2,000 voted more than once, and there's 24
well, they had
prosecutions.
Multiple marks next to their name, but yeah, 24 names referred to the AFP.
And do you know how many of them ended up?
I I don't know whether the Deputy Commissioner has... No, I'm not sure what occurred to those after we referred them to...
So a reference doesn't automatically result in a prosecution?
Yep.
Okay.
No, we can say there was no further action from the AFP.
In each of those 24?
Yeah, in each of those cases.
So there was no Australian voter who was prosecuted at the last election for voting more than once?
That's correct.
None? Zero? All right.
Which obviously Senator Farrell is not to say that there weren't Australian voters who did not vote more than once, but in the end,
we know that
and
we do know the number.
Do also have a burden of proof if they are going to proceed with a criminal
I
prosecution.
understand. Well, let's...
Did you hear the number? Sorry, what was the number again? 2,102 multiple marks, 24 were referred to the AFP for further action.
So 2,000 multiple marks. How many people cast votes?
15, 16 million.
Around 15 million. So how many decimal points of a percent is that?
I would have to use my calculator for that, but it's a small...
Very small. Infinitesimal.
It's 3 or 4 or 5.
Vanishingly small. Would that be a fair description? Okay, well, let's talk about these 2,000. Commissioner, I think, is it true that most of these 2,000 are over 80 years of age and have English as a second language? Is that the characteristic that essentially defines these 2,000 people?
Let me repeat evidence I've given here previously on that issue, that our research shows that the vast majority of people that multiple vote do it, because, looking for a euphemism here, but they're older Australians, and some of them can get confused with the voting process. Others may have English as a second language. This is not totally, these are sort of a majority. And the third, some of the individuals that referred to the AFP have had mental health issues that have led to that outcome.
Yeah, okay. And it's true to say that there's no evidence of widespread fraud in electoral voting in the elections that you've conducted.
I'm very proud of the electoral system that we run, Senator. It's one of the world's great electoral systems. So let me put that on the record. At the same time, I'm aware that this issue of multiple voting and a whole range of other issues is viewed differently depending on where you sit within the electoral process. So our job is to administer the legislation as it sits. At the last election, or the election before, I don't quite remember, we put a joint submission into the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters with the AFP and I think the CDPP, or no, it was just with the AFP, talking about the difficulty of securing any form of conviction ever with multiple voting because of the evidentiary requirements, which are almost impossible to meet. So, this is I think we're lucky in Australia in that the evidence of multiple voting to date has been, as I've said previously, vanishingly small compared to the size. At the same time, I'm also conscious that there are issues here, from a perception issue that other people think is worth dealing with. So,
yeah. People might perceive that there's a problem, but in practice there isn't.
I'm being very careful with my words, Senator, but
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Thank you, Senator. This is a sensitive issue, but I'm proud of the process that we're running. But there is no doubt, obviously, also that there is multiple voting that occurs because we've picked it up.
Picked it up, yeah.
And, the integrity of the Australian voting system is very, very strong and something that the AEC and the nation should be very proud of. That said, perceptions do also matter in relation to confidence in systems, and I think we see that ever more so in terms of conspiracies and other theories that often run wild across different online domains nowadays. So it's important that we always address realities of integrity and perceptions of reality thoroughly.
Yeah. Now, just on that exact topic, I think you're introducing more and more electronic certified lists. against which voters' names are marked when they go to vote. Can you explain what the effect on multiple voting will be with these new electronic certified lists?
I think I may not have it exactly to hand. If I can find it, I will. But I think the last election, almost a third of votes were issued through electronic certified lists. So a third of the vote. I think we deployed over 4,000 certified lists, and it's a good technology. That was our initiative to introduce those to start with. At the 2013 election, I've got the figures wrong, but I think we used about 400 of them or thereabouts at that event, and we've multiplied them over that period of time. One of the big things that we've found that electronic certified lists do is to actually improve queue timings quite radically. And at the last election, citizen satisfaction with queue timings went from 78% to something like 92% because it's a quicker way of us doing business. At the same time, it also can assist in preventing multiple voting. So just to be very clear, no citizen is turned away if they turn up to a polling place and say that they haven't voted. But if we've got a flag on an electronic certified list that says that someone's voted, that individual is sent over to the table to do a declaration vote, so that we actually have a written vote from them in an envelope. And obviously only one vote's included in the count when we do the check after the event. So I think back to whatever the by-election was we did, Mr Rudd's seat, Queensland, can't think. Griffith. We did the Griffith by-election. Multiple voting, it was the first election we used totally electronic certified lists, and it had a big impact on the level of alleged multiple voting as a result of that. So.
Do you know what sort of impact? Was it zero?
No, I know there was still some, but it had a significant impact.
So with this, as you're rolling this out more and more, and eventually I assume every list will be in this category, is that?
Well, that is an interesting question, Senator, because there's a cost implication for that as well. We are exploring, right now, we're working on a project to explore ways in which we can roll out electronic certified lists to as many polling places as we can.
Yep.
But the cost of that would be mammoth to roll those lists out. I think, I'm just being told the project that we were allocated an amount of money to look at this and deliver an increase in election 24-25. Of course, it would be fantastic if we could do electronic certified lists at every polling place, everywhere, but I actually doubt that that's going to be the case. Right. The fleet of equipment we need number would be
approximately 40,000 devices. So the money that we've been allocated in the last MyEFO, we received $24.4 million over 4 years, and that should see us achieve 10,000 devices for the 2024-25 election. So there's a progressive scale-up occurring, Senator.
But whether we ever get to 40,000 devices, I'm just not sure. I'm not sure it actually represents value for money.
Okay. And I guess, Senator Farrell, the devices, and the Commission can speak most effectively to this, but there's an efficiency in operations in terms of the devices, because obviously it is the strike-through is instant rather than the scanning or certification of a record.
No, I get you.
It's still not instantaneous in terms of the fact that the way the devices are operated across the country means it's. I think it's a nightly reconciliation against the certified rolls.
So look, can I summarise that whole picture? So we have a vanishingly small number of multiple voters. That number is decreased by every time we get one of these rolls up and running.
It's assisted by that.
Assisted, so that you would expect that number to go down as more and more people go on these rolls. And in addition to that, the recent changes to the legislation where you can put aside one of these voters that you've spotted decreases that number even further. Is that a fair?
They are. I'm being very cautious here, Senator, but they are all measures that would tend towards that outcome.
Yeah. And all of those are likely to push down the number
They will assist the process.
Assist the process, yeah, okay. Yeah. So we don't need voter ID
Well, Senator, I
legislation,
knew
do
you
we?
were going to end up in that location. Let me, I'm sure the Minister will want to talk about that piece of government policy rather than
He doesn't really.
something for the Commission. But
He really doesn't want to talk about it.
I would point out in this issue that the Commission really is aware of all sides of the argument with this. We don't want to be caught up in what's effectively a political
No, and I'm not asking
discussion.
I'm not asking you to make a comment on it because that would be inappropriate. But what I am seeking to do
The question was
is
obviously directed to me then, Senator Farrell. Certainly sought a comment.
yes, I did. But what I'm trying to point out is there's a whole lot of measure. The issue is vanishingly small to start with, and there's a couple of measures in place as a result of recent legislation which the opposition supported that is likely to push those numbers down even further.
Well, Senator Farrell, as I said before, we have an electoral system of very high integrity, and the nation should be proud of it, and the Electoral Commission should be congratulated for it, and our electoral laws help to underpin that. But it's not something we can ever rest on our laurels in regards of. It is something we need to be mindful of perceptions of where weaknesses exist as well. It's true that measures such as the electronic lists provide certain assistance, but as the evidence equally demonstrated, they're not live. They are only at a relatively small proportion of checking points compared to the rest of the system. The government believes that there is merit in terms of providing that lift in confidence across the Australian community around the integrity of our electoral systems that voter ID measures would entail. That's something that the Parliament will ultimately determine, and the Electoral Commission will, as they always do, dutifully implement the laws in place at the time of an election. In terms of the drafting of that legislation, if you wanted to go to any of those details, well, they were matters, the department clearly handles that part of electoral policy because of the Commission's independent role when it comes to actually application of those laws.
It's going to depress the number of people. Voter ID would depress the number of people who could vote. Wouldn't it, Commissioner?
So, Senator, I think an effective measure of any legislation in this regard would be that no voter is turned away. I know this operates differently in different jurisdictions. Guardian article today about...
yes, I saw that one.
Might be proposed, would be that if a voter did not have the relevant ID, and I might go to the Deputy Commissioner here, the idea would be that they would be... There's a number of other, even just in that article, I'm not commenting on the article, not on the legislation.
Correct.
That there'd be other avenues for them to prove their identity. And at the end of that process, I would think they'd be offered a declaration vote for us then to match their identity against the electoral roll at a point in time. I don't know, Deputy Commissioner, whether you've got anything to add to that.
I think that's correct, Commissioner. That's my understanding of what was trying to be conveyed in that article today. And I agree that we'd certainly want a voting system where no Australian was ever turned away and denied the opportunity to vote.
And Senator Farrell, I mean, the issues will be explored, but at present, the legislation requires polling place officials to ask individuals for their full name, for their address, whether they've voted before in that election. ID requirements can actually truncate some of that or can ease that necessity, particularly with people who may live with disability or be of culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds or otherwise perhaps have difficulty in communicating all of that information which is available on forms of identification.
But look, we've got a good system. It works well. There's no widespread evidence of voter fraud. We're now weeks out from an election and suddenly the government decides... Weeks? Okay, might be months. But we know we've got to have one by the 21st of May. We know we've got to have one by the 21st of May. you're down in the polls and suddenly we find voter ID legislation popping up.
I think Senator Farrell, you'll see that that there's been a pretty consistent view, particularly of coalition members from JSCEM over many years in relation to analysis around some of these issues. Just because we have a good system doesn't mean we should rest on our laurels, and it certainly doesn't mean that we shouldn't look to any opportunities to improve it and to improve confidence in it.
Senator Farrell, you've had 25 minutes again. Are you happy for me to share the call around a little bit?
I just have a couple of quick questions on this issue.
Okay, if they're on this issue,
They are.
I'm happy to do that.
I've listened to the discussion about this. I have a couple of questions for you, Commissioner, but also for you too, Minister. What I think I'd like on notice the calculation from the Electoral Commission, what proportion of a percent are multiple votes.
From the last
and I'd like that, with respect, Commissioner, over the next couple of days, because I don't think it's a difficult calculation. I know the on-notice requirements will require it to be there for a couple of days, but it is many thousandths of a percent. And I'd like to see the exact calculation. I think we all know, Minister, why this is being proposed. It's because the government wants to throw the racist reactionary right a bone. That's what is really going on here. It's a utter disgrace. When, Commissioner, were you advised that the government was considering these laws?
Look, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice, not obscuring, but any government that's in power, we're asked for advice.
Presumably there's been because it has been a constant, as Senator Birmingham has said, it has been a battleground internally on the Conservative side of politics, this issue.
I don't think Senator Birmingham said that.
And it's come through the JSCEM a number of times.
It has come through JSCEM a number of times. I mean, JSCEM in some of its previous...
Consistently a preoccupation of some far reaches of the Conservative side of politics.
So JSCEM in some of its previous analysis noted the fact that voter turnout in the 2015 Queensland state election was higher with voter ID requirements in place than it was in the subsequent 2017 state election when they'd been repealed.
Well, the evidence in American elections is that voter turnout is suppressed by 7% in areas where voter ID happens, and that for African American voters and for Asian American voters, that is where the impact is felt. It's not other American voters who don't turn out. It's a particular kind of voter whose votes are suppressed by this kind of process. I'd like to know specifically, Commissioner, in terms of this legislation, so quite specifically this legislation, when were you advised by the government that legislation was being proposed?
Senator, I'll provide that on notice. Can I also say though, as I said to Senator Farrell before, we have a policy to not have a policy on this issue because it is such a political issue.
Yes, and I'm not asking
with
you for a view.
Such polarised
I'm asking
view,
you for...
and I do want to point out, without either criticising or supporting the legislation, this is a matter for Parliament. And we provide advice to governments on a regular basis of both flavours when they're in power about matters affecting our portfolio, as you would expect. As to the exact date, I'd have to take that on notice.
And have you seen the bill?
I don't think I've personally seen the bill. We have seen a version of the bill.
So the Commission's been provided with a version. With whatever the version of the bill is. I accept it might alter. And did you have the opportunity to make coordination comments on a Cabinet submission in relation to this bill? I think Minister Birmingham was saying that it was, I inferred that it was not, it was drafted somewhere else, not inside the Electoral Commission.
We don't draft legislation.
So Finance handles electoral policy. But obviously, as you've heard, the Commission, their input for practical purposes of administration and so on is valued.
But can I also point out, Senator, I know you know this, but it's important for the record, any advice we provide on these issues is not about, and again, I'm not criticising legislation or supporting it, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. It's if that were to be implemented, this is what we would require, or this is how that would be done. Along those lines, it's not about whether it should be done or not done, and that's the same that we do for all legislation for governments.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm glad. I understood that already, but I'm grateful for you making those comments. Just in terms of operationalising this kind of approach, has there been any assessment done of whether voter ID laws will make voting a slower process?
Not yet, other than in the very general terms. I would hope that when whatever pops out of the legislation, that might be very different, would mitigate the issue of queuing. I would also hope for some additional resources that might pop out of that bill as well, because we'll need to do some extra stuff.
So people turn up without their ID, sent home, come back again?
Well, they'll be, again, I'm going on the Guardian article, not on the legislation. They'd be potentially sent to a declaration vote, but whatever that legislation is, it would need to be resourced accordingly.
Some people will just go home, of course, when they're asked to fill out a declaration vote, won't they?
And again, because I haven't seen the final version of that bill, I'm very nervous about talking about it, but I would say that we will implement that as we always do, in a way that tries to minimise any impact. But of course...
And it's going to be very hard for you to tell. I mean, I understand you'll try and predict what happens, but the proof would be in the pudding, won't it? You could either have Australians turning up and it's the same, or you could have Australians turning up and queuing around the block. You don't know, do you?
It's difficult for us to talk about that without even seeing the legislation, Senator, and I'm not trying to be cute there, I'm being deliberate.
Well, I just echo Senator Farrell's comments. We have, I mean, it is called the Australian ballot around the world. We have a system that we should be very proud of. Why we would want to insert US segregationist Jim Crow legislation to corrupt the Australian ballot process, I have no idea.
Well, that's...
you have totally lost your way.
I mean, Senator Ayres, it's voter ID requirements are used in France.
Totally lost your way.
They're used in Germany. They're used in Italy. So you might wish to...
You're getting very good at this justifying these kind of things
You might wish to seek
from
to
this
besmirch the US, and indeed there are many strengths in our electoral system that we have that stand head and shoulders above the way the US operates elements of their electoral system. And as I said before, we have one of the best electoral systems in the world. But that doesn't mean that we cannot and should not pursue all opportunities to further enhance its integrity, further enhance public confidence in it. And public confidence can be eroded by both actual areas of risk in the electoral system and perceived areas of risk in the electoral system. This sort of measure would seek to address both an actual area of risk, not just in terms of multiple voting, but also in terms of fraudulent voting of deceased peoples or otherwise.
You get a lot of conspiracy stuff on the internet. You don't respond to it by sucking up to it, do you?
And that would be the type of perceived threats that we also need to be vigilant to and mindful of, Senator Ayres.
We've just been through the facts, haven't we? I understand in the recesses of the internet that some of your colleagues inhabit, that this sort of stuff is out there, but you don't respond to the nonsense, you respond to the facts. That's what government should do.
Well, we should respond to both real and perceived threats where any of them pose the potential to undermine confidence in
I'm not sure what happened to
systems.
empiricism and logical positivism on your side of politics, but...
Senator Ayres?
I'm done, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I just want to put on the record that in my experience, when people use accusations of racism and other labelling, conspiracy theories, it usually means there's no argument that they can mount. So I just remind people that my understanding of what Mr Hare from the Auditor General's Office, Australian National Audit Office, said yesterday, that the way to improve electoral integrity is through Parliament. So I'm pleased to hear that again tonight. So from a media report tonight, I understand that the government has introduced an electoral integrity bill. I think that's the correct name. So I'll reserve my questions, Chair, until the next estimates, should they still be relevant.
You don't have any further... That wasn't even a question really, Senator Roberts, but you did stick to the promise that it was going to be quick, so I appreciate that. Looking over to Labor's way.
I have a question. Is she still
on
the...
Senator Smith?
She's still...
She's logged...
Yeah, there she is.
Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you.
Great state of South Australia.
Yes, indeed. Just want to come back firstly to a couple of questions around electronic certified lists that Senator Farrell was asking before. Can you just confirm, Commissioner, what improvements in polling place technology will be in place before the next federal election?
Did you hear that? I might just ask Dr Gleeson to answer that question.
Sorry, Senator, can I just clarify, the question was what improvements in polling place technology will be in place for the coming federal election?
That's correct.
Thank you. So for this federal election, we will deploy over 5,000 electronic certified lists. So that is an increase on the 2019 election. And we will have some enhanced functionality as part of the certified lists. And that's been driven by internal improvements. And then, as I mentioned, we'll further enhance the solution as part of the MyEFO funding for the 2024-25 event and increase the deployment to 10,000 devices.
Yeah, and can I just confirm, you said that there's a budget within MyEFO of 24.4 million for that?
That's correct. 24.4 million allocated over 4 years.
Okay. And so when would you expect the full rollout to be complete? I know the Commissioner said it's obviously very expensive and a very extensive rollout, but do you have a time frame in mind of which election that would be done by?
Can I just clarify, the question is if we were to deploy electronic certified lists to all issuing points?
Yes.
So, Senator, that, as the Commissioner indicated, that is contingent on investigations into the feasibility of a full rollout, and there is a range of factors that I guess weigh into that consideration, including the logistics, the technology, and a number of other elements. That is part of the MyEFO funding and the $24.4 million to better understand our ability to scale up beyond the 10,000 devices.
And Senator Smith, just to add to Dr Gleeson's acknowledgement there of the logistics and the processes and so forth, I'll also say, and the costs. In the end, we have many very small polling places across a country like Australia. And so whilst at present the lists are being made available and prioritised to larger distribution points, which can give the Commission greatest utilisation of them and hopefully the greatest efficiency from the utilisation of them, the cost in relation to extending that to all distribution points, there would become quite a diminishing return in terms of the cost per unit going into smaller and smaller distribution points. That's not to say that we may not eventually get there, Senator Smith, but all of this evidence will help to inform that decision and the questions as to whether it is going to provide a profound enough change to warrant that investment.
Okay, so that $24 million figure, so part of that goes to actually providing the 10,000 lists, part of it goes into this feasibility work. Is there any other factors which make up that cost? Are there any further breakdowns you can give me?
So the MyEFO measure also includes funding to develop a digital officer in charge return and secure communication tool to connect officers in charge in a polling place back to AEC headquarters, essentially.
Okay, and can you give me the breakdown?
Of the dollar figure attached to that, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, if you could give us the breakdown of those three elements within that measure. Okay. And what process does the AEC undertake to check that this technology, or rephrase that, how does the AEC measure the efficacy of these measures when they're rolled out?
Can I just confirm, are you talking about the efficacy of the electronic certified lists as we roll them out, Senator? Is that what you...
Yes.
Yeah, we do a range of analysis on a range of different metrics, and we did that when we first introduced ECLs in any case, including a very large-scale project to assess time in queue and a range of other things, but Dr Gleeson might have some other information about that.
Senator, I hope this answers your question, but over several events, as the Commissioner has said, we're able to collect data on the efficacy of electronic certified lists and the benefits in their use. So in addition to the discussion on name, mark-off and multiple voting that has already been discussed, it enables us to more efficiently and accurately search for electors. It allows for printing ballot papers on demand.
Not Senate, but just the...
that's right, just House of Reps ballot papers. We don't have a printer that big. Provides real-time data where a connection is available, and it removes the need to scan paper certified lists. Now, I just want to clarify, were you also interested in this security elements, did you mention? I'm sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing.
Yeah, so I'm interested in how you measure the efficacy of the certified list and also the other technology improvements you were talking about, which will be in place before the next election. But how are you self-measuring yourself when it comes to these measures?
So in terms of the implementation for the next election, we'll have internal lessons management processes, and we also, as the Commissioner mentioned, utilise Deakin University, who assist us in measuring some of the metrics in our polling places, and we compare metrics in polling places using ECLs against those that use paper certified lists.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions on that item, but I have some further questions on combating disinformation. So, Commissioner, are they best directed back to you? Or
I am sorry, Senator, I'm finding it a little hard just to hear, and I missed the topic area. I'm so sorry. But
is that the case for everyone in the room? Is there an audio issue?
It's just a little skippy, Senator Smith, so maybe just repeat the question.
Okay, no problems. My questions go to what the AEC is doing to combat disinformation.
Right.
And what mechanisms the AEC has in place to deal with misinformation in the election campaign. I'm sure I'm not the only senator who's had issues raised with me around the prolific spread of disinformation, particularly we're seeing it from Clive Palmer, from Craig Kelly on vaccines. And I think we anticipate that will ramp up as we head towards the election. This is a big concern for me, and I know many others in our democracy. Can I ask, is the AEC still using the Stop and Consider campaign? Is that still one of your primary measures?
yeah, and look, Senator, it's such an important issue you've raised. I'm happy to talk a little bit about that, and then I might get the Deputy Commissioner to pop in as well. But at the outset, though, I won't talk about any specific member or candidate. If you'll forgive me, I'll talk about the issue more broadly.
No, of course, that's most appropriate. I'm just giving context to my question.
We are obviously concerned about misinformation, disinformation. We spent a lot of time before the last election ensuring that we had strategies in place to deal with that. And some of the measures we're looking at the moment, first of all, we'll be rerunning our Stop and Consider campaign. We think that was very successful, but we're going to go further with the Stop and Consider campaign at the next event. I don't have the exact statistics, Senator, but I could find them. But I think we had something like about 65 million individual views of the page, 100,000 click-throughs onto the webpage, and many thousands of downloads of the material. It got widespread media coverage. We analysed it after the event. It had high levels of community recognition. I would point out that it's Stop and Consider the source. We're not talking about the content of the messaging. That's a separate issue. It's about where the messaging comes from. At the same time, the last election was the first election we met with the vast majority of the social media companies, and the Deputy Commissioner, along with the Foreign Interference Coordinator, from Department of Home Affairs and someone from Department of Communications visited the social media companies and spoke to them. This event, we're doing the same thing. I think 2 weeks ago, we met with Facebook, the Australian executives of Facebook. We are, I think, going to have a bilateral protocol in place with them. We have been working on behalf of all the electoral commissions in Australia and New Zealand to put a protocol in place with all social media companies in Australia through their industry body called Digi, and that will set out clearly expectations from the commissions to social media organisations. At the same time, we are taking a far more assertive stance on our own social media pages, particularly when it comes to misinformation and disinformation about the electoral process, not about the message of political ads. And then, of course, we have the Electoral Integrity Task Force, which was set up in the 2019 election and is a very active part of what we're doing. The Deputy Commissioner is the co-chair of the board of that, and Deputy Commissioner, if you wanted to add your 1 cent's worth into the misinformation, disinformation sphere.
I think you've provided a very thorough response there, Commissioner. So I'd just add, with the Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force, that we'll be leveraging off the capability of those agencies that are members of that task force to be monitoring the environment and, where appropriate, to provide resources and assistance in trying to manage any disinformation that does impact on the integrity or the process of the election.
But what we don't want to see, Senator, is some of the stuff we saw out of the US about the electoral process itself, and misinformation and disinformation about that we view very strongly, and we're taking a very assertive stance on that, even now on social media, where we're batting back some of the misinformation that's been put out already about the election and about the AEC.
Thank you. That was helpful and comprehensive and did go to some of my questions. So can I just confirm, Stop and Consider, that's targeted at disinformation through online platforms only, is that correct?
From what I think I heard there, Senator, the Stop and Consider campaign is about information more broadly, but it's particularly targeted online. Think about the source of information and where that came from. And also, for the record, we shamelessly copied the original version of that campaign from the Swedes, who were world leaders in that regard. And now that our campaign and the Swedish campaign has been effectively replicated in a large number of other countries, including Canada and the UK, all with their own flavour, that's why we ended up with Stop and Consider. I think that the one they ran in Sweden, apparently it sounds great in Swedish, but it's something like, if it makes you angry, it's probably false. And they ran that. We market tested that over here. It didn't test with an Australian audience. Stop and Consider tested well. So.
Okay, interesting. So can you tell me, for Stop and Consider, how much have you budgeted for that campaign for this upcoming election?
Let's take that on
Commissioner,
notice.
I might just...
Oh, yep.
Sorry, I was just going to say, so last time, Senator, Stop and Consider was solely an online campaign. This time it's actually part of our broader election advertising campaign. So I'm not sure we'll be able to specifically answer that question, because it's actually now ingrained in an integral component of our broader electoral advertising campaign.
We can tell you that last time, I think the overall budget was relatively low for that. It was a late edition. I don't know if Mr Pope remembers the exact amount for the last event, but
no, I can't.
I think less than 3 million, or might have even been less than that. But we are making, as Mr Pope says, a very integral part of what we're doing, because, as you've said, Senator, the threat is evolving and we need to evolve with the threat.
But, so I appreciate that if it's a broader campaign, you may not necessarily be able to say exactly how much it's going to cost based on what you did last time, but you must have projections in place. If you anticipate it's going to be part of a broader advertising spend, you would have run some figures on that. I'm not expecting you to have it here, but is it something you can take on
We can
notice?
Provide you some figures about our broader advertising spend and some other information that might be useful in that regard, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly interested, obviously my questions are going to misinformation, so I'm especially interested in how much you expect this broader campaign on Stop and Consider will cost. So if you can take that away and see what you can come back to me with, I would appreciate it. In terms of last time, I mean, I know you thought the program was quite successful, you mentioned that, but were there any specific indicators that you used to measure the success of the program? Were there any particular KPIs that you were working towards in advance, or how did you evaluate it?
Yeah, good question, Senator. Two parts to that. Firstly, there was an event in Canberra coordinated by the Countering Foreign Interference Coordinator from Home Affairs, where 16 nations attended and showcased what they were doing in the broad area of cyber security. This was before the 2019 election. We attended that, and that's where we learned about what the Swedes were doing. And so that was a late addition to our arsenal of things that we were doing to deal with misinformation and disinformation. We've already had a very strong online presence in any case, and that's a key part of what we're doing. So Stop and Consider was one of the last things I think we did during that electoral cycle. But we've also done, and also did other things at that point in time. We then did an assessment of Stop and Consider. If I'm wrong here, I'll be corrected, but I actually think we assessed that using an external company, I think we did, after the event, to assess the impact of that advertising campaign, to measure things like community recognition as well. So that's kind of where we were heading, to get community recognition of the event. I mean, it would be impossible for us to have a metric as the Electoral Commission to say reduce disinformation, in Australia. That's not going to happen. But if we can make citizens alert during the election campaign to where information comes from, we think we've been successful. The work we're doing with the task force, Stop and Consider, the work we're doing with the social media organisations right now with the protocol are all designed to help us deal with the issue of misinformation and disinformation. I'm conscious, though, there's a line where candidates and parties are sending political messages, and there's a sort of a dividing line there where we get to the issue of truth in advertising. And I know there's at least one private member's bill that's been introduced about that issue, but we currently don't have the power to look at truth in advertising. And in fact, if we were to start talking about individual messages, campaign, that would be a chilling effect for the Electoral Commission to be involved in telling candidates what they can and can't say, and that's an important distinction. So we're trying to raise the awareness of misinformation and disinformation. The task force is a key part of that, and we will continue to engage in this area.
So I appreciate that it might be hard to measure the success of that program in a quantitative sense, but you could use qualitative measures.
And we did do that, Senator, with the analysis we did of the program after the event.
Okay. So, sort of, what did you do? Was it like a focus group type research? What did it look like?
If we could take that on notice, Senator, I could explain exactly what we did and the methodology we used. That might be helpful.
That would be very helpful, thank you. You referenced the Electoral Integrity Task Force, and I think that came up in a previous Senate inquiry on foreign interference. I think at that inquiry, Commissioner, you said that more information of that task force would be released, including its terms of reference. Is that available now, the terms of reference for that inquiry?
No, the terms of reference are not available, Senator. We've examined that. The terms of reference for the task force are protected and can't be released. And there are a whole range of obvious reasons for that, particularly given the area that we are trying to protect. We don't want to release all that information.
Okay. What information has been released?
Well, we've had private briefings with the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, where we've talked about this to the extent that we can, also with the Joint Committee on Intelligence and a range of other times at which we've discussed that. And I know that also this has been the subject of discussion not only at this committee, but other Senate estimates committees for agencies that are component parts of the task force. So there's been a fair bit discussed with it. We've been fairly open with the fact that there is a task force, with the members of the task force, and the fact that it is designed to produce advice for the benefit of the Electoral Commissioner at election time. Maybe while I've got the floor on it, Senator, because it's such an important thing, I would point out two things. The members of the task force, the fact of their membership doesn't abrogate their own statutory responsibilities for doing whatever they do as an agency. And secondly, it's been deliberately designed so that there's an air gap between the work of the task force and the Commission, particularly the Commissioner, because what we don't want is government or intelligence agencies to be involved in directing what occurs at an election. So they produce advice for the Commissioner and we determine what we do with that advice.
Okay. So we've got Stop and Consider, we've got the Electoral Integrity Task Force. Are there any other measures you're using to combat disinformation that we haven't gone to yet this evening?
Well, we have produced for this election, Senator, for the first time, a thing that we're calling our reputation management strategy. If I can opine on that, I think that without picking a particular country, but if you look at recent electoral events overseas, in some of those events, the electoral system has worked kind of as it's supposed to, or as it's designed, but a lot of the failure has been a collapse in the reputation of the electoral system through misinformation and disinformation put online by a whole range of players in that process. So our reputation management strategy is designed to help us deal with that. Part of that is by us providing more and more information publicly and by being more and more active online to deal with information as it pops up, to try and be as accessible as possible to citizens. Before the election, we, including me, will be doing more information publicly to talk to people about their election, so Australians have a much better understanding of their electoral system and process. So we think, I might just point out though, it's not just the Commission's responsibility to protect Australia's electoral system, it's everyone's responsibility, candidates, parties and everybody else. And our strategy is designed for us to alert people to some of those issues. We'll be talking about it more and more as we get closer to presumably an election date.
Okay. And how do you deal with parties and candidates who are spreading disinformation as individuals as opposed to sort of the broader concept of tackling disinformation within our democracy?
If that misinformation or disinformation is about the electoral process in particular, you know, how to vote, when to vote, a whole range of other things, we approach the individuals concerned and ask them to cease doing that. And we're also very active online in correcting information. Where it becomes more difficult, let's pick a hypothetical, Senator, and it's late at night, and I can't think as nimbly as perhaps as earlier this evening, but if you were talking about something that the other party had said or a policy of the other party, that's not for us to become involved with. That would fall into the area of truth in advertising. Elections are a contest of ideas and there is always perceptions of truth at each election.
Senator Smith, I'm just hoping to get a bit of a guide from you as to how much longer you think you'll have. You've been going for just over 20 minutes now.
Yeah, this is actually my last question. So
wonderful. Thank you, Senator Smith.
And that's fine. So if a party or candidate has been found to be spreading misinformation or disinformation about the electoral process, then you ask them to stop. If they don't stop, they don't desist. What's the next thing which happens at that point?
Well, what I would say, Senator, is the vast majority of individuals fall over themselves. I know this sounds odd, to comply with the Electoral Act and requests from the Commission. The vast majority of issues with candidates is quite often a lack of understanding of the process. So when we reach out, then normally people comply with what we're asking them to do. Occasionally there are issues that we deal with and there are occasionally conspiracy theories online. Let me mention one of them, Senator, without going into the details of who or where. Each election it pops up. Someone will say something like, the AEC erases votes. Right? Don't use pencils, use pens, because the AEC is behind the scenes erasing votes. Now, where that pops up, we deal with it. We issue counter messages. We publicise what we're doing. We try and be as transparent as possible. And so that's just an example. That's been every election, by the way. I think the last election there was even a hashtag trending for a while saying use pens or something. So that happens. We try and deal with it the best way possible, but I'm also conscious people are able to believe a whole range of things without bureaucrats telling them not to believe stuff. So we try and deal with that in a sensitive way, but nonetheless, when that information pops up, we do try and be assertive.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your answers and thank you, Chair. That's it for my questioning.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I will do one quick glance around the table to see if anyone else has questions, and they do not. Thank you very much to the AEC for coming along this evening and responding to our questions. And With that, I would like to thank the Minister for attending today and all of the officers who've given evidence to the committee. I'd also like to thank Hansard, Broadcasting and the Secretariat for their assistance, and I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Well done the last couple of days.